security for your cPanel server. These are things you're going to do on the SSH for your server. First thing, we're going to set up the firewall. A firewall on your operating system is very important. This is probably the most important security thing for you on your cPanel server. So in this case, I'm going to use nftables, and I'm just going to base my example based off of the nftables configuration wiki example, which is here. So I've already edited a sample file that you can just copy and use. So I've added all the cPanel ports. You can actually separate things. If you wanted to, you can separate this into its own port, like I've done there. So if there is any port that you're sure you will usually disable, you can just put it on its own like that instead of putting them together. So for example, if you wanted to maybe make 2087 its own port, we can just copy that, and I will remove all these others. And then of course, remove it from there. So you can do the same for any ports that you're sure you will be disabling them at some point, and for you to get back into your server, you have to come to SSH and enable them. You can put them on their own, and if you need to enable and if you need to disable the port, you'll just comment out that line. You'll just comment out the port that you want to disable momentarily. That's a quick tip for you there. If you need to disable any port, if you want to disable all the cPanel ports, that is for accessing WHM and cPanel, you can comment that out as well. And when you need to come back to the server, you can uncomment it, save and restart nftables. And we're going to see how to do that in a moment. Depending on the distro you're using, you will be able to follow along with me. In this case, I'm using Alma Linux. So since I'm using Alma Linux, then if you're on CentOS, you're on Rocky Linux, you're on Cloud Linux, you'll be able to follow along because you can use DNF. So the only part we'll be using DNF, I believe, is there and there if you need to install nftables. Probably it is already installed. First thing, when you want to use nftables and you only want to use nftables, then just disable all these other firewalls. For example, firewall D, I will disable it, and then IP tables as well, and then remove IP tables. If you are following along on Ubuntu, you can do apt purge -y, and I hope the package names are the same, but you can Google that. So let me first of all do this. Copy. Okay, I'm not logged into the server. Let me first log in. Copy, Control-Shift-V, or rather Control-A, SSH into this user. So right now we're logging in with the password, but we're going to disable password authentication at some point. Control-Shift-V, Control-L. So let's see. So I logged into this server probably 10 minutes ago, and you can already see that I have 18 failed login attempts. So you can see why it's important to do this basic cPanel server security on your SSH. And once I do all this, you'll see that every time you log in, the number will probably be 0 or maybe just 1 from a failed login from you. But this is important. So let's continue. The first step is to disable all these firewalls and uninstall them. So I've already done this. I've already removed all these firewalls, but let me just run it here. Control-L, Control-Shift-V. All right, so you can see all of these are no match. That means they don't exist. I've removed all of them. There's nothing to do. But in your case, you probably have them. And if you're on Ubuntu as well, remember to remove UFW. So I didn't add UFW there, but also UFW, you need to add it. So just copy the same thing and add UFW, and here as well add UFW and remove it, because we only want to use nftables. Then let's install nftables. If you're on Ubuntu, you can do apt install. Here, let me just do this. I'm on Alma Linux. Alma Linux 9. So Control-Shift-V, DNF install. So it's already installed. We don't need to do anything. I'm just going to copy this, enable and restart, Control-Shift-V. All right, so this means it's already enabled and restarted on my Alma Linux server. So the next thing is to add the configuration files. All right, the next thing is to add this configuration file, and this is going to allow the specific ports that you want to allow. I have the custom SSH port there. You can edit it. I'm just allowing it in advance, and then we're going to add it as our SSH port later on, but it's already there. So once we allow it in SSH and restart SSH, it will already be allowed in your firewall. And then it allows all these other ports. If there's any port you want to add, you can always come in there, comma, and then add whichever port you want to add, right? So I'm just going to delete that. And I've also shown you if you want to separate any port to its own line so that you can enable it and disable it at your own will, then you can do so by just putting it in its own line, like I did for 2087. So let's come back here, and we've enabled NF tables. Here in enabling NF tables, you might probably experience an error, and this is something I've experienced in other servers, and the error will probably be that X tables is not supported or something like that. And that is usually because you don't have a configuration file for NF tables. So let's come here and let's see how to figure out if you're going to add your NF tables here. So you can add your NF tables to this, but it's always a good idea to use the default configuration file that is loaded by CMD. And in most distros, almost every distro I've come across, usually they load the default in this file, etc/nftables.conf. And if this is the case for you, you can simply open that file and then paste all of this in there. But how do you figure out which is the default file that is being loaded on your Linux distro? You can do so by coming to, before I do that, I want to show you, I have added some aliases here that will save me time. So instead of typing sudo systemctl disable enable systemctl status, I'm just going to type sys, and that's going to save me time. With that in mind, systemctl status NF tables will usually tell you which is the default configuration file for NF tables. So if you go here, and in my case, you can see by default, this is what is being loaded. Okay, the service file is that. So how can we use this service file to figure out which is the default configuration file where we can add our rules? Just copy that, and I can do cut. I want to read the content of that loaded CMD file. Control-Shift-C, Control-Shift-V to paste, to copy and paste. And then we can come down here, and you can see here under exec start, right? NFT is going to start a specific file here. So the file that NFT is starting is this. By all standards, this is a default configuration file, but what I need to do is to go into this file and confirm if that is the case. So what I'm going to do again is I'm going to cut that file. I want to see the content. Control-Shift-C, Control-Shift-V, enter. So it starts here. So what you can see here is that this is a file that is commented out. Like literally, it has nothing inside of it. If you read the contents of the file, it's going to tell you uncomment the include statement here to load the default config sample. All right. So the default config sample you can see is that. Default config sample is this file. So this means that I will edit this file and then uncomment this, and I will add my rules there. Or you can even come in and paste all your rules in this file. But probably you don't want to do that, and you should just do it the way that I'm doing it. On Alma Linux, you uncomment this, and then you add your configuration files in that file. All right. So if you're on a different distro, if you come here under exec start, you're probably going to see etc nftables conf. This one here. In other distros, this is a file that will be loaded on the systemd file, service file. So if this is a file that has been loaded here and here as well, then just do vi etc config and then paste your content, and then paste all these configuration files inside of that file, right? But in this case, this is not the situation. What I can do is edit this. So I'll do Control L to clear the screen, Control A to go to the beginning of the line, and then I will do vi. I'm using Vim to edit, and uncomment this line. I'll just delete the pound sign at the beginning to uncomment it, and then I will go into this file and add these configuration files. So let's do escape and then Shift ZZ to save that file. And we need to go to that file. I will just do vi. I want to edit that file. Control Shift C, Control Shift V to edit that main NFT file. So you can see here, this is the default file that you can enable, and it has some things that are allowed here, but we don't care for all this. So what we're going to do is, in fact, even before editing it, at least let me save it. Control Shift ZQ, Shift ZQ to get out of that, and I want to back it up. Control Shift C, Control Shift V to paste dot back, Control A to go to the beginning of the line, and I'm just going to CP to copy it. So at least I have a backup of it in case of any reason why I would need the default. I can go back to the default file. So for now, I'm just going to edit that, and I can type 1000 dd to delete everything in that line. That's like delete the next 1000 lines, just so it can delete everything in that file. So I'm going to copy all of that, the sample NFT, and Control Shift V. I will paste all of it here. If you need to edit anything, you can always come in here and edit, and this is just based on the sample which is here on the nftables wiki. So we've allowed all the ports for WHM and cPanel. So here I don't see UDP. Let me see. UDP. Okay, this one. This should be UDP. I press I to go into edit mode. UDP. That is for DNS. If you're using your server for DNS, you need to allow UDP. So I've rebooted the server. So after rebooting the server, you can just log back in. All right. Now that I can log in, it means that I didn't get locked out by my firewall. NFT list rule set. There you go. Your firewall is working, and now you can continue to do other things. So now that the firewall is working, let's continue with the other things. And what we're going to do next is set up a new user, and then we'll generate an SSH key on the computer, add it to the server, test if the new user can log in with that private key. We're going to disable password authentication, root login, and we're going to change the port. So the port that you're using here, make sure it is the same port that you've allowed here. Okay, so I've added it there for you. You can just change it to whichever port you want to use for SSH. And then finally, we're going to install CrowdSec. So instead of using fail to burn, I'd rather CrowdSec. So I'm just going to come here and we can search for CrowdSec, a free, helpful, important, necessary tool for security. So you can read more about CrowdSec on the CrowdSec website. It blocks IPs that try to scan your server, try to scan if there are any loopholes with previous CVEs, that is insecurity loopholes, maybe for Apache, Nginx, WordPress, lots and lots of different software, even PHP. Attackers might try to scan your server and see if there are loopholes like that, and CrowdSec will block them. So that's the last thing we'll do. So let's start with the first one, create a new user. So here, just add a user, give the user a name, and then set a password for the user, and then you add the user to the wheel group so that they can use sudo. Just remember, I'm on Alma Linux, so that's why we're adding it to the wheel group. If you're on Ubuntu, you're going to need to add it to the sudo group. I'll just copy the first two. So change the username to what you prefer. Control L, Control Shift V. Enter a password for the user. I'll copy that. Control Shift V. Control Shift V. All right. So our new user has been created. Now let's add it to the wheel group so that they can have the sudo privileges needed to administer the server. Copy, Control Shift V, enter. So the moment of truth, we need to first of all test if we can log into the server with that user and run sudo. So I'm going to copy it. I'm going to copy the username from there. You can open a new terminal window to confirm that you can log in. Control Shift T to open a new terminal window. Control Shift V to paste. Control A to go to the beginning of the line, SSH. Control Shift V. All right, so we're logged in. Let's confirm if we can do sudo dnf update. Enter the sudo password, the password for the user. Control Shift V. There we go. There's nothing to do. You can try to install something. Let me do sudo dnf install tmax. You can use sudo without any problem. So from now on, you can actually continue using the new user with sudo instead of using the root user. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to continue using the new user, and I can just close the root user and continue with my new user since they already have the sudo privileges needed to administer the server and do everything else that I need to do on this list. So we've set up the user. That is done. The next step, let's generate an SSH key. This you have to do on your local computer. Control Shift T and do that on your local computer, not on the server. So we're going to make a directory in the SSH directory, and you can call it whatever you want. We want to store our keys in that directory. Give it a name that at least you can recall, or you can figure out which server it is for. On my local computer. All right. And then I will generate a key, and the key I'm going to generate is ed25519 key, and the file name for the key will be that. So it will be stored in the folder that I've just created, and the key will be called that. The public and the private key will be called that. So I'm just going to copy that to generate the key. Control Shift V to paste it. And if you want to add a passphrase, you can add a passphrase. In this example, I'm going to add a passphrase because it is also another important security feature for your key if you're going to use it to log in. So I'm just going to add a passphrase for my key. Confirm the passphrase. So every time you use the key, you have to enter the passphrase. All right, there we go. Our keys have been generated. There are the two keys, the public key and the private key. So the public key is the one that we're going to add onto the server for this user. So when you're adding it, add it for the user that you just created. So copy the key to the server and make sure you're adding the .pub key. Okay, .pub, that is a public key that you need to add to the server. So we are still doing this offline. We are not on the server. Control-Shift-C. Let me get the password for this user because I'm going to need it in a moment. Copy, enter the password for that user. There you go. The SSH key, the private key, the public key has now been added for the new user that you set up. So let's try to log in. Let's log in. So to log in, you'll just do SSH, the user and the IP, and then the identity of the key, and then the location for the private key. When you're logging in, make sure you're logging in with the private key. So copy and Control-Shift-V, enter. Remember, I set up a passphrase for my key. So every time I need to log in, I will enter the passphrase for the key. Make sure it's something that you can remember, because if you forget it, you will lose access to your server. You will lose access to your server. So I will enter mine. There we go. We're logged in. If you don't want to enter the passphrase, you can generate your key without a passphrase. Now that we've ascertained that we can log in with our SSH key, I'm going to disable password authentication, the root user from logging in, and change the SSH port. So I can do that simply by creating my own SSH configuration file. This is actually my preferred way, and I think it should be the recommended way for editing your SSH configuration. Put your configurations in your own file in the SSH config-d. If you go into this directory, you'll see that Cloud Init and even cPanel has added some of their configurations in there. So let's come in an ls of that directory, Control-Shift-V. Okay, permission denied. So I need my password for sudo. Copy. Control-Shift-V. All right. So when you do that, let me do it in a cleaner way. ls -lh ls -lh. All right. So you'll see inside of that directory, cPanel has their configuration file, Cloud Init, Red Hat as their configuration file. So we're going to see what's inside of each of those. So actually inside here, I forgot, here you need to add .conf. It should be .conf. So let's just do Control-Z, and then I'm going to select that, Control-D to edit them all at once, and I'll do .conf. It's a good thing I opened all this because you can see they all have .conf. So create your own configuration file. Let's look at the content of each of this. The first one is the cPanel one. So we're just going to cut, Control delete, Control delete, Control delete, and I want to cut, and then Control E to go to the end of the line on my terminal here, and then I want to see the contents of, and most importantly, make sure you have sudo. We are no longer the root, so let's use sudo. Control-Shift-C, Control-Shift-V, enter, And you can see this is what is inside of that file. Let's go to the next one. It's not auto-completing. Let me just copy it. Control-Shift-C, Control-Shift-V. So here, okay, this is one that I will need to remove because you can see the password authentication has been set to yes, and we need to set this one to no. So let me just delete that right away. We don't need it. It's not going to harm anything. RM. Just remove it. Cannot remove. I need sudo. I keep forgetting. I need sudo. I am no longer the root user. Let's look at the last one and see if it's going to affect our configuration file in any way. 50 Red Hat. Control-Shift-C, Control-Shift-V. Enter. Oh, we are not removing. We are doing cut. Okay, we're doing cut. Control-Shift-V. Okay, this is not going to affect our configuration. So Control-L to clear the screen. We can continue. We're going to create our configuration file, and then actually I don't need this. We're going to create our configuration file, and then this is going to get added to that file. Okay, it's going to get added in a new line. Password authentication is going to be set to no, and then in a new line, permit root login is going to get set to no, and all of that will be appended to the file that we've just created. And then eventually we're going to change the permissions for that file so that it is owned by the root user only. So I can copy all of this in one go. Copy, Control-Shift-V, enter. All right, so let's look at the file and confirm that it was actually created and our configuration files are in there. So I'm going to use Vim to open it. Control-Shift-C, Control-Shift-V. Permission denied. Shift-ZQ. I keep forgetting. Sudo must be there. All right, so you can see there is a file and there is some space at the top. Let me see why there is a space here. So I can just press DD to delete the space at the top. But most importantly, password authentication has been set to no. Permit root login has been set to no. And our new port is that. So if you're going to change your port, make sure you change your port here. And you also change it in the NF tables configuration. So Shift-ZZ to close that. The reason why we have the first line is because of this. Is because of the new line at the beginning. So I can actually remove that so that it can start at the very top of the line for you. Control-S. We can actually delete it and test it to make sure. I want to give you something that is working. Sudo RM to remove it. That's the configuration file that I've just created. And we can create it again. Copy everything. Control-Shift-V, enter, and let's look at it. All right, now it's created without the line at the top, without the empty line at the top. So Shift-ZQ, get out of that, Control-L, and then now let's restart SSH. You can restart SSH with sudo systemctl restart sshd, but I can just use sit sshd. All right. Okay, so I can't use it here because I have not added the aliases here. So you can copy the alias from the other side and add them to bash, but that is not important to this tutorial for now. So let me just restart it with this. Copy, Control-Shift-V, enter, and now Control Shift T, open a new terminal to make sure that the changes we've made are successful. So I'm going to copy that. First of all, let's confirm if we can log in. If we can log in with a password. So SSH, Control Shift V. All right, so you can see connection refused. So this is going to test the port, and you can see connection was refused on port 22. Let's log in with the new port, SSH-P. Was it 6022? All right, so you can see now we are getting a different error, and now permission denied. You need a public key. You can't log in with a password. All right, so we've confirmed two things. You cannot log in with port 22, and you cannot log in with a password. If every time you see that, just know that you need to enter a public key to log in. So let's log in with our public key and our new port. Did I add that here for you? Let me see. Disable, restart. Let me add there how to log in. How to log in with SSH key and port. At the very top, I believe I logged in with the key. SSH, I logged in with the key. There we go. Copy. Control V. So SSH, the user, the IP, identity of the key, and most importantly, add the port. So the port is 6022. So I'm just going to copy that. Come this side, Control Shift V, enter, and enter the passphrase if you added a passphrase to your key. There you go. Now you're logged in. You can try sudo dnf install cow, say get the password for the user to use sudo, copy, Control Shift V, Y. There you go. Now your server is much more protected. And let's just see something here. Last time when I logged in, I received a couple of failed logins. Now you can see there aren't any, and you can come back even after 24 hours. You'll see that there are no failed logins. So these are things that you shouldn't take for granted. They're very, very important for security, especially when you're fighting bots. And nowadays, bots are the bigger threat. Bots are the bigger threat because they're used to scan for any loopholes in your server, in your website. So if you can block them, well and good. So that pretty much covers this part. Let's go to CrowdSec and let's install CrowdSec. So first of all, add the CrowdSec repository and then install CrowdSec. And then since I installed NF tables, we're going to install the NF tables bouncer. So the bouncer is what is responsible for blocking IPs. So let's just copy and come back, Control Shift V, enter. Yes. 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 Let me add all these yeses here. DNF install, DNF -y, -y. Yes. The firewall bouncer and CrowdSec have been installed. So what next? Let's see if CrowdSec automatically enabled something for us. Okay, this is good. You can see it detected that we have Apache, we have Dovecot, MariaDB, MySQL, and all this running on our server. So this means that it has automatically added all the collections that are needed to protect those services. So if you enable any service, you can, if you do enable something else, because I have seen that I haven't enabled Nginx. Nginx is not there. In case I enable and install Nginx, you can do CS, CLI. In fact, let me just go and do that. Let me go to my cPanel here. Nginx. Let's go to Nginx Manager. Install. So Nginx has been installed. Once I've enabled Nginx Manager and enabled the cache for Nginx, I believe now Nginx will be recognized on the server. So if I was to do CrowdSec CLI setup, oh man, sudo again, sudo, enter the password, copy, Ctrl+Shift+V. So detect and configure services, press enter. And now you can see it is detecting Nginx as well. So just press enter. Do you want to continue? It's adding the collection for Nginx. Yes, continue. Just press enter. Yes, press enter. And we can reload. CrowdSec. Ctrl+Shift+C, Ctrl+Shift+V. All right. So now, if you've set up rate limiting on Nginx, IPs will be blocked if they exceed that. If they also try to pass your Nginx logs, trying to figure out if there are any insecurities, they will also be blocked. It used to be that instead of doing CLI setup, you could just enter this. I don't know that it's still available. Okay, it seems like it's no longer available. So let me just remove it there. Just remove it from there. Control S. So if you need to set up, you can just do CS CLI, that is for CrowdSec CLI setup. If you enable any new services, just do it like this. Let's just confirm if our bouncer is being recognized. So CS CLI bouncers list. Oh man, sudo. All right, so our bouncer is there, well and good. So tomorrow, just give it like 24 hours. CS CLI, come back and check if there are any IPs that have been blocked. Decisions list. Sudo. Okay, right now there are no active decisions. There are no active decisions, but come back tomorrow, you'll probably see that there are certain IPs that have been banned, have been blocked. So if you find that an IP that you're using, sometimes it will even block your own IP. If you find that is the case, look at CS CLI decisions list and then decisions. You can do -H to see what you can do. You can delete. So Control L. So decisions, delete. And you can do -H again to see how you can delete. You can delete an IP. Where is that? You can delete all. If you do -all, it will delete all current decisions. If you do -I, it will delete a source IP. So maybe you want to delete your own IP or a specific IP for a client. They're not able to access their own server. You can do so. Let me just do Control L to clear the screen. Sudo cscli decisions list delete -I, and you can delete the IP. Right. So that should pretty much cover this. And if you want to back up the server, you're using WHM. So this is already built into your WHM. So let's go to backup. Is it here under backup configuration? Here you can see you can enable backups. The type of backups that you want to enable, make sure you compress the backups. Check available disk space. If the disk space is maybe less than 10%, don't bother with the backup. Don't bother with the backup if your disk space is 90% filled. Maximum destination backup timeout. You can increase this. It doesn't really have to be that. Maybe you have a big server. Maximum backup restoration timeout. And you can choose if you want to do the daily backups. You can choose when you want to do the backups. Daily backups. Select specific days for the backup. Retention, how many backups do you want to retain? Maybe you want 15 backups. If you have enough space, you can have even up to 30. 30 will be retained. And once they reach 15, the last one will be deleted and a new one will be added. You can do weekly backup. That is, if you want to do weekly backup, do weekly. You can do monthly backups as well. It depends on what you need. You know your system, you know how well you want to back up your server. And then most importantly, if you want to back up remotely, you can select the destination. If you want to back up to Hetzner storage box, you can use SFTP or WebDAV. So I don't have a storage box with me right now, but the easiest one to set up is a SFTP. So SFTP, once you create the destination for SFTP, enter the name, maybe Hetzner storage box, and then you can select to transfer systems as well. Don't select that. And then the backup directory, once you log into your Hetzner storage box, you can create a directory and then you add that directory here, or if you don't, it's going to use the root directory. And then the remote host, this is the Hetzner URL. You will usually get the link to your Hetzner storage box, and then the port, and then the remote account username. Hetzner will usually send you that, something starting with U. So you can just search for SFTP storage box. Access with SFTP. You can use this to access your storage box for SFTP. So use port 22. That is for SFTP. Make sure you explicitly add port 22 if you want to access your Hetzner storage box. So come and use the port. I wanted to confirm the port. Use port 22. And then the user, that's the username that you'll get from Hetzner. And then you'll use password authentication. That is a password for your user on Hetzner. and you can leave that at default and then just save. So that's pretty much how to set up the remote backup for Hetzner. You can use all these others, even Backblaze. So that should pretty much end this. If you have any more questions, feel free to let me know. I'm going to include this for you and this as well. That's it for this one. If you have a question, just let me know. Reach out and I'll see what I can do. In this video, let's see how we can install hestiaCP on Ubuntu 22.04. If you're going to run your website, then make sure you do this. You follow all these processes, because these are very important in securing your server. As soon as you get your server, make sure you follow the Ubuntu 22.04 initial server post, and I will leave this link in the description. Down here, I want to go to here. I will click here on script generation. I want to generate the hestiaCP script. While that is happening, I want to restart my server. Sudo reboot, or you can also restart your server from this side. If you go into your instances, so this is on Valtra, you can restart your server. Server restart. I will restart it from this end. Okay, so it has restarted. But first of all, let me go and generate our script. So let's generate our installation script. And if you have a small server, 2 GB and below, I would suggest that you go with Nginx instead of Apache. So I will not install Apache. I will install PHP FPM, and I can install multiple PHP versions because I don't know what I will be running. And for FTP, I will install Pro FTP. Named, yeah, this is for DNS, MySQL. I don't want to install Postgres, so I'll leave that out. Exim, I will definitely leave Exim installed. Exim, of course, you need both Exim and Dovecot, because this is for IMAP. This is the one that works with the mail clients, and this is the one that delivers the mail transfer protocol. This is the one that will transfer the mail, so you need both of them. This, I will not install that. Clamav, I will install that. Spam Assassin, I'll leave that. IP tables, of course. Fail to burn, definitely you need this. And then Quota, no, I don't need that. I'm just going to leave it out. You can activate the hestiaCP API. I will not activate it. Force, I want to force the installation. If there's any error, force the installation. Interactive, definitely ask me what I need. And then port, make sure you're using a Cloudflare port. So I'm going to choose 2053. Just go online and search for Cloudflare ports. And I will use port 2053. This way I will be able to use Cloudflare. There's a list of ports that is accepted on Cloudflare, is accepted through the Cloudflare network. Go online and look for them. Host name, of course. When we were setting up the server, we did set up a host name. I will use a different website here. I will not use bizanosa.com. Let me use bizanosa.club. And I will change the host name again to match that. And I will use that as my host name. And email, admin email, set up your admin email there. I can just use bizanosa@gmail. What else? Password, set up a password for your server. If you don't, you may need to reset the password, and you can reset it like this on Ubuntu or Debian. Password, let me just write a password here. And let me save it somewhere. Language, English with debs, not really. And then after that, I'm just going to click on proceed. I will copy that to run onto my server. So I need to log into the server. I know I'm definitely logged out because I restarted the server. So first I will log into the server. You can see I'm logging in via the SSH key that we set up for our server. Control L to clear the screen, and then I will download the package for installing hestiaCP. And then after we download that, let's copy this, the configurations that we want. So anyway, when I click on it, it copies. Okay. So let me come back. I will paste the script in there, press enter, enter my sudo password. And then this might take a while. So let's just be patient and wait. It's going to install Nginx, multiple PHP environments. It's going to install different PHP versions. It's going to install the DNS server, Exim for mail server, and then Dovecot. This is for mail clients, and then MariaDB, Pro FTP for the FTP server, and then it's going to install IP tables plus fail to burn. If that's what you want, you can enter Y, enter, and let it install what it needs. So just give it some time. I will come back in case it asks me to do anything. I will come back and resume recording. All right, the installation is complete. If we scroll up, you're going to see it has installed different versions of PHP here. Okay, now the installation is complete. Just press any key to continue, and if you scroll up, you will find your admin details. Make sure that you copy this. So by default, the username will be admin, but the password will be what you set. Or if you forgot to set a password, you can easily set up a password as I've shown you here. Log into SSH and you want to set a password for admin. You'll set your password there. Copy that, copy, and then I will save it somewhere. I will save it inside here, paste. And then I can come back and I can just press enter. And when you press enter, it's going to reboot your server. So let's give it time to reboot. And once it reboots, we are going to log into hestiaCP just to see what the panel looks like. So I can log into my server once again. But before I do that, just consider donating to this project. It's a good project. hestiaCP is a lightweight control panel that you can use to host your website for free, for absolutely free. So just go to this link and donate anything that you can to support the project. We want the project to succeed as much as possible. I'm going to do Control L to clear the screen. So I'm logging in with an SSH key, and I also changed the port. All these are in the Ubuntu 22.04 initial server setup post, which I've linked to. Okay, so I've logged into the server, and you can see my memory usage has gone up because I've installed hestia. I don't know what's eating up my memory. Let me have a look. Control L, and then I'll just do top. Okay, I'll do sudo top. So just press Q to get out of that, and then I can do sudo top. When you do sudo top, it brings you all the processes. And okay, that was just when it was starting up. That's why the memory usage was high. But you can see nothing is really taking much of my memory. Yeah, one thing that usually takes a lot of memory is MySQL. MySQL databases, they usually take a lot of memory. Nginx, not so much. If you had Apache, you would have seen Apache takes a lot of memory as well. That's why I'm telling you, if your VPS is 2 GB and below, just use Nginx and PHP FPM. So I'll press Q to get out of this, and then I'll just clear the screen with Control L. Now let's go and log into our panel. So I will copy the IP plus the port. So use the port that you chose. If you choose a different port, use that port there. So I'll copy that. So it tells you that there's a warning, potential risk ahead, and that is because you cannot add DNS records for the IP, so that you can make this a public SSL certificate. But what you can do is you can just click on advanced and then click on accept risk and continue. Username is admin. Next. And then I will take the password from here. Copy. Paste. Login. So there is your control panel. Just a quick overview. I just want to do a quick overview. We'll do more things, but for now I will just come in here and show you what you have. This is where your website will be. If you want to create a new website, you'll just come in here under web and click on add web, but you need to create a new account before you can add a website. Make sure that you go into users and then you add a new user, and the new user should be the user that you'll be using to create the website. Don't use the admin user to create your websites. For security sake, use a different user. The DNS records will be there. I'll show you how you can set up DNS, and that's the next video that I think I should do, how to set up DNS. But before I do that, I'm going to do smaller videos just to make sure that I cover certain things about this control panel. Now DNS, we'll look at that. Mail, you can set up cron jobs. Your backups will be in there. And then you can come in here. If you're logged in as admin, you can come in here under settings, and here you'll find different things that you can do. You can look at all the services that are running. If any service is not running, you can just click on it and you can restart it. And if you want to edit any configuration files, you can do so by going there, or you can come here. I think it's under configure. You can come in here and you can configure different things for your web server, for your database. You want to set up the configuration files. You can choose to disable certain PHP versions. For me, I don't want to use any of this, so I'm going to disable them. But just in case you have a certain application that requires a specific PHP version, you can come in here and enable it. I'm going to save. And this usually takes a while, so just give it time to deactivate all the PHP versions there. There we go, after a while. So just wait a while and all the changes will be made. It will deactivate all these PHP versions. So if you want to set up anything here under updates, you can enable email notifications when an update is done on your server. Basic options, just come in here, change the time zone to match where you are. I'm in Nairobi City. I will choose Nairobi there. And appearance, you can change from dark theme, whichever you want to change there. You can change your entire control panel. Okay, so I prefer the dark theme. So I'm going to come back and I will use the dark theme. Save. You can also do this for users. If different users want different themes, they can do that. When they go to their user profile, they can change the theme there as well. Databases, you get the idea. If you want to change anything here, you can change that. Let's go to PHP. Back to PHP. I know you'll need to change certain things. If you need to edit PHP, you'll just come in here, click, let me open in a new tab, and then you can see that you can change various PHP configuration settings. You can change that there, or you can go to the advanced option and you can change that for your PHP. So you can see this is going to change in these files. So you can change the different things that you want to change. For your PHP, you can increase the memory limit there. Let's go back. Let's come back here. What else? Nginx. Maybe you want to edit certain things about Nginx. You can increase the send out time. You can increase the timeout time. All that you can change here for Nginx. If you want to make any other settings, you want to add any configurations, you can add those inside here. And then you save, and then you'll save, and then it will restart Nginx. What else? Let's go back. Let's come back here and you can look at the task monitor. The task monitor will just show you the tasks that are currently running and how much load they are consuming. So you can see right now, I don't really have much because my server is brand new. But you can always come back here after a while to see how your server is doing. If there are any spikes, you can investigate on your server to see what's happening. You can also view the advanced details of this. just to look at the processes that are running. This is what we looked at in the dashboard. You can use sudo top. Back, you can look at the firewall. So when you come to settings, you can change the various firewall settings. Saying, if you listen to me in the Ubuntu server setup, I told you that these control panels will set up your firewall for you because they need certain tasks to be running. So that's what's happening here. They've added the ports that they need, that you should always do if you're paranoid server, and disable the SSH port and FTP ports as well. If you need to log in, you can just come in and enable it again. So to suspend it, suspend FTP. So people won't be able to access your server via FTP. You can also do the same for SSH. So this means that if you want to access your server, you're going to have to and then enable the ports that you've disabled. If you disable anything, of course, don't disable this, because for you to disable this, you have to log into SSH to enable it. You can add any rules here. If you want to add a rule, maybe you want to allow a new port, you can allow a new port. Maybe you want to allow port 3000 up to port 3400. And then the IP list, you can use, I should have copied it from the other end, but you can use 00 if you want to allow it. So you can block or allow. Let's say we want to allow these ports, optional. So I know it's probably not going to save because I don't have that. IP address cannot be blank. So let's use for all traffic. So we'll save that. And if we go back, we'll see that did we block or allow? Okay, we allowed. We've allowed this port. If you want to suspend it, you don't need it. You can delete it, or you can suspend it, or you can delete it. I will delete this. So that's pretty much it there. You can manage banned IPs. If any IPs have been banned, you can come in here and disable the banned IPs, or you can add an IP to your ban list and ban the IP. So you can ban an IP from accessing your SSH or whichever service you don't want to be accessed. So let's go back. So what else? Backups. I think I'm going to do a video of how to bring in your backup, how to import your backup into hestiaCP. I will do that video later on. So what else is here that is important? Okay, the file manager. I know people want to see the file manager. So I will click on the file manager. And with the file manager, you can upload and download different files into and out of your server, out of the different websites. So right now we don't have many websites, but if you go under web, this is where your websites will be in hestiaCP. And if you go there, we can upload different files, and the files for your website will be inside of public HTML. So if you come here, you can select everything and then zip them up. Maybe you're backing up your server and you can create that, and maybe you want to download that. You can come in here and download the backup for your website. That's how to use the file manager. You can even edit files in here. You can edit files. You can change different things. You can change the code for your files. I will click there to save. And if you want to edit anything, just click on it, edit it, and then save it. If you need to create a file inside here, you can click on plus and then add a file, or you can add a folder. So maybe you'll add a folder, and then inside of this folder, you can create your files. Create. And if you need to upload anything in file, you can upload that in there, or you can just drag in a file. Even if you drag in a file, it should be saved. I can just upload that for the sake of it. and you can see it has been added. So you can just drag in files. You can go back home, and if you want to go back to your control panel, all you have to do is just click here, and you can also look at the root of your file. If you want to look at the tree for your files, you can click here to look at the tree for your file, and you can go into any file that you want to go to. Right? So that is the file manager for hestiaCP. I'm just going to exit back into the control panel. We've said you can create a new user. Let's go here and see the settings that we have for the user. So you can edit your user settings here. You can change your email, you can change your password. And if you don't want to allow user to log into the control panel, you can do that. You can create new users who can add websites. Maybe you're hosting for your friends, family, or even hosting for people that pay. You can come in here and disable them from logging into the control panel. And then this is very important. As soon as you get you log into your server, make sure you enable two-factor authentication. So to enable this, just check that how to enable. We are going to see in the next video how to do some of these things. So I'm just going to show you in the next video how to enable two-factor authentication. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Before I end, you can also change the appearance. You want a different view for your user, then you can change that there. So you can see hestiaCP is a very easy to use, lightweight control panel. And as I said, feel free to donate to this panel because it is a very reliable panel. You can use it to host your websites on production, not just testing websites, but production websites you can host using hestiaCP. So I think this is enough to get you excited about using Hestia control panel. Very easy to use. In the next video, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new user, and then we're going to see how to create two-factor authentication for the new user. This has been a video for how to install hestiaCP and a brief overview of the hestiaCP control panel. See you in the next one. The next thing, let us see how to create a new user. And then for the new user, we are going to set up two-factor authentication. So I'll just go back here into users. Make sure you're logged in as the admin user. And you can click there to add user, admin 2, because I want it to be easy to remember. I'll just give it a name of sysadmin. And then the email. Of course, give it a password. Oh, I can't generate a password, so let me just use the same password I used for admin. So just know by the time you're watching this video, I will have deleted this server. So I will put all that there. The password must have at least, so the password is weak. Okay. The password is weak. So what you can do, we can make this capital, and I'll just come back and save it. Do not allow a user. Of course, you want the user to log in. And then once we save it, we're going to see how we can set up two-factor authentication. You can email the login credentials. If you're creating this for someone else, then you can email the credentials to them so that they can have their credentials like passwords to log into the server. And then I will make this an administrator, not a user. If you're creating an account for someone so that they can just add a website, make sure you give them the user role. In my case, I'll make this an administrator. And then I'm going to save. So we've created the user. I can log in as the admin. Since I'm root, I can just come in here as a user. And if I go to admin, if I just click on admin, or I click on that, I can log in as admin. Just by clicking on that, I can log in as admin. And I can go to admin 2, admin 2. I can log in as admin 2, and then I can set up two-factor authentication for admin 2. So just click there on to set up two-factor authentication for admin 2. Just click there, or any user, just click there on enable two-factor authentication, save, and then make sure you already have the Authenticator app installed on your phone. So for me, I do. I'm just going to go to Google Authenticator app, and then I'm going to scan. I'm going to click on the plus button and scan. So I'm going to scan this, and as soon as I scan it, it will be added to my Google Authenticator login list. As soon as I do that, I don't really have to do anything else. I can just click save, and Google Authentication, two-factor authentication will now be set up. And make sure you save your account recovery so that if you lose your phone, you can use this to log in. Make sure you copy this and you save it somewhere. Let's look at advanced options for your user. Setting up no login. This way they will not log into SSH. But if you want them to log in, you can just give them bash and they will be able to log in. PHP version, the default version you want for them, you can put that. So when they create a website, the PHP version will always default to that. And then of course you can add the DNS. I'm going to show you how to set up DNS on hestiaCP. I haven't done any DNS up to this point with this website. This is a real website. This is a real domain, but I haven't added any DNS settings for anything. So nothing will be accessible, but I'm going to show you how you can set up DNS for hestiaCP. And I'm going to show you two methods. The first method, I'm going to show you how you can use your own domain if you want to use your own domain. The second method, I'm going to show you how to use Cloudflare, which is the easier route. So I should probably start with that. If you're not going to host websites for people, then you should just use Cloudflare to handle your DNS and don't bother with using your own website as your DNS records for your DNS records. And I'll show you how to do that as well. So I'm going to do both in one video. So the video might be long, but you'll just bear with me. That's the next thing we're going to do. So if you do have any questions, feel very free to let me know. Let's see how to set up DNS for hestiaCP. I'm going to show you two methods for setting up Hestia DNS. The first one, we're going to see how we can use Cloudflare to set up DNS on your hestiaCP panel. And then the second one, we're going to see how you can use your own domain as your DNS provider. So we'll have our name servers will be something like ns1.bizanosa.club or ns2.bizanosa.club. But first of all, let's see how we can do it using Cloudflare. So you'll come here under Cloudflare. Now, if you want to add a website, I've already added this, and this is the one we want to use. So if you want to add a website, just come in here, click add a website. I'll add example.com. Cannot be added, but what if we add example? That should be added. So it's not a registered domain. Let's find one that is registered. Now I can just use, I know this one is registered, so I'm just going to click there. Unfortunately, this I think is already added here. Let's find another one. Let's try to add this, even though it's already added on Cloudflare. You'll choose a plan. We are going to go with the free plan. Click there on get started with the free plan. It's going to scan your DNS and it will give you the name servers to add. So I don't want to go any further with this because this website is working. I can just go, let me just click to go back. And I can click on it again. I will see that I have this. So when you click continue, you'll get the Cloudflare name servers. So you'll find the name servers that you're currently using, and then you can replace them with the name servers that you've been given. So copy those name servers and put them on your domain provider. In this case, if you're on Namecheap, just go to Namecheap domain list, then go to change the name servers, and you can use a custom DNS like I'm doing here. And I will go back to the other website. Let me delete this website here, remove site from Cloudflare. I will go back to this. This is already connected to Cloudflare. Now that it's already connected, all you have to do is you have to come here under DNS. This is all you have to do to get your website to be working with your hestiaCP and your control panel. All you have to do is come in here under DNS, and then you add the A record, CNAME record. If you want to make your work even easier, the one thing that we did in the beginning was we installed the DNS provider for hestiaCP, the named service, which is the DNS provider for hestiaCP. That is the application that would handle DNS. So what you'll need to do is come in here and add the website. And when you add it, let's say we add it and you take that IP address, of course, create a DNS zone. Make sure you check this, create DNS zone. And what this will do is that it's going to generate the records that you need. And those records, just copy them and put them on Cloudflare and your website will be up and running. So like in this case, let me just continue. So you can enable mail for this server. In my case, I won't really enable mail. I will save. I can enable mail later on. This is not the end. I can come back later on and enable mail. Right now, the website is on hestiaCP, but if we go to it, we won't be able to access it because we've not added the DNS records for this. If I want to set up the DNS records, I'll just come in. I will just come in here under DNS, and I will go to Bizanosa Club, and you can see all the DNS records have been generated here for me. So all I have to do is to just copy this over onto Cloudflare. So there's no way to import. Is there a way to import? No, there's no way to import this, but let's just click there to edit. You can edit the different records. Let's come back. Now, the most important ones that you want to start with to make sure that you can issue out SSL is the A record for the main domain and the A record for www. So what you're going to do is you're going to go into Cloudflare, just copy your IP address, copy, and then come back into Cloudflare, and then we will add an A record, add A record. So this already has an A record. I don't know where this goes to. I don't think this one really exists. This must be another tutorial I did. So I'm just going to paste in the other IP address there and save. And what's going to happen is that Cloudflare is going to propagate this, and after a while, you're going to find that your server now points to your hestiaCP server. So this might take a while. Sometimes it might take 10 minutes. Sometimes it might even take 24 hours. It depends on where you are. And the good thing with Cloudflare is that Cloudflare is pretty fast. So the propagation is going to happen fast. You can see in my case, I used a CNAME, but you can also use an A record for www. So if you want to set up SSL, you will have to have www and the main domain set up. So you don't have to use A record for www. Like in my case here, you can see it is a CNAME, but the point is that if anyone goes to www, there will be something there to find because it says that it is a CNAME of this, which is also an alias of that. So a CNAME is just an alias. So you can use www with an A record, just create another A record and then add www and then add the IP address, or you can just do it like this, like I did with a CNAME. It doesn't really matter. And then copy all these other records because they are important. Like that will be for mail and then SMTP, all this. Just copy them one at a time. You can go the other side and then you can add all this. You can see all these are A records. So if you come in here and you click on add a record, you can see you can add all the different records. Let's choose one as an example. Let's say we want to add txt. No, let's add one of these A records and I'll just choose FTP. So if I come here and I choose FTP, this is A record, right? So this is where you put your subdomain, FTP or whatever. This is www mail. So you can put all this. These are all subdomains, okay? So all these subdomains, FTP, and then you'll add your IP address there. I will add that. Let's do another example. Mail. Let's just create one for mail. This one is important. This one you must have. So you're going to add record, and then you're going to, it's still an A record. So we're just going to add mail, and then paste, and then save. So if you come here, add record, we don't have any MX. Oh yeah, we do have an MX here. And the MX goes to mail.bizanosa.com. Make sure you take the dot at the end. That's also important. So I'm going to come in here and we're going to create an MX record. MX. And the MX record is just the domain name. So @ simply means the domain name. So it's going to replace the @ with your domain name. And the mail server, we'll just add in that as our mail server. And what is the TTT, the time to life on this side is 14,400. The time to life on the other end is 1400. How many is that? 1 hour? I mean TTL here. Priority, we'll just leave that at 10. I think it's 10, right? Priority, you can just leave it at default. So time to life, if you come here, you can even put an hour, okay? But an hour is too short. So let's just put it at 1 day. Or if you don't know what to do, just leave it at auto and Cloudflare will choose for you. Even that one, the priority was the priority on this end. Priority has been put to 0. So you can leave it at 0 and then just save. So that's pretty much it for how to use Cloudflare to handle your DNS. So that's the first part. Now, once you've added these records, just sit back and wait. And when you go to your domain, and when you visit your domain, at some point, you're going to see that it propagates to your server. And that's what you want. So that's just how to use Cloudflare. So right now it's not ready. Give it time to propagate, and once it propagates, when people go to bizanosa.club, they're going to see your hestiaCP. If you already have a website, you can add a website, but just wait for everything to propagate before you start adding your website. But if you want to move your website without going offline, this is the right time to add your website. Right now, when it's propagating, just bring in your website files, attach it to the database, make sure that everything is working well. And when the website propagates finally, your website is going to be shown there. And you just have to wait for it to propagate. The one way that I can test whether it has propagated is I can come in here, back to web, and I can try to issue SSL. So if I click on it, it will give me the option to edit it, and I can try to enable SSL, and I will use Let's Encrypt SSL. So if Let's Encrypt works perfectly, it means that my website has propagated, even though I may not be able to see it if I go to my browser. So let's save and see if it's going to issue SSL successfully. So you can see this error, Let's Encrypt validation status 400. This means that your DNS records have not propagated. So just give it time, okay? You give it time to propagate. Most importantly, you must have the main domain with an A record, and www must be pointing somewhere for SSL to be issued using Let's Encrypt. Add all the other records that you need to add to make sure that your website is working with Cloudflare, your hestiaCP is working with Cloudflare. Now the next one is how to set up your own DNS records. The first thing you'll need to do is you'll need to actually create the parent records. So what you need to do is go to your domain provider. In this case, I'm using Namecheap. I've never used Namecheap for this. I do have a video playlist that has some older videos that I did with a different provider. Go to those videos. I'll put the link in the description. You can watch how to do the same thing on a different domain name provider. So your domain name provider will have a place whereby you can create child name servers, personal name servers, private name servers. These are just the same things. On Namecheap, at least you'll come here under advanced DNS. Now, if you scroll down, you can see that mine is not showing me any other thing. If you're using MailChimp, if you're using Namecheap, yours may be showing you something here, and that's because you're using a different name server setting under domain. My name servers are pointing to Cloudflare, so I will not get the DNS zone here. But something is here. We can register a name server, and this is what we want. So I'm just going to click there on Add Name Server. You can choose a name server to add. Let's just add NS1, and we need our IP address. I will copy my IP address, and then I will come back into Namecheap, and I will paste that in there. And then I will click Done. And that's the first one. Name server successfully added. Let's add another one. One thing that you probably should do is, if you're going to host for other people, you need to add another IP to your server so that you can have the different name servers pointing to different IPs. So I'm going to add there NS2. I will paste, and then I will click Done. So if I click there on search, let me choose custom, and let's go back to standard name servers, and I'm going to click there to add my IP address. I will add the IP address again. I don't know why it did not register. Fail to update. Please make sure all the fields are filled in correctly. So I'll just delete these two once again, and I've deleted both of them. And I will try the process again. Let's just start. Add name server. I will choose NS1, and then I will add the IP address. Done. Name server added successfully. Let's just confirm if it's been added. I will click there on search. And then I will add the second name server, NS2. I will use the same IP. Maybe the problem is using the same IP. Let's see. And then I will search standard. Okay, so you can see they've been added. This is what we want. Now the next step is for you to go to your domain provider. And on your domain provider, in this case, I'm using Namecheap. I'm just going to come here under domains. And you need to change your name servers to point to the name servers that you've created. So I'm going to paste the NS1 as my custom domain. Make sure you choose custom domain. And then I'm going to add the second name server. And I will save this. So we need to come here under DNS, and we need to add two records here. I need to add an A record. I don't know that it's added. Let's just confirm before I do it. I don't see NS1 added. Oh yeah, we already have NS added here. So we don't need to do this again. It's already added here. ns1.bizanosa.club and ns2.bizanosa.club. So I don't know how long it's going to take, but you need to confirm the propagation for this. We need to come here and let's just see if anywhere this is now propagating based on our name servers. So remember, right now Hestia is the one handling our DNS, not Cloudflare. If you want Cloudflare to handle your DNS, you'll come back here and then change your name servers to the ones for Cloudflare. So let's go to MX Toolbox. I want to see if my name servers have already propagated. Is it this one? No, it's not this one. DNS lookup. We need to do a DNS lookup. Paste bizanosa.club. Let's see who's handling our DNS right now. Okay. So right now it's still being handled via Cloudflare. So let's give it some time and we'll see what happens. Let's go into our server and we're going to create two A records, one for NS1 and NS2. So I will come in here and I will go into DNS and I will add, I want to go into this to edit this, and I need to add a record for NS1 and NS2, and I want to add A records for this. So do this on your hestiaCP panel. Record is NS1. Type A record IP. Let's choose our IP. Let's add our IP. Priority, we'll just leave this as they are. So I'm just going to save. That's for, okay, I must have added a space here. Remove the space, make sure there are no spaces, and then save. And then you add the second one, NS2. NS2, A record, IP, the same IP address. Make sure you remove the spaces if there are any. And then I'm going to save. So we have our records, A records for NS1, NS2. Let me take the link and see if there is any kind of propagation that has happened. Paste and go. Okay, that's good. The website is working. That means that there is one DNS record that's working. It could be Cloudflare or it could be hestiaCP, but let's confirm using MX Toolbox. So if I go to mxtoolbox.com, I'm going to go to not MX Lookup, but I will go to DNS Lookup. Let's just see if it's bringing back our IP address. And perfect. You can see it is bringing up our IP address. That is good. So now you can use your own domain as your name servers. Now it's bringing the constant company. The constant company is Valtra, and our server is being hosted on Valtra. So the IP belongs to Valtra. That's what you're being told here. And this is good because now we know that our DNS is being provided by hestiaCP, and that's what we wanted. Let's see if all these are working. Where's www? If you go to www and it's working, then it means that everything is working fine. And at this point, you can issue an SSL. Perfect. What this means is that now if you go to our domain, we can issue SSL. So we can go back to our domain and issue SSL, and it's going to be successful. So let's just go and edit. And I will click on enable SSL for this domain. I will use Let's Encrypt and I will save. So just give it time. SSL has been issued. Okay, perfect. Now if we go to the front end and we reload, in fact, it automatically redirects to SSL, and you can see who's issued our SSL. It's verified by Let's Encrypt. This is how you can handle your DNS using hestiaCP. I've shown you two ways. You can use Cloudflare or you can use your own domain. So there's a playlist that I have for handling DNS, and you can find that. I will add this video in that playlist as well. And that way you can see the different domain providers that I used. I used a different provider in the previous videos. You can see if that's the same as the current provider that you're using, or you can just follow what I've done. The basic thing that you need to understand is that name servers that you create on the domain provider, you'll find them called private name servers, personal name servers, or child name servers. Those are the important things. So you'll create the NS1, then you add the IP address, or you can even make it NS10, NS12, and add your IP address for them, and then you go back to your Hestia control panel and you add NS1 with an A record with your IP address, and then NS2 with an A record with your IP address, and that's going to fix everything for you. So before I end the video, let's just search for check name servers. So let's look at that. NS lookup. Do these guys have NS lookup? I don't see it here. Enter domain, paste, and then show NS records. We want to see the NS records that are being used, and the result for Bizanosa.com is NS is using Bizanosa.com, is using NS1 and NS2. You've confirmed it. You don't have to be skeptical. You've confirmed NS lookup using the NS lookup that you're currently using your own personal name servers. So I hope this video will help you to achieve whichever DNS goal you have in mind. If you want to use your own server for DNS, you can do that. If you want to use Cloudflare, you've seen how you can do that as well. You have seen how you can set up DNS on hestiaCP, and we used Cloudflare, and you saw how you can do it with your domain name. We're going to stick with the domain name for now because that is a setup that we have. If you check the DNS, you'll see that our DNS are currently our domain name. So if you followed all the steps, then yours is also working perfectly. The next thing, let's see how we can install WordPress on our website. We've already set up SSL as well. If you go to the front end, you can see we've set up SSL. Our website, it's Let's Encrypt ready. So we're going to install WordPress, and there is a way to install WordPress. If you come here under websites. If you go into your web, let's just go back. If you come here into the website where you want to install WordPress, you can click on Quick Install App, and this will install any of this. We want to install WordPress. Site name, WordPress sample. WordPress account username, I'll just call it WP admin, but don't use this. Use something that is more secure than that. WordPress account email, I will use. This email can be used to recover your password if you forget your login info. WordPress account password. Let's generate a password. I'll just copy it and put it here. Install directory. If you want to install WordPress in a directory, you can add a directory here. Okay, if you don't want it to be installed on public HTML on the root folder like it will be, then you can add a directory. And once you do that, there are certain things that you'll need to do. For instance, you'll need to go into your index HTML, into your index.php, and you need to add the directory for where you installed WordPress. I don't know that it's going to automatically do it for you, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to leave it at default. Language, of course, English. Database create, database name. You can create database. Okay, it will be created automatically, or you can use a specific database name. Then database password you can generate and create. And later on, I'll show you how you can access this database once you've created them. So let's just click on install to use the default settings. I hope there won't be any problems now that we've chosen the default settings. WordPress app was installed successfully. Really, that was very fast. Anyway, let's just go to the front end and see. And it has been installed indeed. I will log in with the username and password. Make sure you save them. To log into WordPress, just go to wp-admin. I will use the password that I copied, paste, remember me, and then I will log in. So now that we are logged in, let's create a post, add new, hestiaCP is the best. And then let's make this a heading. You can add a button. Link Hestia. I think that is the hestiaCP website. Is it hestia.com? HTTPS. Let us just confirm this. Paste and go. All right, that is a website. I didn't want to mess that up. So I'm just going to open in a new tab. And let's publish our beautiful blog post. Publish. Let's go and view our post. Okay, so this is what I wanted. You can see our, what's this called? Our permalink is not permalink. We need pretty permalinks. So I will go back into the dashboard. I will come into settings. Where is it? Is it under reading settings? No, it's under permalinks. It's under permalinks. The permalink settings are under permalinks. I will choose post name and then I will save. I want pretty permalinks. So let's just refresh. We are going to get a 404. We are not getting a 404. We are being redirected. That is fantastic. This website is running on Nginx and PHP FPM. We are not using Apache. We are using Nginx and PHP FPM using hestiaCP. So you can see how easy this is. If you're a freelancer and you need to host multiple websites for your clients, if this is like a service you offer, Yeah, I will build your website and host it for you. You can use hestiaCP to do that. You can see how easy it is to install a new website, and you can just start designing the website for them. Let's say you want to add a second website, and the second website we're going to add, I'm not going to add a full domain, but the process of adding a website is just the same. I'm going to add a subdomain for this because I don't want to go into any of my domains and change the name servers. That is the only reason I'm going to use a subdomain. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to come back here, and I will go into web, and let's add another website. So to add a second website is as easy as click on add web domain. So the web domain I want to add is a subdomain. Let's add shop.bizanosa.club. If you're adding a second domain, you can add it like this, and all the records will be added for you. So I will create DNS zone, and I will save. And as soon as I do that, let's see if the website has been added, since we are using our own. Okay. What did I click on? What did I click on? I'm supposed to, okay. Instead of taking me here, let's go back to web. I want to go to the front. I want to visit the public site. So let me click on that. Let's see if everything has been set up. You can see, since we are using our own name servers, it has been set up. However, on Cloudflare, if you are using Cloudflare, you'd need to go back to Cloudflare and add the record for this. And to add the record for this is pretty easy. Let me just show you, because I think I'm still logged into Cloudflare. So I'll just go into Cloudflare. Once you go into the website, go into DNS, and we need to add all the records for this. Let's go into DNS, and let's see the records that have been set up for shop.bizanosa.club. Since this has been set up here, some of these are the same as the one for the main domain, which is bizanosa.club. The only thing that is not the same is www. We need to add this, and then we also need to add the A record. We also need to add the A record for it. I'm going to come into Cloudflare. Let me copy the IP address. I need the IP address. Copy. So if you want the website to show up online, you're going to come in here under add record, and you'll add an A record, and the name will be the subdomain, which is shop. And then you'll add the IP address there, and you'll save. And then, most importantly, you need to add www as well. So you can add www as an A record or as a CNAME, but I'm going to add it as an A record this time round, and I'm going to add it as www.shop. www.shop, and then we're going to paste. And as soon as you paste, you're going to save. So these two, this and this, are for our subdomain. So if you are using Cloudflare right now, if somebody goes to shop and www, the website will show up because they're being directed correctly. Now you can add the other records. This MX records, you'd need to add MX, and then the TXT records as well. If it is different, no, I don't think it's different. Since we're using the IP, this will not be different. You need to add this as well. I think this is for SPF. And then DMARC, add this ones as well, this TXT records. Now to add the TXT records, you'll just copy the entirety, copy, and then you'll come back here and add a TXT record, TXT, and you add the value there. That is the value that you got from there. And then you need the record itself, copy. Now this is important for mail delivery. If your email is going into spam, make sure you see how to add DMARC for your domain, and then you can save. So since my domain, my hestiaCP is handling all the DNS records, I don't need to worry about any of that. As soon as I set up this website and I click on add DNS zone, all that will be dealt with by hestiaCP. So for me, the next thing that I want to do is install WordPress again, because this video is about installing multiple websites on your hestiaPanel. So we already have that WordPress. Let's install WordPress here again. I'll just click there to edit, or you can click on the name. I'll click on quick install, and I will choose WordPress. You can install any of these others. Generate the password for me, account email, Always add a working email, because this is what you'll use to get your login information if you forget it. Then install directory, just install it in the root directory. Everything else I will leave as default, and then I'm just going to click there on install. Oh, something I should have done is I should have enabled SSL, but it doesn't matter. We can do that next. WordPress has been installed. Let's go back just to confirm. We'll go to the front end to make sure that WordPress has been installed. And you can see our WordPress is not SSL active. So we're going to go back and we need to edit it. Let's edit it so that you can set up SSL. I'm just going to go into enable SSL for this domain, and we're going to use Let's Encrypt, and then I'm going to save. There we go. Now SSL is set up. Let's go back to the site and see if this will reflect in the front end. And we don't even need to do anything. It will automatically redirect it to the SSL version. Now the issue that we still have on this end is we need to make this pretty link friendly. So let's log into our front end to our back end. WP admin, login. Our two WordPress are running on hestiaCP. If you need to add another one, you know how to do it by now. Just click there, add a website, add the domain. If you have one IP on your server, choose the IP, create DNS zone. And since you're using your hestiaCP for the DNS, then you don't need to do much. All you need to do is this. You can also enable mail. If you're on Valtra, I'm doing this tutorial on Valtra. If you're on Valtra, then you'd need to contact Valtra and tell them to open up port 25, or you can go online and figure out how to change SMTP port from port 25 to a different port. Let's go back. The objective for this course, for this tutorial, for this video has been achieved. You wanted to see how to install multiple WordPress on your Hestia. You've seen how to do it. So let's continue with another thing. And in the next setup, I'm going to back up this, and then we can go back into our SSH to see how we can import this into our server. How we can import our backup into a server. Let's see how we can import hestiaCP backup into our new server. Maybe you have an old server, you're moving to a new server. Let's see how you can import your hestiaCP backup via SSH. I've already written the post, and you can just follow along with the post. If you go to Google, you can search for SSH. Hestia import SSH, hestiaCP import via SSH. And this is a post, bizanosa.com, hestiaCP restore backup via SSH. This is a post, and we're going to follow this post. So first of all, we need to go in and download the backup. So log into your hestiaCP, and for the user that you want the backup for, then go into that user. I'm just going to go into admin2. That is the user that you created. So you can see inside here we have two websites for this fella, and these websites are actually live. So if we go, we should be able to visit this website. So you can see right now the websites are live, and you saw how to install these websites. So the next thing is we want to go into backup for this user and download our backup. You can see that you only have one backup, but if you want multiple backups for this user, maybe you want to store many backups, you can go back into the admin user, log in as the admin user for your server, and then here under admin, you'll see packages. The package that is being used by the other user is the default package. So I will edit this. And if I come down here under backups, I can increase the number of backups that will be stored for this user. Now let's say I want 4 backups. And I will just save. And now if I go back to users and I go into admin2, you'll see that now this fella has 4 backups. So I'm just going to click there on backups because I need to download the backup. You can create a backup if you want to. You can also add backup exclusions. Maybe you don't want certain files to be added into your backups. So if you click there to edit the exclusion, you can add a domain. Maybe there's a domain you don't want to backup. There are mail domains you don't want to backup, databases, type the full database name. All right. You can do that there. But let's go back here into backup and let's download this. You can download it by coming here. You can restore the backup right there, but we don't want to restore it from there. We want to see how we can restore it via SSH. So the first thing, I'm going to download the backup. So the download is complete and I'm on Windows. You can follow along whether you're on Windows, Mac or Linux. It's going to work for you regardless of the platform that you're using. So I'm going to open up my home directory because I want to move this into my home directory. And here, let me see which directory I can put it in. Let me put it here. Yeah, that's empty. So I'll just put it inside there, my backup file. So if you're on Windows, download Git and then install Git and then open Git Bash, because that's what you're going to use. If you don't use Git Bash, you can use any other Linux environment for Windows, but I'm using Git Bash. We've downloaded the backup. Let me just delete it now. I don't need it. We're going to see it being imported via SSH. Just to confirm that we've actually imported things, we're going to delete everything that is inside here. I'll just delete them one at a time. Delete. With the selected, I can just delete them from here. Delete. So you can see we don't have anything. Let's see if there's anything that we have that we can remove. DNS. Let's go and remove all this DNS. We're going to re-import everything back for this user. Databases. Delete this as well. Anything else? All right, that's all we need to do for this user. Now you can see this user doesn't have anything. We're going to import everything back. So if you come back into this post, the first thing we've done is we've downloaded our backup. I'm going to use hestiaCP to send this file into the backups folder. Now on Linux, on hestiaCP, they store their backups inside there. So if we go inside of that directory, we can do ls. Is it backups or backup? Okay, it's backup. If we go in here, you'll see that we do have a backup for admin and we do have a log files as well. So this is where Hestia stores their backup file. We need to change the permission for that directory just temporarily because we need to bring things into that directory, and we're going to change the permissions temporarily, and then after that we'll change them back. Right now the permissions are at 755, and that is not going to allow us to bring anything into that directory. So I'm going to change it to this temporarily. The permission has been changed. The next thing, we need to upload our file into that directory. Now you can do this any way that you like to. You can use hestiaCP. I'm going to use hestiaCP, but you can also use FTP. If you want to use FTP, you can do the same. So probably if you're using FTP, you'll find that you may not be able to access that backup file via your FTP client. But what you can do is you can just move it into any directory and then just use the move command to move it from that directory into the backup directory where it needs to be. I hope you understand what I mean. Use FTP to move it anywhere onto your server and then move it into the backup directory. So when you're using the hestiaCP command, you're going to use hestiaCP, which is secure copy, to copy files from my computer into my server. This is going to be our destination. This is going to be our destination. We're going to move it from the local PC into the server. So this part, you'll do this on your local computer. So there are two options here. Example one, if you're not using SSH, I'm assuming that you followed my Ubuntu 22.04 initial server setup. If you did not, then this is a part for you. So you're going to hestiaCP, and then this is the location for your file that you've just downloaded, and make sure it is. Now the reason I moved it into my home directory was because I wanted to use this. This will save me time on Windows. I don't have to do anything else. Once I do this, the system will know that this is my home directory. This is a link to my home directory. You'll see how I do that. And then you can hestiaCP. That is the file you need to upload, and then you're uploading it to your server into which location? Into this location. Okay, so that's how you use SCP. Of course, I'm not going to use this because in my server I changed my port and I also use an SSH key. Let me copy this because this is the one we're going to use to copy the file into our server. So I'm going to copy this and I want to edit it. So I'll just paste it in here. SCP port SSH. I need to change the location. It was inside of BAP, and also let me copy the name. So let me just show you. Control C. If I take this and I put it here. Now this is the same as that. That's why I decided to put it inside of my home directory. So I'm going to copy it here. This is the location for where the file is, and then I will copy the name and I will replace that there. That is the path. So this entire thing is the same as that. Is the same as that. So if you're on Windows, just move it to your home directory. Even on Linux, you can get to your home directory this way. So the new user, what's my IP? I need to get my IP. That's my IP address. The IP for my server. I will put that there. Paste. And I think that's all the details that I need to change. Just note that the -p is capital in this case. When you log in via SSH, usually it's a small p. So I will come here, paste, enter, yes, enter. Oh, oh my God, I've messed up. Okay, this is supposed to be done on my local computer. Let me open this here. I'm supposed to do this on my local machine. So I'm going to paste that there. Do it on your local computer, not on the server. Enter. And I will log into my server. Enter. So just give it time to copy. There we go. The file has been copied. Now, if we go back to our server, we can do ls and we're going to see the file is there. ls. I think I already did that command here. Yeah, you can see the file has been added for admin 2. So this is the one that we want to use to restore our backup. But before we even do anything, let's change the permission for this file, for this folder, back to 755. So we need to change it back to 755 so that this do not have the permissions to write, execute, and read. The next step is to restore the backup. We've changed the permissions. Now let's just restore the backup. Now to restore the backup, you're going to use this on Ubuntu. You have to add all this. Just add this. If you don't add this and you only use that, it's not going to work. So this restore user, and then that is the username that you're restoring for, and then this is a file that we're restoring. Now, if the username, you want a different username, maybe you want to use a different username here, change the username there, and also change the username on the file there. The first bit of it, make sure you do that if you want to change the username. Now, I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to copy that only, and the rest we are going to get here. We are going to restore. We are going to restore admin 2, admin2. If you want a different name, give a different name there. If you want a new user to be created with a different name, give the different name. And then we are going to paste that file name and press enter. Just give it time to do what it's doing. It's going to restore everything that you need. So it's restoring the web files and then the DNS. There is no mail to restore. If you didn't want to back up any of this, you would have chosen them to be left out of the backup, and you saw how you can do that. Let me go back to my server. I'm going to refresh to see that all the backup is back. And as soon as I refresh, you'll see that our backup is back, our database is back, our DNS records are back, our web is back as well. So that is how you can move from one server to another if you're migrating your hestiaCP server. So just note that with SCP, you don't really have to download the backup. What you can actually do here, SCP, this, if you are already on your server, you just need to add the login details for the new server there. Those are the login details. In my case, I'm using an SSH key. And this is the source file. When you're already on your server, all you need to do is you just need to come in here, copy and change the location for where the file is, which in this case, if it is currently on your current server, it will be there. So if you are migrating from one hestiaCP server to another, in the server where you have hestiaCP installed and you have the backup, just do that and you won't have to download the backup. All right. So that's how you can migrate your hestiaCP. Just come here. All the steps are here for you to follow. Very few steps. That's it. Let us see how you can work with your database on hestiaCP, specifically how you can check your WordPress install database. If you installed WordPress using the one-click install on hestiaCP, you're going to see how you can access that database. So let's go into DB and just do a general overview of the hestiaCP database. So if you come here, you're going to find all the databases that you've created. And if you happen to forget a password for a database, all you have to do is you just have to click on it and then you set a new password. And if it is already connected to an application, make sure you take the new password and add that as a new configuration detail. That is that. If you forget the password, you can come in here and change. You can even change the username. You can see this is a username that Hestia automatically set up for me. So you can come there. That is a username. Make sure that when you're using your username with your applications, you copy them from there. Let's go back. If you create a new database, let's say you create a new database and we'll call this database sample. Our database name will be admin2 sample. That is the DB name. And then the type, we only have MySQL. If you had Postgres installed, you'd see Postgres as well. Username, we'll use sample again. We'll copy the password, copy the username I mean. So of course, label them so that you can know which is which. And the password, set up a password. So the password, just copy that and save it somewhere too. But just remember, if you forget the password, you can always come back and reset it. Just change it here and then save. So if this database was being created for someone who is being hosted on your server, or you want to remember these details, you can just enter your email address and they will be sent to you. All these credentials will be sent into your email address. Advanced option, let's see what we have here. You can change the host. Right now, we only have the local host on our machine. We don't have any database being hosted externally. And of course, character. You can choose character here, but UTF-8 is a standard, so just use that. I'm going to save. and the database has been created. So if we come back here, we are going to see our new database has been added there, admin sample. So if you want to access this on the phpMyAdmin, just click there, phpMyAdmin. And since we are accessing it on the IP, we're going to get this risk because we cannot add our IP onto any DNS records. We're going to accept this and we're going to log in. What you need to do is, if you want to access your phpMyAdmin, what you should do is you need to access it through a domain name. You shouldn't access it through an IP. So that can be easily fixed. You can just go back here. Let's go back into the admin user, and the admin user has our website's host name. This is our website's host name. And I don't know if this is already accessible. This should already be accessible since we are using hestiaCP. Since we are using hestiaCP as our domain DNS provider, this should be accessible. Okay, so you can see that this is not accessible, but that's probably because we haven't set up the DNS records for this. Let's see, do we have a DNS zone for this? I will go back and I'm just going to delete this website and I will set it up again. Copy. I will delete it. You can set it up as the admin user, but let's go and set it up with the other user that we've been using to set up the different websites on our hestiaPanel. So I'm going to come here under web, add a web domain, paste, create DNS zone, and then we're going to save that. And now, before we even do that, let us go back into the domain itself. Just click there and we want to enable SSL, and let's encrypt. Save. So everything is working seamlessly for me because I am using hestiaCP for my DNS records. As I showed you in one of the previous videos, I showed you how you can set up DNS. So once we do that, if we come here, we should be able to visit this website. Okay, so just give it time to propagate well and everything is going to work. So let's try to log in into that domain. Copy. We're going to log into this domain. We're going to log in through this domain. Accept risk and continue. Now, if we go into our databases for this user and we go into DB, let's try and open phpMyAdmin. And this time around, phpMyAdmin will work because it is not being accessed via an IP. So let's try and log into one of the databases. So if maybe you want to import a database for one of these, you just copy the credentials. That was the database name. I don't need that. I do need the user, admin user, username, paste, and then the password. There is a password. And then login. And once you do that, you can now import your database into your server. Okay. And if you want to access WordPress installs, databases for your WordPress install, you can go into your WordPress files and find out the login credentials. So let me come in here, and where is my file manager? I will go inside of web, and let's say we want to access the database for this domain. I will go into public HTML and I will go looking for wp config. And while you're here, you might as well delete this. Delete the WP sample. Let's open this. Now, database settings, we need database name. We don't need that. Database user. We need the database user to log into our, maybe you want to import a database for that WordPress, or you want to change something on the DB. I will sign out of PHPMyAdmin. And I will paste, and I will come back, and the database password, that is our password. Copy, paste, login. Now you see why it's important for you to make sure that your server is secure, because once somebody gets access, they can just log into the different platforms that you are hosting. So you can see, maybe you want to change the options. Site URL, you want to change any options, you can change that there. Blog name. So let's just change this for the sake, and we're going to see if it's affecting the front end. Let's go into web, visit the website, and you can see it is changing our front end. That's how you can work with your hestiaCP database. You can create the databases, you can get the credentials, and you can use PHPMyAdmin to access your database. Make sure when you're accessing PHPMyAdmin, you're not using your IP, because your IP is not allowed to access PHPMyAdmin. You have to access it through a domain that is connected. So you can log into your hestiaCP using any domain that is connected to it. And when I was installing Hestia, I told you to change the port to something that is Cloudflare acceptable. That's why I'm using 2053. Now, the good thing with 2053 is that if you're hosting your website here, and maybe you're hosting for other people and they decide to use Cloudflare, they can still access your front. They can still access hestiaCP using port 2053. The default port of Hestia is not accepted by Cloudflare, so you need to change the port when you're installing it, like I did. So if I go to port 2053, I should be able to log in. There you go. You can log in any website that you're hosting here. You can log into your hestiaCP from the back end. So that's it for this tutorial. I don't know if there's anything else that we need to cover here. Everything else I believe you can manage to cover on your own and learn on your own. That's pretty much it. One thing I've not looked at is mail. In the next video, let's do that one last thing before we say goodbye to this Hestia tutorial. Before wrapping up this tutorial, let's talk briefly about mail. I did install the mail server, and everything that I need for mail to run on my server, I installed it. Now, the only issue you may experience is that most of these cloud providers will disable port 25. That is a SMTP port. That is a port that sends mail. You can receive mail, but you won't be able to send it if their port is blocked. If your port is blocked and you absolutely need to use port 25, just contact them and tell them that you want to use it because you're running a business and you need to send mail. Something like that, they would allow you to send mail. But if you're being fishy and they think you're going to spam people, they may not allow you. What you can do is you can go online and find out how you can change the port, SMTP port. Find out how you can change it online and change it. Let's come here under mail, and you can see I don't have any mail yet. And the reason for that is because when I was setting up my websites, I did not enable mail. So let me use this as an example. And the good thing is that all these websites that I've set up are using the DNS provider from hestiaCP. So everything will work seamlessly. You don't even have to change any DNS settings. That is one of the advantages of using hestiaCP for your DNS. But if you're running a small website, just use Cloudflare. Now, let's say if there's a place where I can add the mail options, enable that, custom document. So I don't have mail there. I cannot add mail. Let's go here and see if we can add mail. So I can add a mail domain. Even though I didn't add it there, I can add a mail domain. A mail domain will add all the details you need to send mail. And for me, the mail domain that I want to add is this. So let me copy that. Add the domain, spam filter. What do you want to use as your mail client? So I think I only installed Roundcube. That's why it's the only one being shown there. spam filter, reject spam, antivirus. Of course, you need to enable DKIM, SMTP relay. If you're going to send mail using third-party providers like AWS SES, or you're going to use any other third-party SMT provider, add the settings here. And when you add the settings, you'll just need to add your host, port, username, and password that you get from the other side. Let's say you're using Amazon SES, you're going to get the details from them. You can add all the details right there. We're not going to use an SMTP relay. We're going to use our own DNS, our own server here. I will just click on save. Once we add it, we are able to add the email addresses for this. If you want to add email addresses for that, let's just click on it. And when you click on it, you can add a mail account. You can also edit the mail domain. Let's see what you can edit. You can change all the things here. So you can add a catch-all email. This is one where when people spam you, they're just assuming that you have a certain email. Maybe you have info and you don't have info@yourdomain.com. You can create an account that catches all that kind of nonsense. And then let's go back. Let's click on this again, and we're just going to add a mail account. Mail account. Let's say we want to add Ricky at Bizanosa Club. So username. Then you need to add a password. Copy this somewhere because I don't want to forget it. Add advanced options. What options can we have? You can add a quota. Maybe you're hosting this for somebody else. If you're hosting for somebody else, you can add a quota and say you cannot use more than 100 MB. You can add domain aliases, and you can add forward to. If you want to forward this somewhere, you can add the forwarding to, and you can choose not to store forwarded mail. You want to limit spamming, you can say you cannot send more than 5 emails per hour. Email login credentials to whoever you are creating the account for. So when you're done with all these settings, just click on save. So if we go back to mail, let's just click there to go back. Right now we have Ricky at Bizanosa Club. So if you go into that email, you can edit anything that you need to edit there. Where is Roundcube? How do I access Roundcube? Let's try bizanosa.club/webmail. Let's see if this is going to take us to Roundcube. So this is not. How do I access Roundcube? Let us go back. Let's see how we can access. Okay, there we go. If you want to access webmail, you have to go back to the domain and you can access Roundcube from there. So add your domain. My domain is Ricky at this. Copy. Ricky at that, and then the password. We did save our password here. Copy, paste. I'm logged in. So let's say I want to send a mail to somebody. You click there on compose. I will send mail to. Let's send to this Gmail so that we can see if it will go into spam. Let us send. It ended up in spam. The DNS settings for, have we added the DNS settings for DKIM? Mail domain is there. But just figure out how you can avoid going into the spam folder on hestiaCP or VestaCP. So if you don't get any results through Hesta, look for VestaCP. You're going to get some advice on how you can set up your server so that your mail doesn't end up in spam. I was able to send mail. So if you're not able to send mail, just go to your provider, tell them to open up the port, or you can change the port. And also, if you don't want to end up in spam, the easiest fix is just to use an SMTP provider. when you are setting up the mail domain, this domain, you saw that there was a place for you to add your SMTP relay. So if you want, you can go create an account. So look into using an SMTP relay if you don't want to end up in spam. In fact, this is a better thing to do because you don't have to worry about your mail server ever. Once you do that, your mail will end up into the folder, into the right folder. But you can also set up your mail such that it doesn't end up in the spam folder. Just increase your reputation as a sender, and also do not spam people. Try not to spam people. And most importantly, you need to figure out which settings in the DNS area here you need to set up. MX Toolbox. MX Toolbox, does it have a tool for just seeing if you'll end up in spam? Let us look at this. MX, this will just give us a lookup. We don't need the lookup. I think it's this email health. So we can DMARC found, DMARC policy not enabled. Okay, so you can enable that. DMARC, maybe this is the issue, but that should not be that big a deal. Let's look at email health and see if there's anything they can advise us to improve. So we can see that we are not in any blacklist. So maybe the issues, so name servers are on the same subnet. So yeah, this could be an issue. This could definitely be an issue. Reverse DNS does not contain the host name, right? That right there could be our problem. Let's go back into our server. And since I'm on Vultr, this is very easy to fix. Let me just look for, let me see what is my host name, and that's my host name. So I will copy my host name and I will take that into my Vultr dashboard, into the server where my hestiaCP is installed. And if I come here under settings, so let's just start from the beginning. So I will go inside of the server, and then I will come here under settings, and then where is it? There. So you can see this is not the same, this is different. So I need to come in here and I will change this, paste, enter. This should take some time, but it won't take that long. Let me just Google reverse DNS lookup. RDNS lookup. Does MX Toolbox have one? Yeah, let me use the one for MX Toolbox. It won't take too long. No, I actually need to look for, I need to add my IP address. So check if your IP address is connected to the host name. Reverse lookup. And you can see, okay, now it is connected. Okay, now it's connected. Let's confirm if this will help solve our mail delivery problem. It still ended up in spam. You can see mail reverse does not match SMTP banner. Now this is the last thing we are doing, and then we are giving up. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, come to mailtester.com. Let us test our mail server. So I'm going to copy the email that they give me. I will go back into my round cube. I will compose an email and send it there. Paste. Test. And then we'll send. If I come back to mailtester.com, I can check the score for my mail server, and then we're going to see what they recommend and fix those. So you're not fully authenticated. This seems your message could be improved. That was a test message, so it doesn't matter. This is where the problem seems to be. Let's see what is the issue here. Let's look at this one, which seems to be bad. We checked a record. There's no a record. Okay. Oh yeah, this is a problem. Where is this coming from? We're using .club, and here we are seeing .com. Where is .com coming from? Let's go to our DNS records and see if we have anything here to do with .com. So if you go to the DNS records for bizanosa.club, we can see we have the PTR record is .club. There's no .com anywhere. So what this means is that maybe there's an issue on my host name. So let's come back, and I did a video about how you can change your host name. So make sure you watch that. So I'll just confirm my host name again, and you can see my host name is .club. That is good. Now the next thing, let's see in the hosts file if everything is okay in the hosts file. So in the hosts file, we'll go to, let's just do cat. So in the hosts file, okay, you can see this is where the problem seems to be. So I can just fix this quickly. I've just done cat right now. Yeah, this is the one I'm looking for. So let's do sudo. And I'm going to use nano to edit it. Enter. Now you can see I did not change the hostname, and I think even Hestia probably tried to change the hostname, but it couldn't because of this. And if you did watch the video about changing server host names, then you saw that in some cloud providers, they use a template. So let's go to the template and change our host name. So the template is there. We're just going to change it here. So basically the host name is like the DNS for your server. So this is the alias. Let me remove the alias. And I will replace the alias, and then this is your actual host name. Is there anything else here? I don't think there's anything else. So let me just close this and reboot the server. Control X, Y, enter, sudo reboot. Give it time to start up before we try to log in again. And all right, everything seems to have been changed. So let's go and do this test again. I don't know. Let's try MX Toolbox again. I don't know if MX Toolbox is going to have better results for us. Let's look at email health. Email health. So you can see that has fixed our issue. It was just the hosts, the issue with the hosts on our server. So that's very important. If you want to fix the issue, then you just need to go to your host name, change the host name appropriately. And then once you change the host name, you go and you change that as well in the etc hosts file. That's important. So I hope that at least has given you a good day, making sure that you've solved that one issue that was a pain. Now let's go back to tester, and we're going to do one last test before we say goodbye to this hestiaCP tutorial. So I will come back here, and I want to compose a new email. Compose, and I will use that email here. Let's test. Send. And then once we send, I will come here, check my score, and everything seems to be okay now. And the issue was just the host name. Make sure you change your host name. I did a video about that, and that's usually very important in mail. You're probably going to end up in spam if you don't change your host name. Now I will come back and send one to Gmail. And if it doesn't end up in the inbox folder of Gmail, just know that the issue is not your server. The issue is that you're probably a new domain, or your IP address is still not trusted. After a while, once you send mail, you will be trusted. Subject. Send. And after doing that, it has still gone into the spam folder, but this is probably just because my server is new and my IP is not trusted. So once you send a couple of emails and people receive them and open them, then you will be able to go into the inbox folder. It also depends. If your domain is not known, that could also be an issue, and it could also be an issue with my message. So my message doesn't seem to be anything of value. That's why it's probably been sent to spam. I hope this has helped you to learn how you can work with hestiaCP mail. If you have any questions, feel free to let me know. Hi there, and welcome to this ISP Manager tutorial. ISP Manager is a control panel that is reliable, affordable, and secure. If you're looking for a cPanel alternative, you can use ISP Manager. In this tutorial, we are going to see how to install ISP Manager, an overview of the panel, how to set up DNS, how to add your websites, how to set up mail, how to work with users, FTP users, database users, how to handle backups, and how to work with databases, and finally how to do server protection. So if that's something you're interested in, learning how to use ISP Manager, then go ahead and start watching the tutorial. ISP Manager comes with a free trial, and you're going to see how you can license ISP Manager for your IP. So that's something you're going to cover during the installation stage. In this video, we're going to see how to install ISP Manager. Before that, I will talk about the types of licenses, the server requirements, and finally, we'll get to installing ISP Manager. ISP Manager has a very detailed documentation that can help you achieve anything that you're trying to do with the panel. If you want to read the documentation, view what is on the documentation, you need any help, you can come here under Community, and then you'll go to Documentation. So depending on what you're looking for, just go to the right documentation. In my case, I will be using ISP Lite, Pro, or Host, and we're going to see the limitations for each in terms of websites. Here you'll see that there is documentation for different things about ISP Manager. If you're looking for answers for anything, you can always just come in here and find what you're looking for. For instance, if you want to install ISP Manager, you can just click there and you'll see that all the things that are related to installation will be here, and you can just read more about it and follow the steps. If you're lost, you can always look at the documentation. Let's talk about the types of licenses. Even before we get here, let's come back here and let's look at pricing so that we can see the different ISP Manager licenses. Here you can choose the ISP Manager type that you want. If you're looking for Lite, it will have 10 domains, limitations, 50 domains for Pro, Host, Domain, Unlimited domains. As for accounts, you can have unlimited accounts on all the ISP Manager plans. So the business version is here, and the business version is best for reselling. If you want to resell web hosting, then you can go with the business plan, which has unlimited number of domains, unlimited number of accounts. So let's come back here into ISP Manager. Types of licenses, we've looked at that. ISP Manager Lite will give you maximum of 10 domains, 50 domains for Pro, and Host will have unlimited domains. And then the types of licenses, you can have commercial licenses. Once you update, you can upgrade to any of these commercial licenses, or you can get a trial license. And that's the one that I'm going to use in this ISP Manager tutorial. And I'm going to show you how you can activate the license once we install the panel. The server requirement, make sure that the server is a fresh install. It is a clean server without anything else installed on it. As for the hardware requirements, just come into this page and look at them. You can see 1 GB RAM, 10 GB disk space. If you have more than 10 websites, go with 2 GB RAM, 20 GB hard disk, and 1 virtual CPU. If you're going to run more than 10 websites on your panel, then go with 2 virtual CPUs, 3 GB of RAM, 50 GB space, just to make sure that you have sufficient resources to run all your sites. you can come to this page and look at all these requirements. On the documentation, they're under installation. And then for the supported operating systems, Alma Linux 8, CentOS 7, Debian 10 and 11. In this setup, I'm going to use Debian 11. Ubuntu is also supported up to 22.04, but you should go with this because this is the one that I found works best, and you can see it's also the one which is recommended here. Rocky Linux is also supported, Rocky Linux 8, Visi Linux is also supported. So just come here and go through all this and make sure that your server is compliant with all the requirements that have been provided on this page. Now the installation guide. Let's go to the installation guide. You should have a virtual server that you can use. In my case, I'm going to use DigitalOcean. And here are the settings I've chosen for my droplet. I'm going to use Debian 11, 2 GB server, 2 GB RAM server, but you can use 1 GB. And I'm going to use an SSH key to set up my server. And something else here on DigitalOcean, I can just put in that as my host name, and that's going to get added as my host name on the server. And I can use this to log into my panel after installation, as long as I've set up the A record for my DNS, and I will set that up in Cloudflare. And I will create my droplet. If you're following along with me, on Windows, download Git Bash. Download Git, it will come with Git Bash, and that's what I'm going to use to set up my server. If you're on a Mac, you can use Terminal. If you're on Linux, you can use Terminal as well. So I'm just going to log into my server that I've just deployed. Okay, so I've deployed a droplet. I'm just going to copy that IP address and I'm going to add it on my Cloudflare with that as my host name. So I've added the IP address here for my A records for these two, because I'm going to use this for some demonstrations at some point. So let's log into the server. Let's SSH into the server. My server was set up with SSH with an SSH key, so that's what I'm going to use to log in. If you didn't set up an SSH key, then you can log in with your password. Type yes. Control L, and then of course the first thing you want to update the server before you even start installing the panel. Update the server. So I'll let that run for a while and then we'll come back to installing the panel. Control L to clear the screen, and then I'm going to come back into the documentation. For installation, you can go into documentation and then click on installation and then come here under installation guide. You're going to find all these steps. So we're going to download the installation script and then we're going to install it using the first command right there. So I'm just going to come back here and I want to do this inside of the temp directory. That's going to download the installation script. Even before I continue, it's just a good idea to reboot the server because it's a new server and I also did some updates. So let me just reboot to make sure that everything is going to work fine. The installation will go without any hitch. So let's log back into the server, Control L, and I will CD back into TMP. So just go back and copy the command for downloading the script. And then we're going to install it. So I should have rebooted the server before downloading this, but it's okay. That's not a problem. I will Control L to clear the screen, and then I'll do Shift Insert on Git Bash to paste. And we can wait for the installation. Of course, you're going to select certain things. Here, the first one comes. Here's the first one. Do you want the beta version or do you want the stable version? We're going to go with stable. What version do you want to install? I will go with number 1. You should also go with number 1. The one that comes with the recommended software for the ICP Manager Lite, Pro, or the host version. So I'll go with number 1. Which server would you like to install? If you want to run Open Lightspeed, you can go with number 2, but I'm going to go with number 1. If you're following along with me, just go with number 1. This is something you can change later on in the panel, and I'm going to show you how to do that in the next video. When we do an ISP manager overview, I'm going to show you how you can change the server. So I'm just going to go with number 1, and then in this case, I'm just going to choose MySQL. So just let the download continue, and once it is done, I'm going to come back and we're going to log into ISP Manager. This installation takes a while, so just give it time to complete. Just be patient and wait for the installation to complete. There we go. Finally, the installation is complete. You can log in using your IP address. Since I added my hostname on Cloudflare with an IP record, I can use that to log in. tutoru.xyz, and then you add the port. There we go. Proceed. I'll need a login and a password. So what do they say? They say that my login is root and the password for root. So I don't know my root password, so I'm just going to set one. I don't remember my root password. I want to set this up as my password. Pass wd for root. This will help us change the password. Shift insert to paste. Shift insert to paste. So the password has been updated successfully. So I can use that to log in. Control V, the password, and then log in. Accept the end user license. I agree. The next step would be for you to activate your license. So if you already have a paid license that you bought, then you can activate it. But I'm going to get a free trial license and I'm going to show you how you can activate it right now. So you can click there, or you can just come down here under license management. And this is where you can activate. This is where you can add your license key. If you already have one, you can click there on activate license. If you want to buy one, you can click on buy. If you already have a license, you can get your license and just paste it in here from wherever you bought it from. I'm going to create an account on ISP Manager, and then I'm going to generate a license, a free trial license that I can use here. You can also just click up there and you can click there, choose tariff, and that's going to give you this option. You can see here you can generate a free trial license. You can also buy the Lite Pro or Host licenses, but I'm just going to go with the free trial. I'm going to click on select. I'm going to click on register to create an account, and then email address at outlook.com. I will accept all this and then register. All right, now you're inside of your ISP Manager account. Here under products and services, you can get your license, ISP Manager licenses. So you can see I don't have a license. If I click on order, I can get a free trial. So I will order the free trial, order, and I can just click on activate. Let's first of all verify this. So just check your spam folder to ensure that you're not missing out on the email. So you can check your spam or your junk email folder to activate your account. Now we can continue. So you can see one has already been ordered. Free trial for my IP. So I can just delete this one because I seem to have regenerated another one. If you want to do anything with it, you can edit it. So while I'm here, if you want to change the IP address for your license, just click on edit like I've done, and then you can change the IP address here. Maybe you change your server IP, you can add the new IP address there. So I'm going to copy my license. So if you change anything, make sure you click on OK. You can also regenerate the key. So coming back to my panel, under license management, I can click on activate license. I will paste in the license and then activate. We want to make sure that our license is active. So if I refresh the page, you'll see that my trial has been activated. If you have a working license, you can just activate it in the same manner, right? So just come here under license management and you can activate your license. You can order your license from ISP manager. If you come here under licenses, you can order a new license. There you go. So that's how to order your license. And just a recap, if you want to change the IP address for your license, just come back under ISP manager licenses, click on it and then click on edit. And then you can change your IP address there. All right, that should pretty much cover this tutorial on how to install ISP Manager. Let's do a brief overview of ISP Manager so you can see what it looks like. So that is the dashboard. It will show you the details about your server, and it will also give you links for various things. And then you can see how your server resources are being consumed. So everything you need to do on your panel will be right here. Some of these links will not be available depending on the user. If you're not the root user, that is the super user, then some of this will not be available. Under sites, this is where you're going to see all the sites that have been added on your panel. This will be where you can add a website. If you need to add a new site, need to edit a site, all the options you're going to find here. And we'll see how to do this at some point. And then databases. Of course, this is where you can manage your databases. You can create a database. You can also add database servers, but that's tutorial for another time. Something that we're going to do is, of course, we'll see how we can create a database and then access the database via phpMyAdmin. We're going to look at that at some point. And then mail. This is where you'll find your mail settings. You can create a mailbox. You can create mail domains. All this will be here. You can edit all the mail items right there. And then SSL certificates. If you generate certificates, if you need to use them, you'll find your certificates here. All the details for your certificates will be here. You can generate Let's Encrypt certificate. You can also buy certificates from ISP Manager on your account. So you can look at that when you log into your ispmanager.com account. Domain names, DNS settings. You can set up DNS here. When you create a new website, of course, you'll need DNS settings to let the internet know where people should go to when they visit the domain. And I'm going to show you how you can set up domain on Cloudflare. And I'm also going to see if I can do a tutorial for how to set up a private name server system whereby you can use your domain as the DNS provider as your name servers. And then if you need to set up cron jobs, that will be here. You can see the current cron jobs which are here. You can also click there and you can create a new cron job. Backup. The backup module is not configured, but you can handle your backup here. You can set up your backup right there, and we're going to see how to do that at some point. And then the file manager. The file manager, of course, this is where you can upload files, you can download files, you can compress your files. All that you can do on a browser using the file manager for ISP Manager. And then users, we are going to create a user, and this is important because if you want to run a website, you're running a website publicly, you should definitely use a user with less privileges to create their resources like websites, DNS settings, and so on, mail. All that you should do using a normal user, and we're going to see how we can create a user. So here under users, something else that's important is templates. So templates is like rules that you're going to set up and give to your different users. For example, you want a particular user group to only have 10 domains or only one domain, 2 databases, 3 emails. That's something you can do under templates, and we're going to see how we can do that. And then FTP users, of course, you know what this is. If you need to access your files via FTP, you can set up an FTP user with their credentials and then use those credentials to send files to your server. And then modules, if there is anything that you want to add that is not available something that you want to use, you can look at modules and see which one is appealing to you. Just make sure that you read all the information about this, because some of them are paid. You can always read more about this from the documentation, or you can contact the ISP manager support if you have any questions about things like this. And then let's come down to settings. Now here under settings, there are lots of things, but let's cover this because most of these as the root user or as the super user are very important. So let's start with web server settings. Here under web server settings, just go through all this. You can see here you can enable HTTP2. You should definitely enable that. And then all these others, if there's anything that you don't understand here, you can always just copy the name, put it on Google, and then try to understand what it is and what are the implications of anything that you're doing here. And then system settings, you can see my server already has a server name. This is taken from my host name. You can change this host name as well on your server via SSH, and I do have a video for changing server host name. And then if you need to change the time zone, your region, your location, your server time, all this you can change. You can change all these settings here. And then if you want to update the software automatically, you can check that. Definitely leave this to automatic update. Update ISP manager products. Update all system packages. You can also allow that. And this is going to update your server software as well. So you can check that. And then the update branch, you can change this to stable or beta, but of course you want it to remain on stable if you're running this in production. In case you contact support on ISP manager, you can always grant access to the ISP manager support. Just click there to enable that. And you can ensure that the passwords that are used on your ISP manager panel will be strong. And then log rotation, how many days do you want to keep the logs? You can change that there. Now software configuration, this is one that is important. Let's look at it. Right now, you can see these are what's running on our server. Anything that's running has that active. If something is not running, you can also enable it to run. So if anything here is not already installed and you click on it to enable it, it will get installed and get activated. Let's see how you can change your server from LAMP to LAMP. You don't want Apache on your server, or you want to use Open Lightspeed. Let's see how you can do that. So if you come here under web, you can click on it and then click to edit. So right now you can see Apache is enabled, Nginx is enabled, Open Lightspeed cannot work if you have Nginx and Apache enabled. So if you want to use Open Lightspeed, you're going to have to uncheck Nginx, and you also make Apache do not use. And then you can enable Open Lightspeed, and if it's not already installed, it's going to install it and activate it. So maybe you're sure that you just want to use Nginx and PHP FPM. In that case, you can enable Nginx and disable Apache. When you do that, of course, you have to turn on PHP FPM, because if you don't turn this on, you won't have a way to run PHP applications with your Nginx. You can also enable page speed if you want it to improve performance for your different websites at the server level. And then PHP Composer, if you have certain things you want to install, such as Laravel, Magento, you can turn on PHP Composer. And then if you make any changes, make sure you save. In my case, I'm just going to leave it as it is. When you leave Apache on and Nginx on, you will have the option to choose which one you want to use when you're creating your website. So I'm just going to go back. If there's anything here that you want to edit, you can always edit it. So here under name servers, let's see what options we have. You can choose the name server software that you want to use. If you want to use Bind, or you want to use Power DNS, or if you're going to use Cloudflare, you can just turn this off so that it doesn't consume any resources on your server. So if you want to install PHP, you'll have to come here under software configuration. You can install or uninstall any that you don't need. For instance, I don't think I have anything that will need to run PHP 5.6, so I can just click there, and that's going to delete PHP 5.6. If you want to add PHP 8.2 as well, you can click there and it's going to add it and activate it. If there's anything here that you want to use, you can always activate it, and that will make it available. If you want to enable VPN on your server, you can enable WireGuard. PHP settings, back to PHP settings. So if you select that, you can manage extensions, change the settings, main settings. You can look at the main settings. You can change the settings here, execution time, max input size, all that you can change right there for the main settings for your PHP 8.1. If you want to change it for a different PHP version, maybe PHP 7.4, that's going to modify for PHP 7.4 as well. Web scripts, if you need to install anything, all these are available for you to install. If you want to install WordPress or any other CMS modules, all of them will be here and you can install them through your site. Once you create a website, you can install any of these that are available here. Let's just jump all the way to panel settings. So here under panel settings, if you want to enable SSL for your panel, we can do that right now. I'm just going to click there on add here under SSL. Make sure that the domain is currently set as the server name for your ISP manager. And you can see mine is already set up. So you can change that in your host name. Just go to your server SSH, change the host name, and then make that the name of your ISP manager server. And we saw that somewhere here. I will give it that name. Of course, we want to use Let's Encrypt. If you have an existing certificate, you can use that. And you can add your certificates right here under SSL certificates. And I'm going to create the certificate. Once I do that, you'll see that a certificate has been issued for that. So now if I take this link and let me open it in a private browser, in a private window, and you'll see that right now we have a certificate that is secure. It is not a self-issued certificate. You'll notice that you don't get the warning telling you that this is not secure. And that is only possible if you're using a domain or a subdomain to log in. If you log in via the IP, you'll still get the warning. Administration, this is important. If you want to use user import, maybe you have users from another panel, you can import them into your ISP manager server. Administrators, you can create administrators. Right now we only have root, but it's advisable to create another user. So if I want to edit this, I can always edit it, and you can make any user super user. If you want to change the password, you can change the password there. And then the firewall. So you can add any rules. Ports, if you want to allow a specific port or you want to deny for a certain IP, you can do that here. You can reboot your server. That is under administration. And then the shell client, you can also run commands here. If you need to do anything on the shell, you don't have to log in. You can just log into your panel and run what you want to run in there. And you'll see that's running there. And then monitoring and logs. If you want to restart a service, under monitoring and logs, you have services you can restart. If you want to restart Apache, you can restart Apache. Anything you want to restart that is active, you can always come in here and just restart it. If you want to restart multiple things, you can restart multiple things right there. I'm not going to restart anything, but you can restart, stop, or you can auto start any item that is in the list of your services. And then network services, have a look at this. If you want to add fail to ban rules for anything, you want to add fail to ban rules for Nginx, select Nginx, and then go to fail to ban rules and see what is active. If none of this is active, you can select enable, and this is going to enable these rules, these fail to ban rules for the service. Anything that you're running, just make sure that you have the rules enabled for fail to ban. So if you go back, we look at fail to ban rules. That's basically how you can enable any rules for any service that you're running. You can see that has been enabled, and that's going to enable that as well. And you want to make sure that they're active so that they're being protected, being monitored by fail to ban. You can look at your background tasks. If you have any tasks that are running in the background, you can stop them right there. active sessions, you can see who's logged into the server. Right now, I'm the only one logged in as root. You can stop any session that you don't want logged in. So you can also look at logs. So the things that I've just done, you can see the logs have been pushed to the top. So you can check your logs right there. Look at the details to see what happened. And then access logs as well. You can see when your panel was logged into, you can check that in there. And then WW request logs, you'll find that there. There are no requests right now. Notifications, if there are any notifications for your server, you can check the notifications right there under monitoring and logs. Look at the documentation for more options about all this. And then finally, the system information. Our CPU is premium AMD provided by DigitalOcean. And then disk space, all that you can find there. I don't have a swap, but you should probably create a swap, especially if you have 1 or 2 GB RAM and you're running Apache. Make sure you have swap on your server. And I do have resources for that as well, for how to create a swap file on your VM. And license management, we did look at this at some point during the installation. You can go back and watch how to activate your license, how to change the IP address for your server. Help, if you need help, you can go to the documentation. You can watch various video tutorials. Now, Facebook community suggest, and you can also contact ISP Manager support on their website. That is an overview, a general overview of ISP Manager. If you're looking for a cPanel alternative, you can see what ISP Manager looks like. In this video, let's talk about users. We're going to create a user, and that is the user we'll use for creating our resources, such as websites and so on. So if you go to the ISP Manager documentation and then come to user accounts, you can read more about users here on the documentation. So there are 3 user levels. I'm just going to click on that. We have the super user, the administrator, and the normal user. You can come here and see the differences, but the super user has rules over everything. The super user has control over everything. And then the administrator has admin roles for certain tasks on the panel. And then this is a normal user on your panel. And that's the one we're going to create because it doesn't have much privileges. If you come down here, you can see they can create and manage different resources for running a website and mail. So if you come here, let's click on users and we want to create a normal user. If you want to create an admin user, you'll have to scroll down here to administration. You can create an administrator. You can also create a super administrator here. So if I was to create an admin, you see that I can give them super user privileges. So if you want to create a super user or an admin, you can do that here under administration. What we are interested in is just a normal user. So I'm going to create a new user. I've clicked on create, but I'm not going to create it yet. I just want to show you something here. You see all these things that we can give to this user. Instead, we can go and create a template instead of having to do this all the time. So let's go back into users. And if you come here under templates, you'll see that you can create a template. Right now, we don't have a template. A template is just like a grouping of user functionality. Maybe you want to give 3 websites, 3 email accounts, and so on. So you'll click there on add. Let's just call this basic user template. We can give them disk space. We'll just leave it as unlimited databases. Let's say 10 databases. Database users, you can also give them 10. FTP users, you can give them 10. If you're selling web hosting, this is something you'd need to do because users will have to be created based on the template that you provide. So websites, they can have maybe 10 domain names. So this is DNS, they can have 10. Mail domains, they can have 10. Mailboxes, they can have 100. And then access. So pay attention here because this is important. Now SSL, of course, you want them to be able to create websites with SSL certificates. So of course I will give that. And then CGI, you can activate PHP CGI for this account. Yes, PHP as Apache module. Your server has both Apache and Nginx. You can enable this so that they have the choice of using PHP as Apache, or they can use PHP as CGI, or they can use PHP FPM with Nginx. And then for the PHP version, you can choose a default. So I've chosen PHP 8.1 as their default version. And then shell access. If you want them to be able to log in via SSH, you can give this access, but this is something you probably don't want to give your users. So you can just uncheck it, and if they request for it, you can enable it for them. In this case, I'm the only user here, so I can give myself access, but I'm not going to. Default values, domain encoding, I'll just leave that at none. It will go with the default. And then PHP mode, you can specify the PHP mode that they will use by default. They can use CGI. In my case, I'm just going to go with Nginx and PHP FPM. You can leave it unspecified and they will choose, and you can choose during the account creation process. And then the default PHP version. For this, let's go with PHP 8.1, PHP version for Apache module. This one as well, PHP 8.1. And then the index page, we'll leave that as default. I'm going to create this template. User templates. Let's go back. And now we can create a user. Remember, users, if you want to get to that, come here, select that. So I'm going to create a user. Let's just call this user Aruahoa. And then the full name, it is not mandatory. I'm just going to leave it out. And then template, you can select a template here. You can create more templates. For me, I'm going to choose the one that I've created. And once I do that, it's going to automatically populate everything here. All these elements you see, you can change for the user. Which one is missing? So there's an item missing here. Generate a password. Once I enter the password, I'm going to click next. Second step, I can choose all these other options. Create selected objects automatically. Create selected objects automatically. I'm going to leave that checked. Add FTP user. You can add an FTP user. I don't use FTP, so I'm going to disable that. We can come in later and add an FTP user. Create a website. You can create a website right now. If you already have a domain or a subdomain that you want to use, you can create the website right away, but I'm not going to do that now. We're going to do that later. And then add a mail domain. You can add a mail domain. So I'm going to disable that as well for now. And then I'm going to go next. All these items that I'm skipping, we're going to create them at some point. The following objects will be created. Click finish to confirm the data. We're going to create this user. Finish. There we go. Now we have our new user. We can log in as this user. Since I'm the root user, I can actually log in as this user. If I just select on it, I can just log in as this user. If I click there to log in as this user, it's going to log me in as that user. And if I want to go back to my root super user account, I can click there to go back to root. So you see, with a normal user, you don't get a lot of functionality. So even if someone was to gain access to that account, they won't have all the other access to very sensitive functionalities such as web server settings and so on. So that's why it's advisable to use a normal user to create all your resources such as websites, mails, and so on. So if we go back to the root user, we can also log into the panel as that user. So if I was to take this, copy, open it in incognito, Control-Shift-N, enter. We are now logged in as the normal user. If you're giving this account to somebody else, they can do all these things. They can add a website, they can go to the file manager, they can do all these things. Let's do a recap. In this video, we've seen how we can create a user. We've said that the three types of ISP manager users, the super user and the admin user, can be created under administration, administrators. The normal user can be created there. If you want to edit a user, go back to the user. Maybe somebody forgets their password. You want to reset the password for them. You can just come in here, click that, edit, and then you can change the password there. Let's see how we can set up two-factor authentication for this user. So if you want to set up two-factor authentication, you have to log in as the user. So I'm going to log in as this user. Once I do that, I can come in here and go to settings. And here under settings, if you just scroll down, you're going to see something about two-factor authentication. You can enable two-factor authentication. Just click on the link there. Here we have the QR code. I'll just need to scan this QR code. Scan it on your phone with Google Authenticator. It's been added on my authenticator. The next step is just scroll down. So scroll down to this part, input the code that is currently showing on your authenticator app. And if I just click outside, the button will be activated and I can click on activate. Once I do that, I can save. And that's going to enable two-factor authentication. So let's just test it. We log in as that user and then log in. And now you see that it requires two-factor authentication from your Google app, from your Google Authenticator. We're going to see how to work with DNS in ISP Manager. DNS settings will be found here under domain. If I was to create a domain, it's going to generate all the settings I need that I can use on Cloudflare. I'm going to show you how you can set up the DNS settings on Cloudflare. So if we come back here, I do have this domain, and this is a domain that I'm going to use for most demonstrations in this full tutorial. So you can see the domain is already added on Cloudflare. If your domain has not been added yet, you need to come here under add site, add the name of the site, choose a plan, go with the free plan, and then after that you're going to take the name servers that Cloudflare provides you, and you're going to add those name servers wherever your domain was bought. If your domain was bought from Google, you go to Google and you add the name servers there. If you bought them from Namecheap, you go to Namecheap and you add the name servers there, and that will connect your domain to Cloudflare. So the first thing I want us to do is, let me add a new domain here. I can just add it as a site. If I add it as a site, it will automatically create the DNS settings. So let's say I create a website and I'm going to use a subdomain. You can use a full domain. The domain, we can call it sample. And then the website directory. You can change the directory, but just leave it as something that you can easily recognize when you go to your file manager. And then PHP handler, we're going to use PHP. If you don't want to use PHP with this website, you can always disable PHP. There's nothing to install here. I don't want to install anything yet, but you can install a bunch of other scripts. And then the PHP version, you can change that. Database, do not assign. Right now, I just want to create the domain. So I'm going to create. The next step after the domain is created, you'll need to add SSL. But right now, I know SSL will not be issued because I've not added the records on Cloudflare yet. So I'm just going to uncheck that and close. If you come here under DNS settings, you're going to see that the domain has been added, and you can go in and see your records. So if I select it, I can manage DNS records. If you wanted your website to show up, you'll need to add all these records on Cloudflare. You can see we have an A record for sample, A record for www. You'll need to add all these records on Cloudflare. For instance, let's start with this one. I will copy my IP and let's add it to Cloudflare. So in case you had other records, you can always delete the records if you're not using them. In my case, I'm just going to leave this because I'm going to use this one as well at some point. So add a record. We'll add an A record for IPv4, that is, and then name. Our domain was sample. And then the IP address. And I will save. So right now, even if we go, so you can see it is already recognizing that our IP is on our server. So that happened fast. Cloudflare is usually very fast like that. We can try www. You can see www is not working, but let's come back here and see if we can add the www record. Let's add the www, and I want to add it as a CNAME record. So if I add it as a CNAME, I'm just going to use www.sample, and the target is going to be sample.xyz. And then we're going to save that. The target is going to be sample.our domain. And on Cloudflare, you can just do sample.art, and that's going to replace it like that. And then I'm going to save www.sample. Sometimes this usually takes a really long time to propagate, but let's just see. There you go. If we remove SSL, www is also working. So that's how you can add your domain on Cloudflare. So this is how you can add your DNS records on Cloudflare if you're using ISP Manager. If you want everything else to work properly, make sure you add all the other records. For example, if you will be using FTP, make sure you add the FTP A records. If you're going to use mail on your server, also make sure you add the A record for mail, all these other records, MX records, MX records, make sure you add them for your server if you're going to be using mail. Just copy them and paste them onto Cloudflare. That is how to add your DNS records on Cloudflare. So just in brief, what you need to do, first of all, add your domain here. If you add your domain here on ISP Manager, it's going to automatically create the DNS records here, and then you can just copy them over to Cloudflare after adding your website to Cloudflare. In this video, we're going to see how you can add a website, install WordPress, that is a web script from ISP Manager. We're also going to generate Let's Encrypt SSL. Before you even add a website to ISP Manager, make sure that the DNS settings are working. In the last video where I showed you how to add DNS settings, I was using Cloudflare, and you can do the same. We're going to use Cloudflare to handle our DNS. So I'm going to go with this domain, and I'm going to install a subdomain called test. We're going to add WordPress on this. So let's come back to the panel, then go into sites, click there on sites, and then create a website. And then I'm going to add the domain name. So that's my domain name. You can change the directory where you want your website files. And then the PHP handler, if you want PHP, you'll enable PHP. If you don't want to use PHP, you can select not used. And then we're going to install WordPress. So we're going to use the web script that is built inside of ISP Manager, and you can install all this. In this case, I'm going to install WordPress. And PHP, I'm going to stick with PHP 8.1. And then a database, I'm going to say do not assign. I'm going to see what it's going to do with this. But you can always create a new database. You can see I had already created one here. I can select this to use. So I'm just going to say do not assign database, and we're going to see how it handles that, since WordPress requires a database. So I'm going to click there on create, and you can see WordPress is installed. If you look down here, you're going to see this notification telling me that WordPress has been installed. Now we can issue SSL, enable SSL. So I'm just going to go with SSL 4096. Before you issue SSL, make sure that your DNS records are working for www and for the main record. So I'm going to issue. There's something I think I didn't choose. Let's just select that, and I will edit the domain. Something that I didn't choose here was additional here under handler for PHP. Handler for PHP, I want to use CGI. I think I skipped that bit, but I can select it here. I want to change this to CGI. You can try the others, Apache or just that. Database, you can see that's the database that has been created for us. You can see the database settings right there. If you want to do more with your databases, you can go to database. So I'm just going to save that. I wanted to change it to CGI. I've done that. And if I want to visit the domain, I can just click there and open website in browser. If you want your admin details, your details are here, so make sure you save them. And there you go. You'll have your website. Your WordPress is installed on your server. All right, that's it for this video. You've seen how to add a website on ISP Manager and use web scripts to install WordPress. Note that your login details for your WordPress are there. If you experience any issues with the installation process, just contact ISP Manager support or consult the documentation. Let's see how we can add Let's Encrypt, and we're also going to see how to install web scripts in ISP Manager. So web scripts are things like WordPress, Drupal, and we're going to see the options that we have. So first, let's see how we can add Let's Encrypt to a domain that doesn't have Let's Encrypt already. So here under sites, I've added this domain, and we're going to see how we can add an SSL certificate for this. So come here under SSL certificates. You can see there's one here. When you create a website, usually it will automatically create it for you, but we don't want to use this. I'm just going to select it and then I can delete. If I want to issue Let's Encrypt SSL, I'm just going to click there on Let's Encrypt. I will choose a domain. So I'm going to click on Enable SSL, and then I can also click on DNS validation. And there are certain records that you may need to add on your DNS provider. So I'm just going to select that, and I want to select the domain I want to generate for blog. And then the certificate name, I'm just going to call it with the domain name. And I can finally issue Let's Encrypt. And if you look at this side, you'll see that Let's Encrypt certificate issue is in progress. Just wait and the certificate will be issued. And if it's unable to issue it, you're going to get some notification about that. So let's come here under DNS. Let's go to this. Let's go and edit, manage the DNS records for that. And you can see here, you have this Acme challenge. You need to add these records in your DNS provider. For instance, I'm using Cloudflare. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to copy this record into my Cloudflare DNS records. So I need to add a TXT record. I'm just going to add that, and it should be a TXT record. The name I've just copied from the other side. Let's come back and copy the other one. Copy time to live 3600. We're going to add that on Cloudflare. So paste that, and then time to live 3600. 3600, I think that's an hour. So I'm just going to save. Is there another one? Close that. All right, there's another one. Let's copy this one as well. Add a record that is 1 hour. Save that. So if I come back here, I should just give it time and wait. You may use the Let's Encrypt log button to check the progress of your certificate, and this may help you determine why the certificate was not issued. And you can see SSL certificate issue in progress. So this is taking longer than is necessary. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to try to issue another Let's Encrypt certificate for this. Don't try to do this many times, because Let's Encrypt is going to block your certificate from being generated if you do it after a certain number of times. So that was the first one. Let me just do the second one. I'll just click there on generate Let's Encrypt. And this time around, I'm not going to select on DNS validation. I'm just going to select the domain that I want it for. And note that my A records have already been added for this domain, so it should be pointing to this server anyway. So if I just issue the certificate, let's just wait and see. Okay, and this time round, you'll see that the certificate has been issued. So just a word of caution, the only thing you need to do actually is just add the A records. Just add the A records, because it gives a quicker authentication for the domain. So in my case, you see I've added the A record, and I've also added a CNAME for www.blog. And this is going to make it so that a certificate can also be generated for this CNAME of www for that domain. So I can just close I can just delete this one because I really don't need it. All right, so after installing Let's Encrypt, let's see how we can install a web script for our domain. So let's come here to Sites, and we want to install a web script on this domain. So what you're going to do now is we're going to install WordPress. So if you select on the domain where you want to install the web script, you can just come in here under CMS, and then you select what you want to install. If you want to install Drupal, you can install Drupal. In my case, let's go with WordPress. I'm going to do a quick install for WordPress. Accept terms and license agreements. Next. And then we're going to create a database for WordPress. WPDB, create a user for the database. We can generate a password, and then for WordPress, we are going to leave the admin user as the admin user, and then you can generate a password requirements. You can see that everything matches. Depending on the web script that you install, there are certain requirements. So if they don't support PHP 8.1, you'll see a red warning there, and you can go and change your PHP version if you are the admin user. And then all other PHP extensions that are required will be shown to you right here. If any is missing, you can always go and install them under PHP settings. Database, right now we only have MySQL, and that's the one that we're going to use. So I'm just going to click Next to install WordPress. So if the directory has something, they are going to get overwritten by WordPress. So I'm just going to click there on Finish. There you go. WordPress has been installed. If you need to delete it, you can delete it from there. So let's come here under Sites. Let me just edit the version of, let me edit the PHP handler for this, and I want to use CGI. And then I'm going to save. You can visit the domain by just opening website in browser. There you go. WordPress has been installed. So in this video, you've seen how you can set up Let's Encrypt, and we set up Let's Encrypt there for this domain. And then we also installed a web script. To install a web script, choose the domain that you want to use, select the CMS from there. And if anything is not available, let's say you're installing PrestaShop and PrestaShop doesn't support PHP 8, what you can do, you'll just come to the domain and you can edit the domain. Edit the domain, PHP handler, you can change the PHP version there. In this one, let's talk about Site Pro. You can read more about Site Pro on the documentation. If you come here under integrations, you can find Site Pro, and you can read more about it on this page. To activate Site Pro, come to modules, scroll down and enable Site Pro. If you're a web host or you're looking for a way to sell a website builder, you can use Site Pro. If you come here under resellers, you can go to panels and you're going to see the supported panels, and you'll see ISP Manager is one of them. If you want to learn more about how to set it up with ISP Manager on this end, just click on ISP Manager. You'll find all the information that you need about installation, update, and so on, and all the other marketing stuff right there. Let's go back to the panel and see if our installation is complete. Click there on Install. Let's click on Install. There we go. Site Pro is now installed. Let's see under Sites if we have any option for Site Pro. All right, there we have the Site Builder. Let's just click there and go to Site Builder. This is going to bring you to Site Pro, where you can build a website. Your users can build websites. If they select a template, they can go ahead and start building their website, and it will be published on your domain. change the template. So come here under reset and change your template. We'll choose that. And now if you come back here and click on edit, if you need to give your users more features, you have to subscribe on Site Pro. They have different plans here that you can choose. If you go to pricing, you can change, you can create your account. So what you'll need to do is just add your license on Site Pro. Just come in here, create your account, and once you're logged in, there is a place where you can add your IP address. You can add the IP address for your server. Let's log in as the other user. And this is a user without all the root privileges. So let's come back here into site. And with this test site, let us go to Site Builder. Let's select a business template. Select small business template. And you can see that this template comes with multiple pages. So if we want to edit any page, you can come here under edit. And let's say we want to publish. Let's say that's the website that we want to build. I'm just going to come here and we want to publish it. Let's just come here and publish. So give it time to upload all the sites and so on. Right. So that is just a brief overview for how to publish your site using Site Pro. If you need more details about it, come here under the documentation, look at the Site Pro integration and see what it covers. And if you need to learn how to work with Site Pro, you can always find videos on how to use it on YouTube. In this video, let's see how to work with the file manager. If you come here under sites, this is a website that we installed last time. I can come in here and open the website in a browser. So let's go to the file manager. I will come here under file manager. The files for your website will be inside here. Just double click on www. This is a folder that contains your website files. So if you go in here, double click on it, all the files for your website are there. If you were to select everything, we can do all these things which are here. We can archive them. Let's create an archive. So we can give it a name, WP archive. You also have the option to delete the files once they are archived. And that's what I'm going to do. Don't delete the files if you just want to create a copy of the files. Up here, you can also choose the type of archive that you want, but zip is supported universally. So I'll just leave zip and then I can create. All right, so you'll see that the files have been deleted and our WP archive is here. So if we reload the site this time round, you'll see that we are getting this index of error. Here we can just add an index. If you want to create a file, you can add a file. Let's give it a name. Let's give it a name, index.html, and you can also choose the type of file. If you want to create a directory or you want to create a link, you can do that. But of course, you want to create a file. So I will create index.html, create. Now, if we go to the page, we'll see that it will load a blank index page. So if you want to add your website, you can simply upload your files here. And inside here, I only want this file. I can upload it, but if you compress something, it usually uploads faster. I'm going to add it to archive to compress it, and I want to use zip. Okay, we can upload it now. If we come back to the panel, we can upload. So you can just drag in a file in there to upload the file. And I'm going to drag that in there and then click on upload. You can also upload from a remote server. So I'm just going to click there on upload. All right, and you'll see that it's been uploaded there. And we can extract it. You can just select it and then under archive, click on extract. You can choose the directory where you want to extract it. And I'll just leave it extracted there. Or you can create a new directory. So I'm going to extract it. And you can see when I extract it, it's inside here. You can actually move the files. Let's open up the directory by double clicking on it, and then I'm going to select everything. If I just click there, it's going to select everything, and I can click on copy, and I can choose where I want to copy them to. So I'm going to select this directory. I will select move files. You can also overwrite. If there are files that are similar, you can overwrite the files in the directory where you are copying them to. So after the files are copied and moved, I'm going to open that directory. So I'm just going to click on copy to move the files. And if you come here, you're going to see that our files are here. If you go inside of the directory, you'll see that the directory is empty and we can now delete it. So to go back, just click there and you can see the directory structure of where you are. So I'll click there and I will delete this. I will click on it, I will select it and delete it. So to delete, just come here under edit. Under edit, there is open catalog. This is going to show you the content files of the directory, and then delete. And you can see the attributes such as permissions. So let's click there on attributes. And you can see the attributes of that folder, read, write. If you don't want any file permissions for it, you can remove. So for the owner, these are the permissions. For the group, maybe you want to give group write, you can select that. Maybe you want the group to only have the read access, you can remove execute, and the same is for other. So I'm going to cancel. If you want to add a password to this directory, you can come here under access, click on access and create a password and a username. That way, if somebody tries to access that directory, they will be required to provide a password and a username. Let's delete that directory. To delete it, just come here under edit and then delete. And if we come here back to the site, so this is just a sample. So if we refresh, you can see it brings the templates that we've just uploaded. And if you want to edit any file here, you can do so. You can just select it, and then again under edit, you can click on open. And that's going to enable the edit mode, and you can edit anything that you need to edit in your file. You can also upload a file directly to this editor. If there's a file that you want to edit, you can upload any file directly. And you can edit. You will be able to edit it. So I can save and close. So back to the editor once again, open. You can choose the mode that you are currently working in. So I can choose that as a Docker file, and it's going to change the mode for that. You can also change the theme. If you want to use a different theme, let's use that theme. Is there any theme here that is dark? Maybe Dracula. And that's going to change the theme. And you can also change these other settings. You can choose the encoding mode. If you are using a file that doesn't support a specific encoding mode, you can change the encoding right there. So you can see the file manager is enough to help you edit your files, upload your files, compress the files, extract the files, and so much more. So that is how to use the file manager for ISP Manager. Let's come here under FTP users, and we're going to see how we can access FTP. In the last one, we saw how we can work with the file manager. Let's see how we can use FTP if that's what you prefer. So I will come here under FTP users, and you can see I don't have an FTP user for my account. So let's add an FTP user. I'm going to add FTP user. Let's just call it FTP user. And then password. And you can give access to a specific directory. If you only want them to be able to access a certain directory, you can give them access to a specific directory. But you can always come here under File Manager. If you don't know how to provide access, just come here under File Manager. And if you come here under File Manager, you can see that is the root. If you want to give them access to any directory, for instance, you just want them to be able to upload files to your website, just come here, give them access to www www. And if you have other sites there, you can drill it down like that. Just make it something like that. And this is only going to give them access to this specific directory. So if I copy that, if I copy the path and I come back here, I can give them access to just that path. So they'll have access to www/test website, or the website directory that you have. So that's what I'm going to do here, just for demonstration's sake. And then I'm going to create the user. All right. So once you create the user, you can edit the user. Maybe you forget the password. You can edit the user. Once you're done with it, you can delete the account, and you can also disable the account if you don't want it to be used for the time being. The FTP client. So FTP clients, you can see you can download FileZilla, but if you're on Windows, the best client I always use on Windows is hestiaCP. I don't know whether I have that installed. Let's see if I have it installed. hestiaCP, yes, I have it installed. So if you're on Windows, just use hestiaCP. If you are on a Mac, you can use FileZilla, CyberDuck. If you are on Linux, FileZilla works. Let's log in to our site via FTP. So the thing is, I have not added the FTP records for my server. All right. If I come here under DNS management and I click to manage DNS records, you'll see there are certain things here about FTP that I've not added on Cloudflare. If you watch the video about manually setting up your DNS records on Cloudflare, then you remember I didn't set this, and I'm not going to set it. If you want the website link to be used for FTP, you'll have to add these records there. So at some point, I'm going to show you how you can use your ISP manager server for your DNS records. So you won't have to copy these records to Cloudflare. I'm going to use my IP address to log in via FTP. So if I come back to hestiaCP, the host name, I will add the host name there. And then the username was FTP user. And then the password. And you can save it if you're on hestiaCP. You can save it so that next time you just access it easily. Let's log in. Yes. Okay, so let's come back here. Should we use FTP? Save. Don't save. Let's just log in. So for that, I just needed to change it to FTP. So you can see FTP is not secure. Actually, that is not possible because the way my server is set up, it doesn't allow direct login from there. You have to use an SSH key to log into the server. In the end, I would be able to make it work, but in this case, I'm just going to use FTP. And my advice is always just delete the FTP or disable the FTP account once you're done using it. So use it for a short time and then don't leave it on. Just use it, and then once you're done, you come here and then you disable the account. So in this case, you see you're able to download and upload anything. If maybe I want to add something from this side, I can bring it there. Okay. The file will be added here. Maybe I want to download something from my server. I'm just going to drag it here and it's going to download whatever file I've chosen to download. If you need to edit anything, just click there. I can just click there to edit it. So you can see by default, it is using its default editor to edit this. But if I come here, we can do edit with, and I can choose an editor on my computer. I can use VS Code. Okay. And so I can edit any file using VS Code. So in this video, you've seen how you can use FTP, and I'm just going to recap the video. I will close that. To create your FTP account, come here under FTP users, add an FTP user, give them the credentials that you want to use for the FTP user. And then once you create them, you can log in using any client that works on your computer. If you're on a Mac, Windows, Linux, FileZilla works on all three. If you're on Windows, I would suggest you go with hestiaCP, and FileZilla will work. There's also CyberDuck. I think CyberDuck works on Windows and Mac. Once you're done transporting files, all you have to do, come here, select it and disable it. And that way, no one will be able to use this user account. So you can see access denied. You'll just continue getting access denied. Once you're done with your FTP account, you can always delete it. In this video, let's talk about databases. Let's say you want to import WordPress into your ISP manager. One thing you'll have to do is you'll have to create a database. Let's come here under databases. Some of these were automatically created in the last tutorials that we did. So I'm going to create a database. Let's give the database a name. I'm just going to call it DB. And then you can choose the MySQL server. But right now we only have this one. And then of course the encoding, we're going to use the default, but you can change the encoding right there. User, you can create a new user, or you can use an existing user. If you want to create a new user, leave it at create a new user. So I'll just call it DB00. So the password, I will generate a password. I will generate a password. Once you've added all the details for your database user, you can create the database. That's our DB. You can just click on that pencil icon. You want to change the database name, you can do that. Or you can select it, click there to edit the database name, cancel. If you want to edit your database users, just come here under users. And you can see I do have this DB user because I'm the one who created it. I can edit details about this user, the access permissions, and so on. So if you want to change the password, just come in here, give it a new password, click on save. So I'm just going to click on save and leave it as it is. And if you don't need the user, you can delete the user. Okay, let's go back to the database. If you want to back up the database and download it, you can come here under dump. You can import or export. Let's say I want to export. It will export the database. If you want to import as well, you can click there on import. Choose a file from your computer, from a remote server, or a file on this server. You can just select it here. So maybe you upload the file via FTP. You can come in here and select the file. So I'm going to go back to local file. I don't want to import any database, so I'm just going to cancel, but that's something you can do there. Come here under users. For this user, you can just log in directly. You click on phpMyAdmin. So there you go. If you just give it time, it's going to log you in and you can view your databases. So you can see this user has access to this database. There's nothing in the database. In this video, you've seen how you can work with databases in ISP Manager. You've seen how you can create a database. The database will come with the user. You can edit the name of the database. Maybe you migrate your website from somewhere else and you want to use a different name for your DB. You can change the database name. Once you do so, just click that to confirm the change. You can also access phpMyAdmin from this side. Just come here and you're going to see the other options here. So just go to database web interface and that will log you into phpMyAdmin. If you want to work with users, come here under users and you'll see the users that you currently have. If you forget a password for a user, so you can just click there to edit, change the password. You can also change permissions, save, and that's it. In this video, let's talk about Postgres. Now, Postgres and MySQL are both supported on ISP Manager. I have done a couple of videos about MySQL. Now, let's talk about Postgres. So if I was to create a database right now, you'll see that the only option we have is MySQL. Now I can go back to databases. There is an option to add a database server if you're the admin user or the root user on your server. So let's go and do that. As the root user, if I come here under databases, you can see we have this option here for database servers. So I can install a database server, and this is going to get installed in a virtual environment by ISP Manager. Another option, since we want to use Postgres, we can just come down here under settings and we'll go into software configuration. And then here under software configuration, we have an option for Postgres server and the Postgres manager. Right? You can see MySQL and PHP MyAdmin are already installed. In this case, let's just select that. And we don't even have to select it. We can just click on this icon here. And this is going to install everything we need for Postgres. So just give it time to do what it's doing. This one as well, we also want to install the Postgres interface manager, that is the PHP pgadmin. And I'm going to click OK on that as well. And let's just wait for the installation for this to complete. And once both of these are green, we're going to go back into databases and see what options we have. All right, you can see that the Postgres server has been installed. Now let's just wait for the interface pgadmin to get installed, and you can see installation in progress. And it seems like it has been installed. And if you come to your dashboard, usually you get to see PHP MyAdmin only, but now at least you have PHP pgadmin as well. Now let's go back into databases, and we're going to see if we can create one Postgres database. So I'm going to create a database, and I'm just going to call it PostDB. The owner, I will give the ownership to the user that I've been using. And then database server, we want to use Postgres. And you can change all these options depending on your location. User, you can create a new user. Of course, we don't have a user for Postgres, so we definitely have to create one. And then as for the password, I'm just going to generate a password. And then if you want to allow remote access for this server, for this database, you can allow remote access. You have to check that if you want to allow remote access. But I'm just going to click on create. So if you received any error, if you received an error talking about query failed, what you can do is change the encoding to UTF-8. And that's what I did, and the database worked. So let me just create another one. We'll call it db2post. And we want to use Postgres. Here under encoding, change it to UTF. So I'll just use UTF-8. And then create a database user, password. I will generate a password, and then I will create. So just try a different encoding for the database if you receive that error about query failed. All right, so that's how to create the database. Now, if you want to access the web interface for the database, maybe you want to do certain things, edit records in the database, just select it and then click on database web interface. And this is going to automatically log you into your database. This is a database that doesn't have any tables. So if you want to create a table, you can create a table and then just create the table. So I'm just going to end this part here and come back to the panel. So you've seen how you can enable Postgres on your ISP manager, how you can access the database using PHP pgadmin, and that's it for this one. In the last one, we talked about Postgres and how to set up the server and access your database. In this video, let's talk about alternative database servers on ISP Manager. If you go under ISP Manager databases, you're going to see there's this option called database servers. So let's talk about this. You can just click on database servers, and that's going to show you the current database servers that are available. And you saw how we have not enabled Docker. So these additional database servers, you have to run them through Docker. So that means I will have to enable Docker, and I can just click there. So after clicking on fill out, I'm hoping that has enabled Docker, or that has added all the required steps for this database to get created, for this database server to get created. So I'm just going to click on create, and you can see that the database server was successfully created. So I'm just going to come back under databases. And if I go to database servers, let's see if we try to create a database, if we can select our database there. So you'll see that if we come here to create a database, this is a database, the database server that we've just set up. And you can create your database using MariaDB or you can use any of these other servers. So you can see the database server was successfully created. Now let's go to settings and let's talk about Docker for a moment. I will come here under settings and I will go into software configurations. Docker is there. We're going to enable Docker, and once we enable Docker, you'll see the option for Docker will come here. So I'm just going to click there to enable Docker. Docker is going to install everything it needs to work on ISP Manager. Okay, so you see Docker has been enabled. You're going to see that we have an option for Docker here. So let's see what options we have under Docker. So if you go under Docker, you're going to see that the database that we created is going to show up here. Okay, because it's running as a virtual container in Docker. So that's how you can create multiple database servers on ISP Manager. So if you want to create a container here, you can create a container. You can look at the configuration file for Docker. Cancel that. If you have images, you'll see the images there. You can see right now we have MariaDB, and then we're going to create a container. So to create a container, you can choose what you want to run in the container. For example, let's say you want to run MongoDB. You can see here, there's an option to choose Docker Hub, an image from Docker Hub, or you can choose, if you have images that you've downloaded locally, you can use those. So I'm just going to click back on Docker Hub and we're going to do MongoDB. I will search for Mongo. And you can see there we have the official Mongo image. I can select the official MongoDB image. And you can use the tag of latest. I don't know if there's a tag for Alpine. So I'll just go with the latest then. And then RAM. So you can limit the RAM. And I'm going to use 250. And you can add a folder mapping. You can select a folder mapping. Make sure you know the folder structures. Maybe you want it to be in www something, or you want it to be in /var something on your server. You can do that there. You can also add folder mapping 2, another folder mapping, and volume. So you can create a new volume there. Give them volume a name and then mount point inside the container. Maybe you're running Nginx. You'll need to point Nginx to something on your server. You can look at all these options in the documentation for ISP Manager. You're going to see what each of these mean under the Docker documentation. And here I'll go with Lite Pro because that's the version I have installed. And if you want to see which plans has Docker, just come here under the Docker documentation. You'll see that Docker is available on the host and pro versions. So it's not available in Lite version. You have to get host or pro version. The Docker documentation, read all this to see what all the options here can be used for. And then I'm just going to click on create. It's also important to note that if you make any changes to your Docker container configuration file or the Docker configuration using the command line interface, all those changes will reflect in the ISP Manager Docker interface. And of course, we need to give it time to start running. So it's being created as is always with Docker. First of all, it will download the image, and once it downloads the image, it's going to start the container if there is no error. So once the container has been created, we can just select on it and we can start it. So there's an option for to start. I don't know if I did not check that. Let's go to container settings. Basic settings, auto start. Yes, you can add auto start, restart always, restart on failure. If it is a database server, you probably want it to restart always when Docker starts or when your server starts. And when I set it to auto start, you'll see that it just gets started immediately. If you want it to stop, you can also just stop any container that you're using inside of Docker. If you want to run maybe Redis, you can run Redis under Docker. You can create a container, search for Redis, select the official Redis image, go through the settings. You want it to auto start or do not start. You can select all these options and of course make the data persistent using a volume and folder mappings. And you can also add a port mapping. If you want a port to be mapped to your container, you can select the port instead of the port getting generated. And I can create. So in this video, we've talked about alternative database servers on ISP Manager, and we've also touched on Docker, and you can play around with this. Look at the documentation to see what you can do with it. So that should mark the end of this tutorial. If you have any questions, you can always look through the documentation, or you can contact ISP Manager support, or you can reach me. So let's see how you can create a mail domain and add mailboxes. So if you want to be able to send and receive mail, what you can do is find a VPS provider that doesn't block the SMTP ports, and you can use lots of different VPS providers that don't block these ports. Some of the smaller VPS providers will definitely not block the port. I think Contabo doesn't block the port. Hetzner will allow you to use the port if you request the mailing ports to be opened for you. To work with ISP Manager Mail, come here under Mail, and I'm logged in as a user that I created earlier. So the first step in using Mail is to create a mail domain. When you're setting up a website, when you're adding your website on ISP Manager, you will always get the option to create a mail domain as well. In my case, I did uncheck those options, and now we can create our mail domain. So I'll just come here. So under sites, let's see the site that we have, and we can create a mail domain for the same site. So I'm just going to take that, copy, and I'll come back under mail, and you can create a mail domain. So I'm just going to create mine now, create mail domain. I will paste. You can choose the IP address that you want to use. If you have multiple IPs on your server, you can select any IP to use. In my case, I'm just going to use that IP. And then the default action. If a mailbox does not exist, what do you want? Do you want to reply with an error, or do you want to ignore and drop, or redirect to email address? So in this case, I'm just going to reply with error. And of course, you want to set up DMARC. This is going to add certain records that you'll need to add on Cloudflare if you're using a third-party DNS provider like Cloudflare. If you're using ISP Manager for your DNS, then this will automatically get added to your DNS records. And then, of course, you want to secure SSL. Make sure that when you're adding a mail domain, you add some of these records as well on Cloudflare or wherever you're using your DNS from. Maybe you're using from Google, or you're using just from your VPS provider. You can always add the DNS records. You'll just add an A record for mail.test. And I can do an example of this. So mail.test, I'm using a subdomain. Maybe you're using a full domain. So if I come here under DNS, we can add an A record, and I'm going to add mail.test, and mail.test will need an IP. So I'm going to take that IP, copy, paste, and save. So ensure it is an A record, mail.test with that. So this is mail.test because I'm using a subdomain. If it is not a subdomain, you just add mail instead of mail.test. And then you can use Let's Encrypt, email. So you can add contact person email here, account, and I can create this account. You can see it's asking me to enable SSL, and I'm going to enable SSL. And I will issue a key of 4096 bits, and then issue. So there we go. We have our mail domain. If you want to edit anything, just select it and then edit. And you can change these details. If you don't need to use it anymore, you can disable, you can delete, and so on. Let's go back and we can create a mailbox. Mailbox are the actual emails that you'll use. We can call it info. The domain, of course, I just want to use that domain. That's the only one I have. If you have multiple domains, you'll select the correct domain there. You can add aliases for this mailbox. Confirm the password. You can send a copy of your emails to another email. Every email that comes in, you want to send it to your Gmail account. You can add an email address there. And then disk space, maybe you want to give 100 MB of disk space. And then we're just going to create this email. There you have your mail. You can open the mail client. You can edit this mailbox. You can look at your mail client settings. Maybe you want to connect it with something. You can look at the mail client settings here. If you want to connect this with third-party mail clients, these are the details you can use: IMAP, that, and make sure that the DNS records for all this are working fine before you try to connect, because they're not going to work if your DNS is not working. So I'm just going to come here, close that. Let's see what option we have on the mail client. So once you select it, let's just click there on mail client. There you go. Info@test will automatically log in. Let's try and send an email and see if it's going to arrive. If you want to send email, you can just click there on compose. And I'm assuming that your DNS records are working and you're using a VPS provider that doesn't block the SMTP port. That's very important. If they block it, you won't be able to send mail. So let's just send. Come to my panel and then come here. Let's see the MX records that we should add on Cloudflare. Manage DNS records. We need to add an MX record. Copy. If you come to Cloudflare, you'll just need to add an MX record, but make sure in the beginning, just add all these records. All the records that will be provided by ISP Manager, just add them. I can just paste tests, and the mail server will be mail.test. Priority, let's use a priority of 10. And then we're going to save. So MX is responsible for mail. You can see my mail has been sent. Unfortunately, it has gone into the junk spam folder, but this can be fixed. If you want to fix that, make sure you add all the correct DNS records. If you come to your panel, there are certain TXT records that you'll need to create. So like this is DMARC, and then there's another one for SPF, this one. You create this and you also add a reverse DNS, RDNS for your server, and that will require that you have a working host name on your server. That's just something that you'll need to do. And this is going to help in authenticating your server as a trusted mail server. So if you're not receiving your mail, your port, your SMTP port is probably blocked. And that means that you will need to talk to your VPS provider to unblock it for you, or you can just move to a different provider. So just in brief, before you can create a mailbox, you have to create a mail domain. Mail domains will usually get created by sites. When you add a site, it will automatically add a mail domain. If it doesn't, you can come in here and add it manually. And I will create. So you can see that's been created. Let's come here and see if the DNS records were created as well. So you can see even when you create the mail domain, it will automatically create the DNS records that you'll require. So if we select that and we check it, you'll see that all the records have been added for that domain. If you're using Google, put them on Google. If you're using Cloudflare, put them on Cloudflare. Welcome back to another ISP Manager video. And this time around, we want to look at backups. If you're the root user or the admin user on your panel, you can come in here under backups and you can enable it. But before we do that, let's come to the documentation. Just come to the documentation and look at backup system. The backup system for ISP Manager uses ISP-tar. ISP-tar is a module by ISP Manager. So let's just click on that. You can see what you can do with it. You can separate users. So the ISP-tar backup module separates users. So the backups are not mixed for users. They're separated based on users. And then you can have large archives divided into smaller volumes. The storage format is .tgz. ISP-tar is a module by the ISP Manager team. So you can read more about all this here. Of course, I'm not going to go through this, but just go through the documentation to see what options you have. And then we can look at backup locations. Now, backup locations, you can have Dropbox, Google Drive, Amazon S3, S3 compatible storage. You can use an FTP server, SFTP server. So this is the important thing. This is the most important thing. You have to decide where you want to store your backups. just feel free to come through the documentation so that you can see what else you can do with the backup module. For us, let's just go back to the panel. If you're following along with me, just go to your panel and then come to backup copies. And then under backup copies, just click here on fill out, and this is going to bring the form that allows you to enable backup. So backup settings, enable backups, storage type, local directory. You can select the default location where you want to store your backups. In my case, I don't want to connect any of this at this point, so I'm just going to select local directory, and that is going to store it on my server. You have to know the space that your server has. If you have a low storage server, you probably need to set up a different server with FTP or SFTP and then connect that here. I would definitely go with SFTP instead of FTP. The path to directory, you can select the directory where your paths are going to get stored. In my case, I can just store it there /backups. I don't know if there's anything in that directory. I don't know if it exists, but I'm just going to select that for now and see what happens. And then limit total size of your backup. You should definitely limit this. So I'm just going to go with 10 GB for now. And then full backup copies, I will go with 3. And then daily backup copies, I will also go with 3. All these options, you can look at the documentation here, and it's going to explain everything. Backup, system, general information. Make sure you read the documentation because I'm just going through all this to show you how it works. But you should definitely go through the backup documentation for ISP Manager. You can exclude certain files. If there are certain files that you want excluded, definitely exclude them. And then exclude databases. If there are certain databases you want to exclude, you can exclude those databases. Maybe for security reason, you don't want your database to be together with that. You can select all databases and they will not be backed up. You can select the time when you want the backups to be checked. When do you want the system to check that there are new items that needs to be backed up? That will start at 3. You can do it at 2 a.m. Just select the time that you want your backups to start. Extended settings there. Start time and then server time. So this just shows the current server time, and then backup copy password. You can secure your backup with a password. I'm going to save. If you secure it with a password, it will get encrypted. So you can create a copy on demand. You can do a full backup right now. You can do a panel settings backup. You can do a user backup. I have certain users, so let's see the options we have there under users. I'm going to select, you can just back up a specific user and all the details will be backed up. So the backup will start and then you'll see the backup is there. If you want to back up your full ISP Manager server, click there on full backup copy. The full backup copy, that will back up the entire server. If you refresh the page, the backup is going to show up there, and this is the user backup. So I can select it and you can go and view your files. When you view your files, you'll see that this user has some web content. If you want to restore any user, if you have multiple users you've backed up, you just select the user and you can restore, you can delete, you can download, and so on. So let's just go back. At least now you see this is how you can restore your user. Let's go back to the backups. You can look at settings again, backup configurations. So just remember that your backups will happen every day at 2. Let's go to the user and see if the user has the option to backup their system. So I'm logged in as the user that I created earlier on. If you come here under backup copies, the user can also create their backups. So when they do that, it is going to create a backup and download the backup. So you can create, and that's going to create a backup and then download it for the user. And you can see this is a backup that we created in the root account. And since it belongs to this user, it is showing up here for this user, and they can download it if they need to use it. They can look at the details for this backup. If they want to do anything with it, they can look at the files, user, they can select what they want to restore, www. That's available for them there. If they want to restore a database, they can select the database, click there on databases, and they can select the database that they want to restore or download. So in this video, we've seen how you can work with the backup system in ISP Manager. So if you're the admin, you have to enable the backup system so that it's available to your users. If you don't enable it, it will not be available to the users. If it is not already enabled, you saw how I did that in the beginning of the video. Just click there on backups and then fill out, and that's going to bring in the form with the settings that you can select for your backup, auto backup, and user backup. So that's pretty much it for this backup video. Just remember to go and look at the documentation so that you can understand everything about the backup system. In this video, let's talk about certain server protection measures that ISP Manager provides. Something that I had already covered and is also part of server protection is two-factor authentication. So make sure you enable two-factor authentication for your users. You can show them how to do it so that it secures their account. First, come here under ISP Manager documentation under tools. You're going to see there are certain things here. You can look at firewall rules. You can also look at integrations. There are certain things here that cover security. So just come in here, look at all these integrations, enable the ones you can enable, and Cloudflare, definitely enable this one. It will automatically work with your ISP Manager, and there is a guide for how to set it up. So just click there and you'll see how to add the API key, how to generate and add the API key on your ISP Manager panel. So let's come to the panel. We can come to the panel and let's look at some of this. You see we have DDoS guard, DDoS. This will protect your server from DDoS attacks. Let's click on install DDoS guard. The module will get installed, and then after that you're going to see what options we have. Click on modules and you'll see that DDoS guard has now been installed, and we can look at the settings. So you can add a domain to be protected. If you want to protect multiple domains, just click there, add domain, and you can select all domains or you can select specific domains. Cancel. So as the root, you can enable DDoS protection for your users. Once they add a domain, just come in here, click on add. Let's say we select all domains and then next. You'll input your DDoS details right there. So you have to go to the DDoS website, DDoS guard website. You can come back here. You can put in the access details to authorize ISP Manager. Now let's go back to modules. Let's see what else we have. As I said, go to the documentation. Make sure you have enabled Cloudflare as well. So if you want to buy a license for DDoS guard, you can just buy it right there. And then all these other options, kernel care, this one, these are security features. You can also install this. It's going to install the module. Okay, the installation is complete. Go back to modules. Kernel care, you can look at the settings. And then you can install this to complete the installation. And then install kernel care, yes. Of course, you need to activate the license for this. So just go back to modules and see. And then you can patch the kernel. You can roll back patches. So when you use kernel care, you don't have to restart the server. So get your license and enter the license right there. So of course, I don't have a license. I'm just going to skip this bit. But you can always come in here and patch the kernel. If anything needs to be updated, you can just click there on patch. If you want to roll back anything, you can roll back. If the kernel will require any patches, if the Linux kernel will require any patches, you'll see the details right there. Right now, there's nothing to be patched, so there's nothing to show. Let's go back to modules. Let's see. There's another one here, of course, Immunify as well. Install that and just come back to modules, click on settings and see the options that you have. And then Dr. Web is an antivirus. If you have users, serious users on your panel, then go ahead and set up Dr. Web. You can buy the license and see how it goes. If you come here under integrations, you're going to see this Dr. Web. Read more about what you can do with it, how you can install it right there. That pretty much covers the modules part. So let's go to fail to burn. Fail to burn is a very important one on your server. If you want to work with fail to burn and you want to see what the documentation says about it, come here under tools and you will find it under network services. So just read all that, but let's just get an overview of how to work with fail to burn on ISP Manager. So if I come back to the panel, let's go to monitoring and logs. If you want to work with fail to burn, you'll come here under monitoring and logs, network services. And let's say you want to enable fail to burn for Apache. You're just going to click there and you can look at the current rules that are set up for Apache. And if you want to see which rules are active, you can see the status is showing active. If a rule is not active, you can just enable the rule. If you want to enable a rule, you can just click on it and then enable, resume that. And you'll see now it's enabled. Sometimes in certain services, you can actually enable multiple rules at the same time. Let's see if that is true for Apache. So fake Google bots, all this, once they get in, they will be blocked. So let's just click there on enable and see if we can enable multiple fail to burn rules for these Apache services, and you can see that is possible as well. So if you want to enable for all these other services, click there, enable, okay. And that's going to enable fail to burn for all these services. Now for each service, you can change the fail to burn rules. For instance, Apache authentication or Apache bad bots. Let's click there and let's change the rules for fail to burn. So let's go and edit. And here you'll see that attempt number. So the attempt number is how many times you want to give leeway. How many times do you want somebody to try something or a server to try something before it is blocked? So here you can put maybe 5 times. It depends on what it is. If it is something that you know is bad, maybe you can make it 2. And then the burn time. How long do you want someone to get burned? So after 2 attempts, they will get burned maybe for this number of seconds. And then of course, maybe you want to whitelist your IP address. So you can enter your IP address there. So you can list a subnet, you can list a DNS server name, or you can just separate IP addresses using a space. So you can add a second IP after that space. If you don't want to get banned, you can always add your IP address in the list of the whitelisted IP addresses. So I will cancel that. Let's go back. It's just the same process. Let's say you want to protect Nginx. You'll just click there on Nginx and then you can click on enable, or you can look at the current fail to burn settings. The current fail to burn settings, you can click to apply to all rules. You see, you can apply it to all the rules in Nginx, and you can do the same for Apache. Let's come back here in Apache and we can go to fail to burn settings, attempt, number of times, burn, how long do you want to burn? Sometimes you want to burn things based on the service that is being accessed. Nginx, let's come back to Nginx. Let's look at the fail to burn rules that are possible for Nginx. So you're going to see bot search. This is something maybe you can burn for a long time because it's a bot. Nginx HTTP authentication. This one as well you can burn for a long time. But when it comes to limit request, probably this is someone who's just been excited and clicked on a page multiple times, or it could even be a bot. And sometimes you don't want this to go for a long time because the ban may go for so long when it is not necessary. The limit request on your Nginx server, maybe you want the burn time to be different, you can edit that there. But if you prefer to have everything have the same settings, you can just come in here and apply to all the rules. So it is just the same for all these processes. If you want to burn anything, you can come in here, look at the fail to burn rules which are available. For SSH, maybe you can edit and see the options which are there. Maybe at some point, maybe you're feeling like you're being targeted, you can increase the burn time tremendously because this is 10 minutes. 10 minutes may not be enough. Just in brief, how to use fail to ban. Come here under monitoring and logs, and then come into network services, and then enable the fail to ban services that you want. For your named server, you can enable, or you can look at the fail to ban settings. You can look at the fail to ban rules and enable it. You can see it is not enabled. Just enable that. And you can ban IP addresses that break certain rules on your server. So let's just go through how to set up two-factor authentication, even though I did a video for that. So if you want to set up two-factor authentication for your user, you have to come in here under the user settings. And then you will go all the way down, enable two-factor authentication, scan the QR code which is there, and then enter the code that will be shown on your Google Authenticator. And once you enter the code there, just click on activate. Click outside, then click on activate, and that's going to enable two-factor authentication. And if you want to disable two-factor authentication, you'll just come back and there will be an option for you to enter a code. Enter the code that you can see in your Authenticator app, and then click the button, and that's going to disable two-factor authentication. So other things about security, of course, you need to set up your server the right way and make sure that everything is working fine. You can set up SSH key authentication, disable user login on your server, and you can also change certain ports. SSH port, you can change the SSH port. That will reduce your attack surface because the default port is 22. If you change it to a different port, any port that looks for port 22 will automatically get blocked, and you can set that up. So just look at how you can set up your server. Go through server security. I do have an initial server setup for Ubuntu, Debian, and CentOS. So if you're using any operating system in that line, you can always find those videos. And I have a playlist that has a video for initial server setup. So you can find your operating system and then follow the initial server setup for your server. So that's it for this video. If you have any questions, feel free to let me know. Most importantly, make sure you utilize the ISP Manager documentation if you have any questions. And of course, if you're subscribed to the panel, you have access to ISP Manager support. You can contact them with all your questions and any issues you're experiencing. That's it for this video. I will see you in another one. Hi there and welcome to this video. Did you know that hestiaCP has a built-in SMTP relay? So if your VPS provider is blocking certain email ports like port 25, then you can use the built-in email relay in hestiaCP. So for you to set up the relay, you can do it in two ways. First of all, you can set it up per domain. So if you're hosting multiple domains, you can set it up per domain that you're hosting on your hestiaCP server. You can also set up a global SMTP relay. Let's start with where you can set up the global SMTP relay. So first of all, go here. Make sure you're logged in as the admin on your hestiaPanel, and then go into the settings, server settings. And then you want to come here under configure, server configurations. We want to go straight to mail server. So here under mail server, you can see, let me just make this larger. So here under mail server, you can set up global SMTP relay. If you just enable that, you will need a host, a port, username and password, and these are things that you can get from your SMTP provider. Let me do a quick example with Mailgun. So if you have to use Mailgun, this video will use Mailgun as well. The thing about global SMTP relay, you can add all the SMTP settings here, but your SMTP provider will probably not allow emails to be sent if a domain has not been verified on their end. So you'll have to go there and verify the email that you want to send with. I will come to Mailgun and we're going to try and get some of these details. So if I go into Mailgun, I will also increase the font this side. Sending. If you come here under sending, this is where you can add a domain to send via Mailgun. And if you've just created your account on Mailgun, you'll see there's this button for add new domain. So you have to add a domain that you want to use for sending mail. I do have a different Mailgun video. If you don't see this button, how you can make sure this button is showing up. That usually means that you've not added a credit card, so you won't have that button. So if I click to add a domain, I can add the DNS settings for that domain, and then I will use that domain on hestiaCP. But by default, Mailgun has given us this test for testing. So I will use the testing one to get the details that I need. When you're on Mailgun, you see you can send mail via API or via SMTP. So in this case, let's just select SMTP. So once you choose a domain, just click on it like I did, and then come here under SMTP. And once you select the SMTP, if you scroll down, you're going to see your SMTP details. So the host name is there. That is my host name. And I can add that back here on the server. So that will be my host name. Please note that the sample domain that I get on Mailgun cannot be used for sending mail outside. You have to have verified email addresses to send it. So if you're going to send to a certain email, you have to add that email as a verified email. So this cannot be used in production. But you can always add your domain, and I have a video for that. I will put the link in the description. If you don't find it, just let me know and I will add it. Sometimes I forget. You can also use Amazon SES, and you just need the hostname, port, username, and that. So that is the username. I'll put that there. The port is 587. And then the password. Let's come back. That is our password. Copy. I will put that there. And if you save, now your SMTP here should be working, but you probably won't be able to send mail because you still need to add DNS records. So what does that mean for you? It means that for me, I'm just doing a sample because I want to show you that it exists in a hestiaCP. But if you come here under domain, you can click there, add a domain. Let's just add an example here, example.com. Let's see if that's going to add. And then you can choose a region for the domain, the data center. And then I'm going to click there on add domain. So the domain cannot be added. Why don't we add example0.com? All right. So once you add that domain, you'll need to edit the DNS settings. And the DNS records have been provided here. So you'll need a txt record, and then mx, and then there's also a CNAME record that you add on your DNS. Whether it's Cloudflare, wherever, you need to add all these records for you to be able to send mail. Now, usually you'll find that you just don't want to add the mail on the global SMTP relay. Sometimes you just want to add it on a domain. So for that, let's come back into users. If you just want for a particular domain, go into the user with all your websites, or the user with the website that you want to add the SMTP relay for. And then you can come under mail. Let's go into mail. And then, first of all, add the mail domain. If the domain that you want to work with mail doesn't exist under your mail, you can add the domain there. And you can see when you're adding the domain, there's also an option to add SMTP relay down there. So you can add the domain if it doesn't exist. But for this one, let's use this as an example. I'm just going to click on it, and you can edit mail domain. If you edit mail domain, you can enable SMTP relay for this domain only, and you'll add the host name, whether you're getting them from Amazon SES, SendGrid, wherever you're getting the details from, get them, put them there, save, and then you can start sending mail as long as you have added the DNS records as directed by your SMTP provider. Let's see how you can set up remote backup using the built-in Hestia backup system. So what you want to do is you want to log in to your panel via admin. If you're not admin, then you won't be able to set up the backups. You have to set it up as the admin user on your panel. So to do that, you will go into your settings, and then you'll come here under configure, and you can find backups. So you do have local backup, and then the directory. By default, your server will take them to backup. If you haven't changed this setting, that is the default. You can also set up remote backups. So let's click there on remote backups, and you can use FTP SFTP. You can use rclone, but for this video, we want to use Backblaze. Backblaze provides affordable backup servers that you can use in this situation. Let's go to Backblaze. And what you may want is it cloud storage? Let's see if that's the one. And then you can get started with 10 GB free. So if you don't have an account, let's just create an account, put in your email there. And then sign up. I will just say, take me to my account, log into your account. So of course, increase the font. The first thing you want to do, you want to create a bucket, because if you come back here, you'll see that you need a bucket and the key ID for your bucket and the application key. And let's just create a bucket. This is where the backups for your server will be saved. The backup name, we can give it the name of our server. And then files in buckets are private or public. I'll leave it as private. Default encryption, you can enable. If you forget the key, you lose access to that. So you might disable that if it's not really that sensitive. And then you can put object lock, but since this is a backup, I'm just going to leave object lock on. You can enable it, but I'm going to disable that. And then I'm going to create the bucket. Oh, Saba, misspelled, but that's okay. You can edit the bucket settings. Apparently, you cannot change the name. If you want to connect it with your hestiaCP, what details do we need? We need the bucket, the bucket name, and then your API keys. So let's open this in a new tab, application keys. So here, let's just generate a new key, generate a master key. And when you generate the key, you're going to get the key ID. You also have to copy that and save it somewhere because you won't get that key shown to you again. So just paste it there. That, everything. And if it accesses the server, then you're going to see no problem. Let's just add here 0, and you'll see that it's going to fail the authentication. So you can see failed to connect. All right. Let's come back and remove that 0. If everything else is right, it should connect. And you see changes have been saved. This means that hestiaCP is going to automatically back up all your users into Backblaze. The next time you want to find your backups, you can come to your bucket or you can browse files. So right now, there is nothing in my bucket, but tomorrow, if I come back, I should find something here. Let's just go and see if I try to, this is a small server. If I go to my backups, I create a backup. Let's see if it's going to upload it there. So just give it time, and then we're going to come back here into our bucket, refresh to see if we have any files inside here. So also note that when you're setting up the key, the new key here under application keys, you can actually set it up so that the key can only be used for that bucket. So if you come to application keys, down here you have add a new application key. You'll give the key a name and then allow access to a specific bucket. So that's something that is also helpful for security. For me, this is just a sample. I'm going to delete everything. As soon as I'm done with this tutorial, I'm going to delete all these details, all the keys and the bucket. As we wait for the backup, I want to show you where you can add the number of backups. Sometimes it's important to have more than one backup. To change that, you need to change it under your packages. So if you come into users and you go into packages, if you may be setting this up for your users, you can create another package, or if they're using the default package, just edit the default And then in the default package down here, you have number of backups. And if you put 10 backups, that means that there will be 10 backups. So they will delete the last one, but the rest will remain. So you'll always have 10 backups. If you have a huge server space, you can even make them 30. That way you always have a backup for each day. But that is your preference, and it also depends on your server space and how much you're willing to pay for the backup space. So if I put there 3, I can save that. And if I come back here, oh, this is for the other user. If the other user, we go to the other user that is using the default package, you'll see that now they have, instead of 1 out of 1, they have 3 backups. So we can see that the backup, let's log out of that into the admin. We can see that the backup for admin has been done. There is 1 out of 1 backup. You can also increase the number of backups for the admin, but you probably don't have anything in admin. So let's come into the bucket and see if it has been uploaded or it's taking time, or how long will we wait for it to be uploaded. But just know that if you come into your buckets, you'll find your users, all the users in your server, their backups will be here. If you need to back up remotely, this is how you can do it. So just to recap, the first thing you have to do, you have to come here under server settings, go into configure, and then under configure, come here into backups. So if you don't want the local backup, you can also set up this one to no. So your server won't be filled with that, but of course I'm going to leave it at yes. And you just need to set up remote backup and then get the keys from there, and you're going to have your backups here. So I can delete this bucket by just coming here under bucket settings, and then you're going to scroll down. You're going to scroll down, and then you're going to click on delete bucket. Before deleting bucket, you must first delete all the files in the bucket. All right, what do we have in this bucket? Upload or delete. You can see that our backup has arrived. You can see that it's actually working. So if you go into admin, that's for admin, but the other one will also come. So just give it time. You'll find that the other one will also be uploaded. Admin and the other user, both of them will be uploaded. You can select and delete. It's refused to delete, probably because the other one is still coming in and there are some temporary files. But once everything is brought here, you can just delete them and delete the bucket. And I'm going to do that off the video. I'm going to do that offline once the video is done. All right, that's pretty much covers it. If you have any question, just feel free to let me know. I will see how to assist you. In this tutorial, I've decided to do a hestiaCP tutorial. So I will put all the videos in one playlist like this. So if you come here to my channel under playlists, you'll see that I do have other playlists. You can see I have a Virtualmin tutorial playlist here. I also have a Cyberpanel tutorial playlist. And the next one that you're going to have is hestiaCP. So if you want to use hestiaCP, I will put all the videos in one playlist. So hestiaCP is a control panel that is based off of Vesta. So if you know about Vesta, you know it is a reliable control panel, but it has become dormant. So if you want something that is actively developed, then you can try hestiaCP, which I recommend because it is reliable. And these are the operating systems that it supports. So it supports Debian and Ubuntu, VPSs that I recommend that you can use. And I will put the link in the description, or you can just go ahead and use Voltra or Contabo. So Contabo is a German VPS provider. Currently, they provide the cheapest VPSs. And if you want to try them, you can do so as well. I'll put the link in the description. For DNS, I'm going to use Cloudflare. So I will not use hestiaCP for DNS, but I will use Cloudflare. However, I will install everything I need to install in hestiaCP, but I will be using Cloudflare for all my DNS settings, and you'll see how to do that when we get to that point. By the end of this tutorial, you're going to see how you can run multiple websites on hestiaCP, and I will be using WordPress as an example. So if you want to run multiple WordPress websites on your VPS, then you'll see how you can do that using hestiaCP. And it's important to note that I'm not a huge fan of Apache, so I will not be installing Apache, but I will install Nginx and PHP FPM for my server. So that's the important part that I wanted to cover before I end this video. So I'll see you in the next one. Hi there, and welcome to this hestiaCP control panel tutorial. And in this hestiaCP control panel tutorial, we're going to install hestiaCP on Ubuntu 24 LTS, which is the latest Ubuntu LTS version, which will be supported by Ubuntu up to the year 2025 and will receive further maintenance updates up to the year 2030. So that's why you should always use an LTS, long-term supported Ubuntu versions for your server. We're going to install hestiaCP as Nginx and PHP FPM. That's the setup you're going to use. We're not going to install Apache, so just know that in advance. And then you're going to see how you can add multiple websites on that hestiaCP server. So the tools that we're going to need for this tutorial: number one, we're going to use Contabo as our VPS of choice. So to get to Contabo, you can just use my link, and you can use Bizanosa, bizanosa.com/Contabo. And this is going to take you to Contabo VPS, where you can look at the different offers that are available. We're going to need to set up our server, and as I said, we're going to use Ubuntu 24, so we're going to need to set it up. And the post that we're going to use to set it up, you can find that on my website, and the link will be in the description. But if it is not there, you can just search for it on Google or Bing. Just search for Bizanosa Ubuntu server setup. So Bizanosa is my website name, and this is the one, Ubuntu 20 initial server setup on a VPS. And this is a post that I'm going to use to set up my server. So as I said, we're going to use Ubuntu 20.04. So we're going to use this to set up Ubuntu 20.04. And the things we're going to do are here. Everything we're going to do is listed here. So just follow along with me, and everything is going to be clear for you. But just note that I'm not going to use Party. So that's the next tool. The next tool we're going to use, we're not going to use Party. We're going to use Git Bash, and you can get Git Bash for free on Google. So just search for Git, download Git, and you download it from this website, Git SCM. We're going to use Git Bash. So I'm on Windows, that's why I have to install Git Bash. If you're following along on Mac or on Ubuntu, then you can just use the terminal. Instead of having to install Git, you can use terminal. But if you want to follow along, you can still install it. You can see you can install Git for Linux and even Mac. Now, if you don't have it and you are on Windows, just click there and download it, install it, and it's going to come with everything you need. It's going to come with Git Bash, Git GUI, and Git CMD, but we only need Git Bash. So once it's downloaded, make sure you install it, and we will start in the next video, and we're going to start by setting up our server on Contabo. I will see you in that next video when we set up our Contabo server. In this video, we're going to set up our Contabo server. We're going to create the account. If you want to get to this page on Contabo, just go to bizanosa.com/Contabo, and the link is in the description. I will choose this option. You can choose any option that you want. You can even choose any of these other servers. You can use any of this dedicated server or virtual dedicated server, whichever one you want to use. Go ahead and try it. Now for me, I want to try it with this, and this is the one that I'm going to use. I will just click there on select. These are the settings you're going to get. Now, initial contract period, there you can choose whichever you want. The region, just note that with the region, the monthly price is going to vary. So the monthly charge for your server is going to vary based on the location of the server. If I choose a data center in the United States, you can see the price, the monthly price is going to increase by that. If I choose one in Asia, the price is going to increase by $3. So just choose one that is most appropriate for you and your visitors. We have chosen this region of Germany. The next option is we need to choose an operating system. Okay, look at all the operating systems that are available here, and you can choose whichever one you want to use. For me, I want to use Ubuntu, but the best option for Ubuntu, if you don't want to use Ubuntu, you can always use Debian. If this was my server, I would definitely be using Debian, but I'm just using Ubuntu because I know most people prefer to use it, and that's why I want to use it here. You can see the Linux server operating systems that I recommend. The link will be in the description. Now I will start with Ubuntu 20.04 and always use an LTS version. If your VPS doesn't have 20.04, then just use the latest, the previous one, which is 18.04. But of course, you should probably use the latest LTS version of Ubuntu. And so we're going to use 20.04, which is the latest LTS version. And then this, we're going to leave that as it is. IP, you can add another IP. If you want to add an additional IP, it will be $4 a month. So your monthly charges will also increase by that based on the IP addresses that you add. So we're going to choose only one IP address. And then backup space, if you want to add backup, you can do that, and the prices are there. If you want your server to be managed by Contabo, you can see that's the monthly price. You can monitor your server and see how it's performing. If anything is happening that you don't want, any resources are being overused, you will get alerts for that. And you can use SSL if you want to add SSL, but please don't bother with this because you're going to install a control panel, and with most control panel nowadays you'll get Let's Encrypt, which is already set up in most control panels. So don't worry about SSL. You can set that up using the free control panel that you're going to install. And then setup, if you want to fast track the setup, you can choose this. This is going to make sure that your account is set up faster, but who cares, right? We are patient, we'll wait. And then how many servers do you want to set up? If you want multiple servers, you can choose the number of servers that you want to set up. Maybe you want to set up multiple, you can do that there. So that's pretty much it. Let me just confirm that everything is as I chose it. So Ubuntu there, I'll just go next. So you can see I will need to log in. So I already have an account with Contabo. If you don't have an account, just go ahead and create yours. And if they ask you for any details to verify your identity, just send them something. You can send them anything that has your actual physical address on it, like a billing, any form of billing that you have, water bill or an electric bill. You can send that. You can just scan it and send it, and it will be used to verify your identity. Private, individual, let's forget about that. I want to log in. I'm already a customer. So if you want to log in, in future, if you want to log into Contabo, you can just go to my.contabo.com. So let's come in here and do my.contabo.com. Enter. And that's going to redirect you to the login page for Contabo. So when you're here, you can just click here, log in here if you're already a customer. I don't remember my password. I'm going to reset mine here. So just log in and we'll meet in the next screen. Log in here. Let's see. So once I reset my password, let me come back and log in here. Okay, so I'm logged in. If you have a coupon code, just click there and add one. That's it. You'll see the amount you should pay, and I will just order and pay. I will just wait for them to finish provisioning the server, and as soon as it's provisioned, what's going to happen is you're going to get all the details that you need to log into your server. You're going to receive them in your email. Everything that you need will be sent to your email. And before this happens, let's say your account is new, what they will need, or what they may need, is some kind of document just to prove yourself. Okay, so as I said, if they ask you for anything to prove your physical address, just send any kind of billing. You can send an electric bill, water bill, any kind of bill that has your physical address on it, and they will use that to verify you. And as soon as you're verified, they will create your account and they will create your server, and all the details will be sent to you. If you don't want to deal with all this verification stuff, just choose a VPS in America. You can choose something like Valtra. That's one that I use a lot, and I can definitely recommend them. Have very fast servers, even though their offers are not as good as Contabo. So let's just wait and see if it's going to get provisioned for me as soon as possible. As soon as you log into your Contabo account, once they have sent you all the details, you'll see your servers here. Any VPSs that you have, any services that you have with Contabo, you can just click there and you'll see the details for all the servers listed. And you can also look at the VPSs that you have right there. They will be listed here. If you did choose VDS, then you can look at that as well. Right now, there isn't much I can do. Therefore, I'm just going to wait for an email from Contabo, and once it comes, we can begin setting up the server in the next video. So what I'm waiting for is an IP address, a root user, and a password. So once all that is set up for me, I can start setting up my server. And as I said, we're going to use this post to set up our server. Okay, so the link for this will be in the description. If it's not there, just remind me and I will add it, or you can just go to Google or Bing and search for Bizanosa Ubuntu server setup, and you're going to find this post. Okay, so for me, I'm going to use git bash to set up my server instead of using party. Okay, you can see this is party. I'm not going to use party. I'm going to use git bash. So you can just use terminal if you're on Mac, and you can use terminal as well if you are on Linux. So I will see you in the next video when we start setting up the server. I'm just waiting for the details from Contabo. All the details I need will be sent to my email as soon as the server is set up for me. So if you don't want to deal with all this waiting process from Contabo, you can use a different VPS, and American VPSs usually don't have this wait period. An example is DigitalOcean, Vultr. I've used both, and you can use them if you want to. If you want to set up a server just to try something, go ahead and use Vultr or DigitalOcean, but I do recommend Vultr because I used them for over 4 years and I still use them to this day. So I can definitely vouch for Vultr. Very reliable, very fast servers as well. It's entirely up to you to use whichever you want, but you can also see the VPSs that I recommend. I will leave the link in the description. Let's continue in the next video. So I've just received all the login data for my Contabo server. So what I got are the IP address, server type, the VNC, IP, and port. So VNC can be used to access your server remotely, and then the VNC password as well. And then you're going to get the username, and the username by default is root, and you're going to get a password for the root user and the type of operating system that you set up. You're going to get all of this in your Contabo first email. So if your account is new, you're also going to get your Contabo login details, and you can use that to log into your Contabo dashboard. We want to log into our server, and now that we have all the details, we can do that. We are interested in VPS control because we did set up a VPS. If you don't know which IP address you're working with or which is which, just go to your email address and look at the IP address that has been sent there. So you'll see the operating system, and if you are not sure, you can also come here under services. All right, so if you want to log into your server, the first thing you want to do is make sure that you restart your server. So the server will be restarted, and as soon as you do that, give it some time and just copy this, our IP address. We have the IP address, we have the user, our user is root, and we have the password that was sent for root, and you can find that in your Contabo email. To log in, so on Windows, I'm going to use git bash. You can download git bash for free and install it. If you are on a Mac or Linux, you can use terminal to follow along. So just search for git. If you're on Windows, that is, search for git, download, and then click on that. You want to download it for Windows. Since you're on Windows, you're probably following along on Windows. Choose Windows and install it. And once you install it, it's going to come with everything we need. And we're going to use git bash for this tutorial. Once you install it, just come back to Windows and then search for git. We want to work with git bash. You can see there's git GUI and there's git cmd, but I only want to use git bash. To log in, type SSH, and the user is root at the IP address. So with this, I think you can paste. Let's see how you can paste. That is at root at, and then you can paste, and you can do shift insert to paste. And as soon as I do that, it's going to ask me for the password. And you can see it's asking me to authorize this into my hosts file. I'm going to type yes to affirm that, and it will be added to my hosts file. So it will be a known host on my computer, and I can access it without any problems. We need to add the password. So you can paste it in here by doing Shift Insert. If you just do that, you can paste using Shift Insert, yes. And you won't see the password as you type it in or as you paste it in. So just press enter. And if it is correct, you should be logged into your server. There we go. That's how to log into your Contabo server. Of course, the first thing you want to do is you want to update your server. So since we are still using root, I can just do apt update, enter. Let's see if there are any updates. All right, so you can see 4 packages can be upgraded. So let's do apt upgrade to upgrade, enter. Then Y, enter. So just let it update, and that will be pretty much it. So you've seen how you can set up your Ubuntu server on Contabo and then log into your Ubuntu server VPS if you want to start setting it up. So just remember that we are going to start using this post to set up our server. So there we go. Our updates are done. If you want to log out of your server, you can just do exit. And that's going to log you out of your server. Okay, so let's continue in the next video. And in the next video, what I want us to do is I want us to come in here and we are going to create a new pseudo user. The link to this post is in the description. There we go. We're going to do this in the next video. Let's continue doing an Ubuntu initial server setup. And in this video, we're going to create a new pseudo user so that we don't have to use the root user in upcoming videos. In upcoming setup, we will not have to use the root user. To create a new user, you will just use that command. You can find the link to this post in the description. Add user, and then that's the name of the user. You can call it whatever you want to call it. Let me just copy this because I really don't want to type. I will come back to git bash. I will call my user new user 21. Enter. And then you need to add a password for your new Ubuntu user. We're going to give them a strong password. Retype the password. Okay, so the password has been updated successfully. So I'm just going to press enter until I'm done with all of this. Y, and then enter. Okay, so is the information correct? Yes. So let me just clear the screen once again. So once we've created the new user, the next step is for us to make that user into a pseudo user. So we can give them pseudo privileges, and to do that, we are just going to copy this. This is going to give them pseudo privileges so that they can run the sudo command. If they need to do anything that the root user normally does, they'll just add sudo to it and they will be able to do whatever command that is. I'm going to paste in that. The user that we created was new user 21. I'll press enter and that's going to give them the sudo privileges. Let me open up a new git bash window and we're going to try and log in with our new user. I will open a new window of git bash. We can just do SSH that. And now instead of logging in as root, let's log in as the new user. New user 21. So what you want to do is you want to test if this user actually has the sudo privileges. Enter the password that you set up for your user. There we go. We're logged in as the new user that we've set up, and that is evident there. You can see we're logged in as that user. Now the next thing is let's try and see if we can use sudo. Now that we've given this user the sudo privileges, let's test if we can use sudo. So I'm just going to do sudo apt update and sudo apt upgrade -y. So this is just to try and update the server, and if they can do this, then they can use sudo privileges in all the upcoming commands that we're going to do. So enter. The first time that you use the sudo command, you need to add a password for the user. So the password that you created for this user, add that. And there we go. Since I can see that this command is running without any problems, it means that we can use sudo to do everything that we need to do, and we no longer need the root user. From now on, everything that you do, use this user that you created. For me, this is a user. For you, it will definitely be different. Okay, so that's pretty much it for this video. In the next video, let's see what you need to do. Now, the next step is for us to set up SSH. So I'm going to set up SSH authentication using Git bash, and I'm going to use this part to do that. So I will see you in the next video when we get here. Hi, and welcome back to another video. And in this video, what I want us to do is I want us to set up SSH authentication for our Ubuntu server. So if you want to log in using SSH keys, then this video is for you. The post that I will use for this is this, and you'll find the link in the description. And even if you don't, just go to my website and you can search for this title, okay? If you're on Windows, follow with this post. If you're using a Mac or you're using Linux, then come to this other post, generate SSH keys and use them to log into your CentOS Rel Debian server. This is for Mac and Linux users, okay? It's a very long post, but it has everything that you'll need. To set up your server, to set up SSH authentication on your server. And as well, you can come to bizanosa.com and search for the post here, or you'll find the link in the description below. I'm going to use this since I'm on Windows, and I'm just going to scroll down up to the part where I have this thing for SSH authentication. And you can even follow along with the video. If you just click there, it's going to take you to this timestamp on YouTube where you can watch how I did it on a Debian server. Debian and Ubuntu, almost the same thing, so it doesn't really matter. It's still going to work on your Ubuntu server. Let's start. And since I'm on Windows, the first thing I want to do is I want to create a folder, and that folder is where I'm going to store my keys. If you have Git bash installed on your Windows, you're going to have this folder. If you can't see it, just enable hidden folders on your Windows and you're going to see it. I'm going to create a folder and I'm going to call it Ubuntu server so that we can just differentiate them. So all our SSH keys will be stored inside here in our root directory, and this is just the root directory, okay? The root directory is your username. On your Windows, your username, you can get to your root directory. If you go to your C drive, if you go to your local disk drive, and then you go to users, now your username, that will be your root directory, and instead of using this link, the tilde, this just replaces that with your root directory, okay? So that's for Git bash, and even on Linux, it's like that. So if you come here under SSH, you're going to see that I do have these different folders. These are some tutorials I've done in the past. That's why they're here. We're going to create a new one for our Ubuntu, and this is where we're going to store the keys, the private and the public key for our Ubuntu server. So I'm going to call it Ubuntu server. Let me just remove the space. Okay, so once we create the folder, so we've created the folder, we're going to generate our keys and we're going to generate it inside of the folder we've created, okay? So to generate your keys, this is how we're going to do it. We're going to use that, and this is just the command that tells the system to generate a new key, and we're going to generate a key with this type, and the type for our key is going to be an RSA key, and the bytes for our key is going to be 4096. You can create 2048 if you want to, but we're going to do 4096, and this is just a comment. You can even leave that out if you don't want to, okay? And then this is where we want to store our key. So we're going to store our key there. This is going to be the name of our key, okay? Two keys are going to get generated. We're going to generate a public key and we're going to generate a private key. A public key is going to have this name plus.pub, and you're going to see it once we've generated it. So let me just copy this, and I'm going to copy that and put it, and I'm going to put it inside of this txt file, so that I can just paste in things without having to type them. So SSH key gen, this, we don't need to change anything there. I'll just leave that as it is. That's just a comment. You can change. This is going to be treated as a comment. You can just add it. It can even be something that reminds you of this key. So SSH and the folder, what was the name of that folder? The name of the folder for our key was Ubuntu server. I'm going to copy that. And that's going to be the folder inside of .ssh, paste. And then we can just call it that, okay? It doesn't really matter, right? Or we can just call it Ubuntu or whatever. This is going to be the name of our key. You can call it whatever you want. You can even remove that bit. You can call it anything that you want. You get the point. So I'm going to copy this. This is going to generate our key, and it's going to generate both keys. So let's come back into Git Bash where we already logged in. Please note that you need to do this on your local computer. You're supposed to generate your key on your local computer. The folder where you're storing your keys will be on your local computer. So generate this on your local computer. Even if you're on Linux, make sure you remember that on the other end if you're following the other post. And I can log out, or I can just open a new instance of Git Bash, and then I'm going to paste that. Remember, we're doing this on our local computer. So the name of our key, the key will be stored inside of that folder, and we're generating a 4096-bit key because Ubuntu 20.04 supports that. All right, so the key is being generated, but you're being asked for a passphrase. So make sure you enter a passphrase, which is going to be a password for your key. So every time you need to log in with your key, it won't be automatic. You'll first of all get asked to add your passphrase. So you can add that, but since I'm just doing a demo, I'm not going to add it. I'm just going to skip. But make sure you add one, and make sure it's one that you can remember. You'll not be able to log in, and you may have to do a few resets on your server just to make sure that you can access it once again. So I'm going to press enter, and I'm going to enter again. So once I press enter, the key will be generated, and you can see that we've generated 2 keys. Okay, if you read that, you'll see that we have 2 keys now. We have the private and the public key. The .pub key, this is a public key, and the other one is a private key. So I can just copy this and put them together with this. Once we generate the key, we need to add them to our server. We have generated our 2 keys. The next step, let's add our keys onto the server. So add the public SSH key to your Linux server. So by the way, you can use this for any server that you're using, whether you're using CentOS, you're using Red Hat, or even the new ones, Alma Linux, Rocky Linux, Debian. You can follow with this post, and it's going to work for any of those Linux servers. So let's add the private key. Let's add the public key to our server. Let me just copy this, and then we're going to replace things as we need to. Copy it here, and then I'm going to explain it. So this is going to add our public key to the server. So SSH copy ID is going to add our key to the server, and this is just telling us the identity of the key that we want to use. So the path to the public key, and then for the user that we want to add it for. So here you're going to add your IP address plus the user that you created, not for the root. Add this for the user that you created, and the user that I created was new user 21. And then I will add my IP address later. So SSH copy ID, the path to the key. Now I will copy this because I know that my key is inside here. Both my keys, if I go into that folder, Ubuntu server, you can see we have our public key and the private key. This is the one that we need to add into our server, and we're going to add it. Since this is the name of our key, I will copy, and I will replace that with this because this is a path to our key. And then just remember that with .pub is a public key, without .pub is a private key. So let me add .pub because we need to add the public key to our server, not the private. All right, I can just copy this and add this to our server. I'm still doing this on my local computer. If you see this, this is my local computer. So I'm going to paste that. I'm going to paste. Okay, I must have copied that line. I shouldn't have. Let me come back and I will paste this. Okay, so this is going to generate this is going to add our key to our server. But first of all, we need to add our IP address there. Let me go to Contabo and find my IP. After adding my IP, I will just press enter, and I'll be asked to log in as this user so that I can add my key. So just remember the password for the new user that you set up, because in a moment we'll be asked to log in. So it's adding the details that we need. Okay, so we need to add the password for that, for the user that you created, so that you can log in and add the public key. Just like that, you have now set up SSH. You've now set up SSH authentication for your Ubuntu server. You can see one key has been added, but I still need to do one thing before I try to log in. Let me come back to where I'm logged in into my server. So this now I'm doing this on my server where I'm logged in. Let me just press enter to see if I'm still logged in. Okay, yeah, I'm still logged in. We want to change the permissions for the key that we've added, because on Linux, if you don't add the correct permissions, you will not be able to log in with those keys. We need to change the permission for the SSH folder, and we need to change the permission for the SSH authorized keys. Now this is where the key has been added. That's why we are changing it to root level permission. Now this is a folder. Okay, this is a file, and we can combine two. So this is like combining two commands. So we could have easily just have pasted in that, and then once this has been done, you come in and you paste that, but you want to do this in one line. So I'm just going to copy this entire thing. I will bring it back to where I'm logged in, because I need to change permissions for those two items. Press enter, and of course you need to add the sudo password, the password for this user. Since there is no error, there is no output, that means that the permissions have been changed, and you can actually look, you can actually see the permissions for that. Okay, if you just do ls-la, you'll see the list of all the files, but I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to do that. You can just do that to see, and you'll see that the permission has been changed. Now this is very important, because if you don't do this, you'll never be able to log into your server. Okay, once you've changed the permission, this is now the next important thing. You have to change ownership for that file to the user that you created, because if you don't, that file is now owned by root, and this user needs to access that file so that they can log in. They need to access the public key that was added there. Right now it is at 600. This is a root level permission. Okay, for you to access this, you need to have sudo privileges, or you need to be root. We have to change the ownership for that file into the new user that we created, because if we don't do that, we won't be able to log in. We will never ever be able to log in. So let's just come in here and paste that in there, and I need to copy the user that I created. Make sure it's the user that you created, and where there is Joe, just replace that. So this is a group of Joe. Paste the group of Joe, and then the user of Joe, you give it the user that you created, and then of course the home directory folder, you want it to be this guy. So everything inside there, you're giving permission to this guy. You're giving ownership to this fella, this new user. Okay, you're giving ownership to the group and to the user for anything inside of this, and the public key that we added is inside of this folder. So let's go back to git bash. I will paste that in there, press enter, and as soon as I do this, now I will be able to log in via SSH. Let me open up a new git bash instance. Okay, so let's try to log into our server using the SSH keys. Okay, let me come back to this place, and we're going to test our SSH authentication by trying to log in. So I'm just going to copy this, copy that. I can explain what they do. All right, so you remember initially we logged in as SSH user at IP, and that was it. Okay, and then we were asked for a password. Right now we need to add the user server IP and an identity for a key. Okay, this tells the system that we want to log in using a key with this identity. Okay, so the identity for our key, we can just copy that right here, because our key was generated as that, and I'm just going to paste that in there. Now the server IP, I will take that, copy. Let me just remove everything here, paste. So I'm going to add the IP address once I copy it from Contabo. So let me just copy all the way up to here. Copy. Now the way that I've shown you how to set up SSH is a really nice one, because you can create multiple keys for different servers. If you do it any other way, you're probably going to have problems if you try to create other SSH keys. Now let's come here where we're not logged in, and I'm going to paste this. And remember, I haven't added my IP address. As soon as I add it, I will be logged into my server, because I did not add a passphrase. If you added a passphrase while you are generating the key, you'll need to enter your passphrase. So let me just go back, because I need to enter my IP address there. Paste. So that's the private key that we want to log in with. Remember, the public key was added on the server. The private key is now the one we're using to log in. So if I press enter, I should log in automatically. And you can see for me, I was logged in automatically because I did not add a passphrase. However, if you added a passphrase, which you probably most definitely should do, then you'll need to enter the passphrase as soon as you press enter. Now let's go back, and the last enter. Okay, now we are here on the SSH file. What I need to look for is, I need to change two things here. First of all, I need to change permit root login to no, and I need to change password authentication also to no. So let me just go and search for them. So I'm using Nano. You can see we are editing using Nano. So with Nano, I can just copy this and then I can search for it. So if you want to search for anything on Nano, just press Ctrl W, and then since I'm using Git Bash, I can just do Shift Insert to copy, to paste, I mean. And then when I press enter, it's going to look for that. And you can see permit root login has been set to yes. So we don't want root to be able to log in. So we want to set this to no. And we're going to delete yes. And then the next thing that I want us to look for is password authentication. So let me just copy password authentication from here. And we're going to search for it in the SSH config file. So once again, let's do Ctrl W, and then I'm going to do Shift Insert to paste, enter, and you can see password authentication has been commented out right there. It has been commented out, and we need to uncomment it. I'm just going to uncomment it, remove the hash sign, and that's going to uncomment it. And then we need to change the value to no, and then I will delete yes. Okay, so once I do that, I can just do Ctrl X. Now just note that there are other things you can change in this file. If you want to be really strict, you can change lots of things in these files. Okay, so maybe you want to reduce the number of times somebody can try to log in. You can reduce that there. The maximum sessions, how many people do you want to be logged in simultaneously? You can change that there. Just make sure you don't make things too strict, because you might end up blocking yourself out. Okay, just Google stuff before you change anything. Google stuff and see the implication of the changes you're going to make. So I'm just going to do Ctrl X to exit out of Nano, Ctrl X, and then Y to accept the changes, and then enter to to exit out completely. The next thing is I need to restart SSH, and I don't want to type this, so I'm just going to copy it from here. SSH, let me use sudo service SSH restart. I will do shift insert to paste, press enter, and as soon as I do this, now if somebody tries to log in, they will not be able to log in as the root user, and they will not be able to use the password. So that was the objective of this video. The objective was very clear, and it was to set up SSH authentication for our server. And the link to this post is in the description, so you don't have to worry about that. You can just come, you can even come here on my site and you can search for. So if you have a low memory VPS, you definitely need to create a swap, file. So on a VPS, you don't have access to your disks, and therefore a swap file is the next best thing. You can also create a swap disk, but of course we want to create a swap file since we are on a VPS. If you are using Contabo, you can see that you get 8 GB of RAM for that, and you get 16 for that. So you can choose whichever plan you want, and you see that you probably won't need the swap file, but I'm just doing this for the benefit of people who are following on a different VPS. Maybe you're using Vultr or DigitalOcean, then in that case you probably need to add a swap file so that you can have memory that will be used in case your server runs out of memory. Just as a caution to anybody following along, that this is how it should be. This image, you see this image, this is how it should be. My website was stripping out these double hyphens. Okay, these are double hyphens. If you need to follow along, you'll need to know that. So let's just copy this. I'll just copy this only, sudo swap on. So the link to this page is in the description. You don't need to type this stuff. So I will paste that in there, sudo swap on, and that's hyphen show. And you can see, okay, we do have a swap file already. So you can see Ubuntu on Contabo has already created a swap file for us. So this means that we do have a swap file. So we can just create another one, and I'm just creating this for the benefit of people that want to see how to create a swap file on their VPS if they don't already have one. So the first thing, this was just to see if we do have a swap file, and remember, these are 2 hyphens. Okay, step 1, we're going to create the file that will be used for swapping. Okay, so we need to create a file and allocate a size to that file. So I'll just copy these things without changing anything. I will just paste that in there, enter. Okay, now this file has been created. You can do ls-la, and you're going to see that in your root directory, there's a file called my swap file. Explaining it, once again, that's the name of the file, okay? So you can change the name to whatever. You can call it my swap file. You can call it the new swap file. You can even call it file py, whatever you want to call it. And this is going to allocate the size for the file. So this is going to allocate 2 GB to this file. If you want to allocate 1 GB, just put 1 GB. If you want to allocate 4, put 4 GB. Okay, we've created the file and allocated that. Now the next step is we need to change the permissions for the file that we've created. So I'm just going to do that, and remember that you can create it inside another folder if you want to. That's okay. Okay, if you want to put it inside of another folder, that's okay. You can see here it is in the root directory. So let us change the permissions for the file, and once we change the permissions, we need to now make it a swap file, and we also need to turn the swap on. So this is going to make it, and this is going to make the file a swap file, and this is going to turn it on, swap on. So I'm just going to do this in one line. Copy. I will paste that and then enter. And now our swap is on. Now the swap is on, yes, but if we restart the server, it's not going to recognize the swap file. So what you need to do is we need to add it inside of this file, and inside of this file we're going to add that so that we can let the system know that that is a swap file that should be restarted with the system. So we're going to copy that. So any memory that we have, they're usually listed inside of this fs tab, and this is the one that usually tells the system when it restarts that these are the memories that we currently have. So let's just bring our cursor down, and we need to copy this. So if you change the name of the file or you change its location, make sure that is reflected in this. So for me, I'm just copying what is already here so that I don't have to type. Paste, and then I'll do Control X to exit out of Nano, and then yes, I'll enter Y because I want to accept the changes, and then I will press enter to accept the changes. Now if I restart the system, our swap file will be there. Okay, and even if I do sudo swap on show, remember sudo swap on show has 2 hyphens. But for me, let me just do sudo free -h. This is going to show me all the memory that is available for me to use. So let's come back here, sudo free -h. This is going to show us all the memory that is available, and you can see our memory is that, and we still have that available memory. And our swap file, if you remember, for my server, I already had 2 GB of swap file, and I also created another 2 GB of a swap file. So I have a total of 4 GB of swap memory. That's why you can see I have 4 GB of swap memory, and it is unused because it is only used when this one runs out. As soon as you run out of memory, they will use your swap file. Your applications will all be moved to your swap memory. Okay, so that's what it's all about. So in this video, you've seen how you can create a swap file on Ubuntu, even though I used this guide that clearly states is for Debian. Even on CentOS, if you want to, even on Alma Linux, you can just follow this and it's going to create the swap file the same way. All right, so that's it for this part. In the next video, we're going to see how to install our control panel, and then once we do that, we'll see how we can work with DNS and then add websites. And we're going to see how we can add a WordPress website. We're going to see how you can change your host name on your server, on your Ubuntu server, and you can follow the same steps for Debian if you are using Debian. But I will be doing this on Ubuntu because this server is an Ubuntu 2004 LTS. So I will see you in that next video when we change the server host name. In this video, we are going to change the server host name, and I will be using Contabo for this example. If you're also using Contabo and you come here under reverse DNS management and we're interested in this IP, you'll see that the reverse PTR record is that, and we want to change this to something else that we can use. So you should definitely use an actual domain, and the domain should be one where your panel is installed. So if you're installing a control panel like hestiaCP Cyberpanel, it should give the domain for where it is installed there. To change the hostname on Ubuntu or Debian, I have this post here. You can just follow this post, and I will leave the link in the description. For the control panel, I will install it in a subdomain, panel1.javascriptbear.com. I want to change my hostname to that. The panel will be installed in a subdomain. You can install it in a full domain if you want to, but I choose to use a subdomain. Come back here, and you can see this is currently the first part of our host name. So we want to change that. Let's first of all see our host name. To check your host name, you can just do host name, and that is our full host name, and we want to change it. So if you come here, you can change the host name. You'll need to edit it there. I want to change my host name to panel1 dot panel1.javascriptbear.com. So this is going to be my host name. So let's come back to the post, and I just need to edit this file and change it there. So if you go into this file, if you go into the hostname file, we'll see that our hostname is listed there and we can change it. If we come back to where we're logged into our server, make sure you've logged into your server. So I'm going to paste that in there. And you can see that's our host name. So the first thing I need to do is I need to remove this and replace it with this. So I'm going to copy this entire thing, and then I can just use my cursor. I'll just press delete and delete everything in there. The name of my server, I'll delete that there, and then I can paste. So if you want to paste here, and I'm using Git Bash, you can use Shift Insert to paste. If you're using Putty, you'll just right click to paste. If you're on terminal, I think it's Control Shift V. So just paste the way that your command line tool will allow you. So for me, I'll do Shift Insert. Then I will close Nano by doing Control X, and then accept the changes. Y to accept the changes, and then press enter to exit out of Nano. So the next thing is to change this in our hosts file. So we've changed it in the host name. So the server knows the host name is that, the one we've added, but we need to reflect that in the system. So to do that, we need to change something in our hosts file. So copy, paste, enter, and you can see this is the one we need to change. Okay, and we also need to change that. Okay, so every instance of the old host name, we're going to change that with the new host name. And let's just come back and copy this, copy the new host name, and we're changing this on Ubuntu, but this is going to work for you even if you're on Debian. So let me find my cursor, and I will just move my cursor to that point, and let me delete this name. And then I will add a space there, Shift Insert to paste. And then for this other one, since I'm using a subdomain, the first part of my host name will be what is here. But if you're using a full domain, just use the full name of your domain. And then let's scroll down again for IPv6. For IPv6, let's scroll down, and we're going to delete this one as well. And then we paste the new one. And for this side, it will be panel 1. So as I've said, for the part where I've put panel 1, if you're not using a subdomain, just put the full domain name there as well. Okay, so that's pretty much it. So I'll do Control X, Y, enter. We need to restart the server. There we go. Now we're logged in. So now, the last time we checked for the hostname, it brought that. Let's see what it brings this time round, and I'm just going to clear the screen. There you go. Your hostname has been changed. So that's how you can change your hostname on Ubuntu, Debian, or any Linux server. But since we are on Contabo, I'm also going to need to change this inside of my Contabo dashboard. So let me come back into, and you can see as soon as we change it, it's changed it here as well. Let's go and change it inside of Contabo as well. So here in Contabo, I will click there to edit, and I will update this one as well. Paste that. Okay, that's not the one. I will paste it in there, and then I will save. This one as well, you can change the second one for the IPv6 if you've enabled IPv6. So your reverse DNS records have been changed on Contabo, and you can just add them as well on Cloudflare. So in this video, you've seen how you can change the host name for your server, and I was using Ubuntu as an example, but you can do this on Debian. You can even try it on other Linux distributions. I'm sure the process should be the same. So change the host name into the domain name or the subdomain name that you're going to use for installing your control panel. Maybe you want to install Cyberpanel, hestiaCP, Virtualmin. You need to change the host name to match that, and that's why I was doing this. So in the next video, I'm going to install my control panel. So I will see you in that video. In this video, I want to install hestiaCP. You have watched the previous videos how I was setting up Ubuntu to run hestiaCP. If you want to use Debian, you can look at the playlist for Debian. I will add the videos for Debian. If you want to use Debian, just watch the previous videos and you're going to see how to set up your server before installing hestiaCP. hestiaCP is a free control panel. So you're wondering why I'm here on Cloudflare. So I'm going to be using Cloudflare for my DNS records. So if you want to use Cloudflare, just log into Cloudflare, add your domain, and then you go into DNS and you can change the DNS records there. So I'm just going to click here because I want to edit this. I will be installing hestiaCP in this subdomain. And in the last video, you saw how to change your server hostname. Make sure your server hostname is the same as the domain or the subdomain where you want to install hestiaCP. I will have to change these records. First of all, let me add my IP address there, paste and save. And panel 1, of course, this is where I will be installing hestiaCP. So as of now, even if I visit this domain, it's just going to give me a Cloudflare error because there's nothing on my server. But once we install hestiaCP, you're going to see it brings us something there. So let's just do this as an example. Go to JavaScript pair. You'll see it brings this error. But as soon as we have installed hestiaCP, it's going to bring up Nginx as our homepage. All right, so the first part, we have set up our DNS. If you don't have a Cloudflare account, create one, add your website, and then add the A records for that, and then you can add this as the CNAME records. So of course, this would be different for you. But the first part we've done, we've added our DNS records. So even if we go to this website, once we install hestiaCP, there will be something there that we can see. So the next step is for us to install hestiaCP. So let me come in here and I will just search for a generation script. I don't want to type everything, so I'm just going to generate the script and I can search for hestiaCP. So I hope when I search for this, I'm going to get something. So let me try this one from GitHub and see which one this is. Let's go there and see. Okay, so I can install this. So it's important to note that I will not be installing Apache. I will be using PHP FPM and Nginx. However, if you want to install Apache, it's okay. Nothing will change in this tutorial, even if we install Apache. But for me, I usually prefer to use Nginx and PHP FPM. If I want to run any PHP script like WordPress or anything that is PHP related, I just prefer to use Nginx instead of Apache. So PHP FPM, indeed. Install multi-PHP. You probably want to install multiple versions of PHP. So if you want to run older scripts, you can choose a different version of PHP to run. And then for this, I'll use this. This is just for FTP. Named is used for DNS. So if you want to use DNS on your hestiaCP, maybe you want to use your actual website as your DNS provider, then you need to install named, and I will just install it. And at some point, maybe I may do a tutorial on how you can use your own websites, your own domain as the DNS providers. I may do that or not. MySQL, which database do you want to install? I want to run WordPress, so I'm going to use MySQL. And of course I need Exim for mail. And you can install this. I'll just leave the rest checked. All this, I'll just leave them checked. You can also install that. If you're going to host websites for other people, you should probably install that. I want to force it because if you don't force it, it's probably going to fail. The installation will fail and I don't want it to fail. So interactive, yes, I want it to ask me things. And then the host name, of course, I want to set a host name. And the host name, in the last video, I showed you how to change the host name on your server. So make sure that you change your server host name to the domain or the subdomain where you want to install your control panel. So I'm going to set my host name and I will set my hostname there, and then the email that you want to set as the admin email, add that there. And then a password, you can set a password or you can use the default password. So just write the password that you want there, and I'm just going to use a sample of. And then the default language, of course, you can choose a different language. Just look at the available languages and see which one is in your domain. So I'll just leave that like that. And then I will proceed. Okay, so here's my installation script. Let's go ahead and install. So let's go back to our server, copy it, paste, and then enter. The script has been downloaded. The next step is for us to install everything we need for our hestiaCP. So I'm going to select that and then copy. Then I can find them there. Now, one thing I think I should change here is the port. Now, if you want to use Cloudflare supports various ports, okay? So those ports, you should probably check on Cloudflare ports. Check on Google to find out the ports that are supported, okay? And you can use one of those ports on your hestiaCP instead of using the default. So, of course, you want to use the HTTP ports. And for this, I can just use 2053. So I'm going to come here and you can change the port there, or since I already have the script, you know what, let me just change the port here, 2053. So if you want to use Cloudflare to even access your backend, then you can do that here. And then I'm just going to proceed and I will copy this one more time. Copy, and let's go back to our terminal window. And here now I have to do sudo, and then I will paste in my script in there and press enter and just wait. Okay, press enter and then enter my user password, my SSH user password, and the next thing you have to do now is just wait. There's nothing you can do but wait. Just wait for the installation to continue. It's going to install everything it needs. hestiaCP is going to install everything it needs, and then once it is done, it's going to give you the access links for hestiaCP admin dashboard. And then after that, we'll see how we can add sites and how to use hestiaCP. You can see the installation of things that are going to happen. So we are going to install Nginx as the web server. And you remember I did not choose Apache, but you can also install Apache. It will also get installed along with Nginx, and you can use that as a reverse proxy. And I chose multi-PHP, bind. This is for DNS, XM is for mail, Dovecot is also for mail, and then MariaDB, of course, you know what that is. And then that is for FTP if you want to access FTP, and then firewall. All these are firewall and also fail to burn to limit various access options on your server. Would you like to continue with the installation? Absolutely. So just type Y to continue. So it's going to install everything it needs. Okay, everything that hestiaCP needs to run, it's going to install it. And once that is done, we're going to come back and we're going to see how we can access our panel. So I will see you once the installation is complete, or if it asks me to do anything here. There you go. hestiaCP is now successfully installed on your server. If everything went okay, then you will get this message of a successful installation. So these are the access details for your server. That's the link to your server. So since I already added the site on Cloudflare, I can actually access it using my domain, using my control panel domain once I set it up on hestiaCP. But for now, we can just use the IP address. So admin URL, copy that. And by default, the username is admin and the password is what you set. The link, and it will tell you that your connection is not private. And this is because the certificate that is being used is a self-signed certificate, which is not recognized by the browser in the browser database of SSLs. So you can just click here under advanced and then you click to proceed. The username by default is admin. So next, and then enter the password and then log in. There you go. Now you're logged into your hestiaCP control panel, and you can add websites and host as many websites as you want to on your control panel. So in the next video, we're going to do an overview. I'm going to do an overview of Hestia control panel, just so you can get an idea of what you can do within your control panel, and you can know what everything is used for within the panel. So I'm going to do that in the next video. But for now, let me just do a recap of what we've done. So in this video, we have installed hestiaCP. So the most important thing is for you to set up your server All the videos in this hestiaCP control panel tutorial will be in a playlist. So if you're watching this video outside of a playlist, make sure you go to the correct playlist and you watch the videos consecutively in that playlist. And I did install hestiaCP on Ubuntu, but you can install it on Debian as well. So if you want to use Debian, I do have another playlist that I'm going to set up with some of the old server tutorial videos, and you can use that to set up your server and then finally install hestiaCP. And if you want to use Ubuntu, you've seen how you can set up your Ubuntu server step by step, and I'm going to create that playlist as well for Ubuntu. If you want to install hestiaCP on Ubuntu 20.04, which is the latest LTS version of Ubuntu. Step by step, what you need to do, first of all, set up your server, and then after that, install hestiaCP. And you also saw how you can add your DNS records on Cloudflare. So now if we go to Cloudflare and we check this domain, you'll see that now there is something here, and you can see now we have success. This is because hestiaCP has been installed and we can add our site. Right now we don't have any websites on the server except for the main domain, the main panel. Even this, you can even use this to access your control panel. So if you go to that/2053, since I already set up the DNS records in Cloudflare, I should be able to. So this is because we haven't added SSL for it, but once we add SSL, you can just click on it and you can generate a let's encrypt SSL. And once you do that, if you go to if you go to the HTTPS version of this website, you will be redirected to hestiaCP. That's something you can do here. Once you enable SSL for this domain, it automatically took the SSL from Cloudflare. Let's look at that, and you'll see it's using the SSL from Cloudflare because we set up the DNS on Cloudflare. So that's it for this video. In the next one, let's just do an overview of hestiaCP to see what each of these links, each of these tabs do. I'll see you in the next video. Hi and welcome to this video. In this video, let's do an overview of hestiaCP. So in the last video, you saw how to install hestiaCP. Now let's do an overview. So first of all, to log in, if you want to log in, just go to your IP address and then you add the port that you set up. You did see how I changed my port in the installation process. If you didn't watch the installation process, just go back and watch that video. Here you see we have users. This will list the users in your account. Right now I'm using the admin user, which is the default user in your control panel. And then we have web. This is where you will be adding the different websites that you want to run on your Hestia control panel. And you're going to see how to do that in a moment. DNS. So I will not be working with DNS on hestiaCP, but I installed it nonetheless. I'm just going to use Cloudflare for all my DNS records, but if you want to use hestiaCP, you can also do that as well. There's a video I did about child name servers on Cyberpanel, and if you watch that video, you're going to see exactly how to do it, and it's the same process on hestiaCP. And then for mail, this is where you're going to see everything about mail. You can create mail, you can see the mail, the different accounts that you have, the different mail domains, you can set them up there. And then databases, you can set up databases, you can change passwords for your databases, users, and so on. All that can be created here. And then cron, you can set up cron and you can see any cron jobs that are available currently. And then you can also set up a backup and download the backup. And if you want to look at your server details, just come here and you're going to see all the details for your server, all the processes, the jobs that are running. You can see all these are currently running. I installed multi-PHP, and that's why I have all these PHP versions running here. And you can also see that I have Nginx and I don't have Apache. So if you watch this tutorial from the beginning, I said I didn't want to install Apache. I was going to use Nginx and PHP FPM. So what else is here? If you want to change any settings about your user, just click there. If you want to log out, you can click there to log out. The next thing, let's see how you can add a website. So the first thing before you add a website, make sure that you take your IP address and you create different records. You come here to Cloudflare. If you want to use Cloudflare, that is, add your site here. Add your domain to Cloudflare, and then you can add the different records. Just come here under DNS on Cloudflare and add the different records. You can see here I already have one for my control panel, and all the details, the different subdomains, you can set them up here on Cloudflare. Okay, you can see I have an A record. I do have a CNAME for www, and we're going to need that if you want to set up a website on hestiaCP. So let's see that. Let me just give you an overview of how you can set up a new website on hestiaCP. So I'll copy that, and let me just come back here, and I will go into web. So by the time you're watching this tutorial, I will have deleted this server, so you probably won't get access to any of these IP addresses or any of these links. So if you want to add a website here, maybe you want to host a new website, just click there on add web domain. And actually, this is something that I should cover. You can see you're being told create a standard user account before adding web domains. So I'm just doing this as a sample, but what you should do first of all is come here under users, and then you set up a new user. Okay, so you need to come here and add a user and use that user to set up all your websites or different websites. You can have different users for different websites. Just try not to use the admin user. I'm using the admin just because I don't want to set up all these accounts, but you can set this up if you want to. Just click there on users and look at the admin user. So it is strongly recommended that you create a standard user. Make sure you do that as I've shown you. And for me, I'm just going to click on continue, which is not advised. This is not secure. What you need to do is create a different account that will have your websites, or you can even have different users for different websites. So there I will add a domain. So make sure once you create that user, you log in as that user, and then you use that specific user to set up your websites. That is for security purposes. So for this, I'll just click on create DNS zones, and this is just to give me the different records that I may need to copy from here and then add them to Cloudflare. So I will enable them. If you want to send and receive mail, just click on enable mail for this domain. That's all you need to change. If you have other IP addresses, they can be listed here. Maybe you bought a different IP from Contabo, it will be listed here, and you can set up different sites on different IPs. So I'm just going to click there to save this site. Okay, once the website has been created, you can change different settings. That's just because there's a space before this. So I'll just remove the space. And then once again, I'll click there on create DNS records, and then create, and then enable mail. And then I will save. And now you can see that our domain that has been created successfully. If you look here, you'll see that we have two websites, and we also have one zone. So we have a zone for this domain that we created, and we have 15 records, and you can copy these records into Cloudflare. So I'll just come here under web, and you're going to see how you can install your website on this, or you can just upload one. So for every website that you create, you can see you have this. You can visit the site, you can edit the settings for the site, you can access the logs for the site, and you can suspend it or even delete it if you don't need it anymore. So let's click on it once again, and we're going to enable Let's Encrypt for this website. So I'm just going to click on it, and before you try to enable Let's Encrypt, ensure that you have set up your A records, and you have a www record as well. Okay, so you need the A record and the www record as well. So you can set that as a CNAME. You can also set it up as an A record. If I want to host WordPress on this website, I can change various things here. If I come here, you can enable web statistics. Of course, you want to see the visits for the site, and you can enable statistics authorizations, and you can enable domain redirection if you want to redirect this domain somehow. Maybe you want to redirect redirect visitors to www, redirect all visitors to that. You can do that as well. And then you can enable SSL. So use Let's Encrypt to enable SSL. And then enable automatic HTTPS redirection. That's going to redirect all traffic to your HTTPS domain. You can enable strict, and most of the times you definitely want to do that. Just enable HTTP strict, because most browsers nowadays support that. And then here under advanced, you can change various settings. Just click on advanced, and you can choose a template for Nginx. So if you want to run WordPress, you'll need to choose the WordPress template down there. And definitely most definitely you want to enable fast CGI, and with fast CGI your website is going to load much faster. The cache is going to get stored on your server, and it's going to reduce the server load generally. So what you can do is you can increase this time. Once you know how often you usually update your website, you can even make this 1 day. You can make it 1 day if you want to, because 2 minutes, that's too short. And then backend template PHP FPM. Which version of PHP do you want to run? If you want to run a specific version, you can run that. WordPress, you can try PHP 8 for WordPress. WordPress already supports PHP 8. And then you can create a custom document root. So you can change the document root where this will be. And if you go to the file manager, we're going to go there in a moment. If you go to the file manager, then you'll see it wherever you decide to put it. So if you want to change the directory, you can just change the directory there, but I don't want to change that. I'll just use the default as it is. And then you can create FTP accounts for this. Maybe you want to give access to different people, then you can create users and then send these details to those users so that they can log into the website and set it up. So once you've changed and added all the settings that you want to add, the next thing that you want to do is you want to come up here and you want to click on save. We just need to give it some time for Let's Encrypt to give us a new certificate. This is not secure, but if I try to reload it, it should redirect us to HTTPS. Okay, so the website is there. Now you can add whatever you want in your site. So if you come here under web, you can change the different settings again if you want to. Let's go into files. Maybe you want to update, maybe you want to install WordPress here. You can install WordPress manually. Okay, so if you do want to install WordPress and you know how to install WordPress manually, back in the day when we used to install it manually, right, without the fast installation, without the automatic installation that we have on most web hosts nowadays, we just used to bring the files into the public HTML here, and then you extract the WordPress files inside there. And then once you extract the files inside here, so remember you go into web, into the domain you want to go to, and then into public HTML, and then you can bring in the files, the WordPress files, just extract all of them inside here. If you want to exit to control panel, you can exit back to the control panel. And once you're here, so for you to install WordPress, let's assume that you've gone under files and you've extracted the WordPress files. The next step is for you to create a database, or you can do this before you even upload the files. So if you go into your DB, you can create a new database. You can add a database. Make sure that you're using this with a new user that is not the admin user. The admin user is default on every Hestia control panel. So make sure that you don't use it for setting up your sites and anything else that you need for your site. So we'll just continue. So what you're going to do is you're going to give the database a name. Let's just call it DB2. And remember that this usually takes the username first as a prefix. Okay, so the name for your database will be that, depending on the user that you're using. So copy the name from there, and then of course you want MySQL, that's the one we installed, and then the username for the user, the username for the database, you can set up a new one. And just remember that this is the user now, this entire thing. The prefix will be the username that you set up. So make sure it's something that's unique. The username that you set up, make it unique. Right now we're using the admin user, which is not advised. And then for the password, it will just be the password that you set here. So your password must have strong characters. Okay, once you do that, you can change all these other details if you want to change these details about your database. And once you set up your database with all the settings, just click there to save, and you can connect your database successfully when installing WordPress. And if you want to visit your database and maybe import a database, you can go to phpMyAdmin, which is installed by default. So if you want to visit phpMyAdmin, just visit it through the domain that you set up. Okay, so visit it through that domain. If it doesn't work, you can try to figure out what the issue is. Before I end the video, I'm trying to figure out what else will be important for you here. Okay, let's go into DNS. Now here under DNS, you can see we do have one DNS zone for that. So you can look at the records for this, and then you can add those records on Cloudflare. You can just copy them one at a time and add them on Cloudflare if you're using Cloudflare. This is a text record, so you can copy it and add it to Cloudflare. Okay, just copy them as they are and then add them to Cloudflare. Let's see what else is important here before I end the video. Let's go into backups. It's important to have backups. So in this hestiaCP overview, let's look at backups. You can see we've already set up a new backup here, and you can even set up a new backup. Just create a backup. It's going to take a little bit, but my server is currently very small, so this is not really going to take long. So if this was my backup, I can download it. You can download it and keep it on your computer, or you can download it and move it to a different server. If maybe you're moving from one VPS to another, you can just download this, and then once you've set up a new server, then you can just import it. So to import, just Google how to import a database. You can do it very easily. Just upload it. Once you've set up a server like this, you can just upload it even via FTP, and then move it appropriately via SSH, and then you'll just run the backup. And you can Google how to do that. There is a very simple one line for how to do it on hestiaCP documentation. So just Google how to do that if you're moving from one server to another. So we've looked at DB. Let's look at mail. After we look at mail, we're going to see how we can maybe change various settings. Maybe you want to change something in PHP config file, or you want to change something in Nginx. We're going to see how you can do that. So here, the next step is domain. Maybe you want to add mails for this. You can add a mail domain here. So let's click there, add a mail domain. And of course, it is strongly recommended that you use a different user. So you can add a mail domain. Let's go back. For that, let's click on this. If you want to add an account, just click on the domain, and then you can add an account, and you can even edit the mail domain. Mail domain is the domain, like in this case, example.com. Once you add the mail domain, you can add the different mail accounts just like that. So the next step, let's look at how you can change different settings here. So let's go into our server. So most of this you'll need to do using the admin account. So if you want to restart the server, you can do that. You can look at your server logs. You can see if there are any updates, and you can also monitor the task to see how your resources are being used. You can also configure different things here. Maybe you want to configure all these different items on your server. Just click on whichever, all these items, anything that you want to change here. You can just click maybe web server. You want to edit Nginx. Click there, and you can configure Nginx, backend server, PHP. You can configure that to change all these settings, but some of this you can just change them through here. So maybe you want to change something in Nginx. You can just come here and you click on edit, and that's going to bring you here, and you can change the different settings. Maybe you want to change the max body size. Maybe your server is crashing or timing out due to these times. You can increase the different times for this. You may want to increase this maybe to 90 seconds if you are experiencing problems whereby certain scripts are running out of time. So you can change that here. Then gzip, of course, you want to enable that. And then if you want to change the actual settings here, you can just click on advanced down here, and you'll be able to click on that. You'll be able to change the settings here. And then once you do that, you can just click on save, and it's going to restart Nginx. So let's go back, and if you want to configure, so depending on the PHP version that you're using, maybe you're using PHP 8, you can also configure the settings for that. And it's just the same thing here. You may need to change max execution time for various scripts. You may need to increase memory. Anything that you need to do here, you can just come in here and change them. And if you want to do them on the actual PHP INI file, you can also do that here. So that's just an overview of hestiaCP, and that's pretty much it for this video. So just remember, if you do want to add another website, you can just come in here, click on web, add another website, add the DNS records on Cloudflare, and that's going to work for you. So if you're using a subdomain and you want to add SSL, you can see mine doesn't have SSL yet. Make sure that on Cloudflare you add another one like that, okay? www.panel1. So that's required for SSL. You need the www version and the actual A record for that. I hope you understand what I mean, okay? A record for the main domain is that, and then I also have a www record for it, and then for this subdomain I also need a www version for it, and you just add it like that, www.panel1. and then you add it as a CNAME record for that. So I hope you understand this, okay? I've done videos about this in the past many times. That's why I'm going fast over this. You can find those videos, especially in the Cyberpanel tutorial. Just look at the DNS videos. You'll learn a lot there. So if you want to add another website, make sure you add the records there. If you want to reduce the server load on your server, just use Cloudflare instead of using your server for DNS. So for this, let's enable SSL, and we want to redirect people to the non-www record. And of course, I'm going to use Let's Encrypt. So as soon as I do that, I can just click on save. The certificate will be generated for me, and it will be visible on my front end. And if visitors visit my site, they will be redirected to the HTTPS version of my site. So this has been a slightly long video, but I wanted to do an overview of hestiaCP so that in case I take some time to create other videos, you will still find your way around and you will not be lost in using hestiaCP, regardless of how long it takes me to push out the next video. So I hope this video has been tremendously helpful to you. If you're lost, just go to Google and search for the problem that you're having. The hestiaCP forum is very helpful, and you can also find a lot of help on GitHub. Okay, so I hope this video will help you to find your way around hestiaCP, especially after following along with all the videos that we've done so far. Okay, I will do a file manager overview. Unfortunately, I don't have any websites here, so let me see if I can create a sample first. But just as a note, the file manager is there. If you open that, you'll see your files, and you can manage your files here. So your web files will be inside there. Right now you can see I don't have any website. Let me see if I can create a sample. I don't have any domains I can use. Let's just see if I can work with a sample. So this is just a sample panel. I'm not using it for anything. So as soon as I'm done with this, I'm just going to delete it. So I'll just continue. And I can add a sample domain. And I will just save. So the domain has been created. And now if I come here and let me try to refresh, and we see if the folder will be inside of the web directory. Okay, you can see now inside of the web directory there, we have this directory for your website. So this is where you can add your website files. Your website files will be inside of the public HTML. You can see we have HTML. If you just click on it, you can edit it. Just by clicking on it, you can edit it. And once you're done editing it, you can save or close. If you want to create another file, you can just create there a new folder, a new file, whatever you want. Let's create something like PHP. You can click on it if you want to edit and add things inside there and save. And if you want to zip up, if you want to select a few things and maybe zip them up, you can zip them. If you want to delete, you can delete, copy, download, all this is there. You can select everything and zip them up. Where's zip? And zip them, create the zip, and you can download your zip file. So you can see this is a very simple file manager that you can use in hestiaCP. And once you're done with anything, you can just click exit to go back to the control panel. Select on the element and more features will be shown for you. You can download, copy, move, all that is there. If you want to go back to a different website, just click on web and you can go to whichever website you want to go to. So if you just click on this side for any file, you can do all these other things. You can unzip. Just because it's an archive, let's select a different file. And if I select a different file, I can download, view, copy, move, rename, and so on. You can copy the link and share the link if you want to do that. You can see it's a very simple file manager to use, and that's how to use the file manager for hestiaCP. If you compare this with Vesta, then you'll see that this is a great improvement from what we had. That's pretty much it for this tutorial. You've seen how you can work with Hestia, Control Panel, File Manager. If you want to go back to the Control Panel, just click there, exit. I will delete this domain. Select there to delete it. And there we go. So that's how to use the hestiaCP File Manager. How to delete, create, and download your hestiaCP server backup. So first of all, I will delete this backup. On the backup, you can just come there and you can click on delete, and that will delete it. You can also select it, and right there, you can select delete and then delete. When you do that, it's going to delete this backup. Let's see how we can create a backup. Creating a hestiaCP server backup is very easy. Just click there on create backup. I will click OK and give it some time to create it. Depending on the size of your server and the speed of your server, it's going to take some time, but it usually takes less than 5 minutes. So just give it some time and then come back and refresh. And once it is created, the backup will be shown there. I will refresh again after waiting, and this time around the backup is complete. So there's your backup. If you want to download the backup, all you have to do is come here and click on download. The first icon will download your backup, and you can import it in another hestiaCP server if you need to. So that's pretty much it for this video. In another video, if I set up hestiaCP, I will show you how to import the backup into the new server. So that's it for this video. How to delete, create, and download hestiaCP backup. By the end of this tutorial, you're going to see how you can host multiple WordPress websites on hestiaCP. hestiaCP will be installed on Ubuntu 22.04. So before we start, we are going to set up our Ubuntu server using this post. And the link for this is available. So make sure you follow everything on this post. And then once we're done with this, we're going to install hestiaCP. And after installing hestiaCP, you're going to see how you can set up DNS. And then after setting up DNS, you're going to see how you can install WordPress and so much more. So get started watching this. If you want to run multiple WordPress websites on any VPS or any cloud. In this tutorial, I will be using Vultr, and you can follow along with Vultr. If you come here, you can follow along with Vultr. Just click there and you can get started with your Vultr server, and we're going to set it up. Let's dive in. Let's see how we can host multiple WordPress websites using hestiaCP. Hi and welcome to this video. I'm going to do an Ubuntu 22.04 initial server setup, and I will be using Vultr as my cloud provider of choice, but you can follow along with any VPS provider of your choice. Once you log into your server, you can follow along with me without any problems. So the post that I'm going to follow, I've already written it, and I will provide the link in the description. But if I don't provide the link, you can just go to Google and search for Ubuntu 22.04 setup Bizanosa. Okay, so this is the post that we're going to use in this. We're going to do all this. We're going to deploy, log in, see how we can do all these things just to make sure that our Ubuntu 22.04 production server is safe for use. Ubuntu 22.04 setup Bizanosa, and you're going to see that initial setup, initial server setup post. Just click on that and it's going to bring you to this post, and this is the one we're going to use to set up our Ubuntu server. I've already tried all these steps on Debian 11 and they work with Debian 11 as well. So if you want to use Debian and not Ubuntu, you can follow along with this post. So I will come back to Valtra. First step, let us deploy our server. So I'll just click there on deploy, or you can click there as well to deploy a new server. So there are different types of servers here, but just in brief, optimized cloud, these are dedicated VPSs. So if you need dedicated VPSs, this is where you'd come. Then cloud compute, these are the normal VPSs that you can get on Valtra. And then there's cloud GPU. If you need instances that have graphic cards, you can use that. If you want dedicated servers, you can try that. But of course, we want to try cloud compute. And under cloud compute, we're going to choose AMD high performance. You can choose any one of these others, but I'm going to choose AMD high performance. And I will choose a location in America. I will choose Chicago. And then the operating system, of course, I want to use Ubuntu 2204. Server size, I will leave it at $12. You can see it is $12, but the price is $14.40. That is because I think backup is selected. So if you don't want to enable backups, you can disable that, but you should probably just enable it for security purposes, just for you to know that you have a backup. I'm going to disable it. Of course, you want to enable IPv6. You want your server to be able to support IPv6. And then no public IPv. If you don't want a public IPv4 address, then you can select that there. I can see this is new. You can select that there. And then you can enable DDoS protection for $10 a month. You can enable cloud init. If you have certain Linux bash scripts that you want to run as soon as your server is set up, you can add that there. Once you click on it, you'll be able to add your bash script down here. Just paste in your script if you have a script. And then virtual private clouds. Let's say you want your servers, you're going to deploy multiple servers and you want them to talk to each other. You can enable virtual private clouds. This is just networking within the servers that you will deploy. If you're going to deploy multiple servers, you can enable that, but I don't need this feature. So I'm going to leave it unchecked. And then SSH, I'm not going to do anything with SSH here, because when I come here, you'll see that one of the things that I do here in step 4 will be Ubuntu SSH key login setup. We're going to see how we can log in with SSH key on Ubuntu, and we're going to see how we can set that up. I will not be dealing with that on Valtra. And then firewall groups. If you want to set up a firewall group, you can do that. So a firewall group is basically firewall rules that you set up that you can add to any server that you deploy. If you click there on manage, you'll be able to see the interface for that, and you can add a firewall rule, and then you can add certain rules in this group. And then you'd be able to attach any server inside of this rule. So you can see SSH is already added, and this is good for something like Kubernetes. Let's say you're installing Kubernetes on your own. You can come in here and allow the various ports that need to be allowed for Kubernetes and deny any access, any incoming traffic or outgoing traffic that you don't want to be allowed into or out of your server. So you can deal with that there. So the server host name, now this is important because if you're going to send mail from this server, you need to have a fully qualified domain name as a host name. A fully qualified domain name could be a subdomain or a full domain, provided that it is a name where when you add DNS records, it can be accessed. That is a fully qualified domain name. An example here, I could use something like cp3.bizanosa.com. That is going to change the server host name for our Ubuntu server. So make sure you add a fully qualified domain name. If you don't want to use a subdomain name, you can use a full domain name. All right, so I think that's pretty much everything that we need for our server. Location, server image, we've chosen Ubuntu. Server size, choose whichever server size you want to use. Everything else is as I want it. If you want multiple servers, you want to deploy multiple servers with the same settings, you can choose the number of servers that you want to deploy down here. For me, I want to deploy one server, and I'm just going to click on deploy now. As soon as the server has been deployed, I'm going to get an IP address and the root user plus the root user's password, and I'm going to use that to log into my server. So while that is happening, let's talk about how we can access our VPS, our server, via SSH. So to do that, whether you're on Windows or you're on a Mac, there is a way for you to do that. For me, I'm on Windows, so I'm going to use Git Bash, but you can still follow along with me whether you're on a Mac or you're on Linux. So let's go online, and we're going to look for, if you're on Windows, look for this, look for Git Bash. Git download. Install Git, download it, download 64 bits or 32 bit, and then install it. And once you install it, just come in here and then search for Git Bash. Open up Git Bash. Once you open up Git Bash, you can use it to log into your server. And if you're on a Mac or on Linux, just open up Terminal, and this will just be the same process. Whether you're on Windows, Mac or Linux, just use Terminal on a Mac, Terminal on Linux, and you can follow along with me. Let's go back to Valtra, and we want to see if our server is now ready. And you can see our server is ready. So I can just click on it to go deeper into the server. All the details for our server will be here. Everything for our server is here. The IPv6 address, IPv4 address, the username is root by default, and then password, you can copy that there or you can show it there. So let's come back to our server to log in. So I'm going to copy the IP address if I want to log into my server, and I'm going to come back to Git Bash. So on Git Bash, I'm just going to write SSH, and the user is root at the IP address. And on Git Bash, if you want to paste, you can do shift insert, or you can just right click and paste, or you can even go inside of the settings here, and there's somewhere where you can make it such that if you right click, you can paste SSH root, and then put in your IP address there, press enter. You will be asked for your password, and when they ask you for the password, so connection refused, let's restart our server. First of all, the connection has refused. If the connection refuses like that, let's just restart the server. So just give it time to start. Okay, now we can try to log in. So let me just press enter. And it's going to ask me if I want to add the key for this server onto my hosts file. So when I do this, it's going to add this to my hosts file, and it's going to treat this IP address as a trusted server on my computer. I'm going to type yes to accept that I want this to be added to my hosts file. Yes, so now this IP has been added to the list of my non-hosts file. So let's add in the password. I'm going to come back here and I will paste the password. Paste. So when you paste the password in, or when you type it in, you won't be able to see it. So just press enter. So connection was closed because I took too long. Let me clear the screen by doing Control L. Enter. And then I will paste the password. Press enter. And now I'm logged into my server as root. If I want to do anything else on my server, I can do it. Let me clear the screen again. I'll do Control L to clear the screen, and then I'm going to update my server. Since I'm the root user, I don't really need to use sudo. So I'm just going to do apt update, and I'm going to do apt upgrade as well. So this is going to update my server. So it tells me that all the packages are up to date. Okay. That's why normally if you just want to see if there are any updates, what you do is you just do sudo apt update. And this is going to tell you if you have, any update. So all packages are up to date. So that's pretty much it for how to deploy Ubuntu and then log into your server. The next process, what I'm going to do next is I'm going to come in here and then I'm going to create a new user, and then I'm going to set up SSH key, create a new user and set up an SSH key authentication for our server. So let's get to that next. Whenever you install a Linux operating system, normally the root user is the default user, and everybody that knows about Linux knows that. That is why whenever you get a new server, a new VPS server, you need to create a new user that you can use to log into your server, and then you can disable the root user from logging into your server via SSH. Once the user is created, we're going to add the user to sudo as group. And then after that, we'll see how we can set up SSH key authentication for that user. But first, let's start by creating a new user. If you're not already on this post, I have created a short link for this post, and you can just go to bizanosa.com/ubuntu22. That's going to bring you to this post. You can come down and click wherever you want to go to. So I'm going to go to create a sudo user. First, I want to create a user. So to add a user on Linux, almost any Linux system, you just use the command add user and then the name of the user. And then after that, we're going to add this user to the user group, sudo group. User mode is just a way for you to modify a user. You can modify lots of different things about a user. In this case, we're modifying the group G to sudo for the user named new user. So first of all, let's just create the new user, and I want to create a new user. I'll just call the new user as it is here. So let me go back to git bash and let me clear the screen. Control L, paste. Let's call it the new user 3. So adding the user, give the user a new name, a new password. Give it a strong password, because this is going to be your new administrator on your Linux machine. So make sure you give this user a strong password. Another password. Retype the password. So the password has been updated successfully, and then you can add more details about your user. I'm just going to press enter to skip all this. Is the information correct? Press enter. Now we have the new user. Now the next step is we're going to modify the new user. We want to add them to the sudo group, and the sudo group can perform root level tasks by using the command sudo. So you just add the keyword sudo before any command, and they will be able to do it. So let's come down here, and we're going to just copy this, paste. The new user was called the new user 3. So make sure you change it with the name of your user. Enter. And now this user should be in the sudo's group. So let's switch. Instead of switching to that new user, let's just try to log into the server using the new user that we've created. So I'm going to open a new instance of git bash, and we're going to try to log in with the new user. Let me come back here. I want to copy the IP address. And now we need to enter the password that we set for the new user. There we go. We are logged in as the new user. We can try to run sudo to see if we've been successfully added onto the sudo group. So I'm going to do Control L to clear the screen. So I can do something like sudo top. The first time you run sudo, you need to enter the password, and consequently, you won't have to run it. You won't have to add it again until your session expires. So after adding the password for my user, you can see that we can run sudo. I'm just going to do Ctrl+C to get out of this. And I can do Ctrl+L again to clear the screen. Let's try again. Let's try something else. Let's do sudo update to see if we can update the server. And since we can do that, it means that everything is working well, and we can see we don't have any packages to update. You've seen how you can create a new user in Ubuntu. You've seen how you can create a new user in Ubuntu and then add the user to the sudoers group. The next step, let us set up SSH key login for Ubuntu 22.04. And that's the next step. Let's get started on that. Let's set up public key authentication for our server. So with this, we're going to log in using the key pair. We're going to generate an SSH key and we're going to add the public key onto the server, and then the private key is going to remain on our computer, and we're going to use that to log into our server. I'm on Windows, and therefore I'm going to be using git bash as I've been doing with the rest of this setup. If you're on a Mac or Linux, don't worry, you can follow along with me. The steps are the same. Let's get started. So if you want to get to this post, as I've told you, just go to bizanosa.com/ubuntu22. That's going to redirect you to this page, bizanosa.com/ubuntu22. Click on SSH key and we can get started. So install, if you don't have Git already installed, just install Git, open git bash. Now that we've confirmed that we can log in with the new user and the new user has the permissions for sudo, what we can do is we can just close the root user screen. We don't need to do anything with the root user anymore. We just needed to log in and create the new user. So after this, we're going to disable the root user from logging in, and we're also going to disable password authentication so that people can only log in using the key that we set up. So since I'm on Windows, the first thing I want to do is I want to create a folder. Now, this method of creating SSH keys is very good. It's a very nice one because you'll find that you'll not override your keys. Okay, this is very important. Sometimes you have multiple servers, and if you do it the way most people show you online, you're going to override your keys and you'll lose access to those servers forever. I need to make a directory. If you're on Linux, making a directory is really not that difficult. You can just go to your git bash and then you can make a directory. Let's create a folder. So on Windows, just go to your home directory. So your home directory, that's where your home directory is. If you don't know how to get there, you can also get here by going to your C drive, users, and then your name. So it's the same. After installing git bash, you'll have a folder here called .ssh, and inside of this, you can set up the different SSH. You can create a folder where you can save your SSH keys. So I can just create a new one, or I can create one within another. So this is a really nice way because you can group different keys for different servers. In this case, tutorials. I will go inside of the tutorials folder and I want to create a new folder, and I will call this Ubuntu 22.04. Like that. Once I do that, I want to copy the path. I want to copy this path. Copy. I will put it here. So let me have this because there are certain things I don't want to be editing anything on git bash because it will take a lot of time. This entire thing, whether you're on Windows or on a Mac, as long as you're using git bash on Windows, this entire path can be replaced by a tilde. So even on Mac or on Windows, on Linux, the tilde is just a path, a shortcut for your home directory. That will be our new path. This is where we are going to store the keys. So let's come back here and follow along. So we've created the folder where we are going to store the keys. You can see here, I stored it inside here, but you can store it inside of another folder like I've done. The way to generate the keys, you'll use SSH keygen. This is the command that is going to generate your keys. And then -t, this is going to be the specific type of your key. In this case, I'm creating an RSA key and I want it to be 4096 bytes. Okay, So 4096 is more secure than anything below it. So make sure if you're using an RSA key, make sure it is a 4096 bit key that you create. And then -F, this is going to be the folder directory, or rather the file name for where we're going to store it. Okay, so the only thing I need from this is that. So once I copy this, SSH keygen is going to generate our keys and it's going to store it inside of this directory that I've just created. So at this point, I can let me just paste it on a new line. I will paste it there. Let me increase the font size. So I'm going to do SSH keygen -F folder name. So remember that this is a folder name. I'm going to need to give the keys a name. So I'm going to call it, I can call it anything I want. Let me just call mine Ubu22 keys. This will be the name of my private key and the public key. Once we generate them, you'll see 2 keys with that name inside of this folder. Just remember, you're doing this on your local computer. So these keys will be generated and they will be stored on your local machine. So when you open Git Bash, just open Git Bash and ensure you're not logged in on your server. This you're doing on your local computer. If you're logged in to your server, you can just do exit. So if I'm logged in, I can just do exit. And that's going to log me out. And then you can continue. So I'm going to paste in that. Paste. SSH keygen, that, all that. Everything is as it should be. And then I'm going to press enter. And this is also important. You need to add a passphrase to your key. This way, if somebody comes to your computer and they take your key and they go and they try to log in with your key, then they will need the passphrase. So the passphrase is a second security for your key. Make sure you create one and make sure it is one that you can remember. As a matter of fact, just save it somewhere, write it somewhere, because don't trust your memory all the time. You will forget these keys. Make sure you write it down first, and then that's when you type it on your screen so that you won't forget it and you'll know it is the same key. So I've added a key to mine. Even though I'm not going to use this server for anything, I've added a key to mine. I've added a passphrase to my key. Permission failed. So let's see what happened. SSH tutorials Ubuntu 22 keys failed. Permission denied. Okay, so I can see the issue here is probably the asterisks. The slashes you see on Windows. On Windows, the slashes are like that. That was my mistake. But on Linux, you can see this is how they're supposed to be. So that is just a mistake that I have made due to me working on Windows. You just need to know that on Windows, this needs to be a /. This is a / because the bash, on bash, this is like escaping something. So it was just escaping a space. So that is a very stupid mistake, but you're probably going to make it. So the problem is just this. As soon as I copy this, we can try again. Copy, and then I will come back here, there, and then I will do Control L to clear the screen. So I will paste. Everything is okay. Enter. And then I will enter the passphrase once again. So just remember that when you're working with Git Bash, it is like you're working on the Linux environment. So the Linux shell is now accessible to you, and the Linux shell does not recognize the /. The / on Linux is escaping, okay? So it's just like in programming, when you're escaping things, use the /. The /, this is the one for paths. This is the one for paths on Linux. So what I'm going to do next is I'm just going to come into the folder to show you that your keys are now generated. Now this is a public key. It has the .pub, and this is a private key. This is the one we're going to upload into the server. So whether you're on Linux or Mac or Windows, you'll find these keys now on your computer. If you go to the directory where you save them inside of the .ssh, inside of the .ssh file folder, you're going to find them. But just remember, just note that your keys are there. You can find your keys there, okay? So I'm going to Control L to clear the screen. and then we can continue. The next step is to upload the keys onto your server. Okay, so if you do experience a problem whereby this doesn't work for you, you can actually add these keys manually onto your server. I don't know whether I have that here. When we get there, I'll look at it, but let's just do hstiCP ID. Now, hstiCP ID is going to upload a key with this identity, and it uploads the public key, and then that will be the user and your IP address. So I'm just going to copy this entire thing because I'm going to replace it on Notepad. The path to our key, that is a path to our key, but just remember that when you're uploading to your server, you need to upload the public key. So that is a public key that is called .pub. Let me just copy my IP and save it here because I will use it a lot. Control V, and this, I will copy this, and let me just save it somewhere up there. So if I copy this will add our key. hstiCP ID will add the public key. Okay, so the key you're adding is a public key, and you're adding it for this user. So if you want to add the key for a different user, you'll need to do the same thing for the different user that you're adding the key to. So you can use the same key for multiple users. If you're paranoid, create different keys. So I will come back. Still, this is on the local computer. Make sure you're not logged into your server when you're doing this. So on my local PC, I'll just paste that in. Enter. It's going to ask me to log into my server. And once I log in successfully, it will add the key. So it's asking me for the password for this user. For this user, I'll enter the password. Now you can see number of keys added, 1. Now try logging into the machine. So we're going to see how to log in into our server. So if you do experience an error with hstiCP ID, probably you're on a Mac. Sometimes on a Mac, you won't be able to use hstiCP ID unless you install Homebrew. So if you install Homebrew and you install hstiCP ID, you can Google how to install that. But if you don't want to go through that process, what you can do is you can go to log into your server, and then on your server, make a directory called .ssh, and then create a file called sudo nano ssh keys. So this one line is going to create a folder called .ssh, and it's also going to create a file called authorized keys. Now, instead of this authorized keys, all you have to do is come into, and you can see I'm opening it with Nano. Make sure you open it with Nano, because I noticed that when you open it with Vim doesn't put everything in one line as it should. So what you'll do if you experience an error, just bear with me. If everything worked well for you, you'll come in here into .pub, and then you can open it with Visual Studio Code. And when you open this with Visual Studio Code, you can see it's just one line. Control A, copy everything, and then go into your server. This is just an example that I'm doing, but on my local computer, I don't know, the Nano is installed, and if it is not installed, too bad. But let me just create Nano. Let me just try Nano. You can see Nano is installed. It comes with Git Bash. That is good news. Now, all you have to do is on the first line there, just paste in the key like that. It needs to be on one line, just like it is, and then you save. And to save on Nano, you'll do Control X and then Y to accept the changes. Okay, you can see permission denied, but anyway, you see what you need to do. This is what you need to do, okay? You just need to paste in the file and save it. If you message me and tell me that your hstiCP ID didn't work, this is what I'm going to tell you to do anyway. Once you copy the key and you save it successfully, make sure you come down and you change the permissions. And most importantly, after changing the permissions, make sure you also do this with the new user. And the reason for doing this is because if you don't do this, your user will not be able to log in with those keys. let's go and see how we can log into our server. So just in brief, to log into your server, you need to SSH into your server using the user IP, user plus the IP address, and then with the identity of the key. So for this, you're going to use the private key. Where was it saved? You're going to add the link to your private key here. Copy. Come in here. Control V. Now SSH username IP. So I will replace that with this. Thank God we copied that. We copied it and saved it there. Paste. And then the identity of the key. Identity of the key, we're just going to copy it up to that point. We don't use the .pub. .pub is the public key, and we don't need to use the public key here. We're using the private key. And if you had changed, and when we get there, we'll see this, but if you change the port, you also need to specify the port. So maybe you are logging in with port. Maybe that's your new port. Once we change the port, you'll need to add the port as well. But in this case, we have not changed the port yet. We're going to see how we can change our SSH port. For now, let's just copy this so that we can log into our server. I will clear the screen. Control L. Paste. Enter. You see that it's asking me for the passphrase. So I'll just enter the passphrase that I set. There we go. You're now logged into your server. At this point, you can disable the root user from logging in via SSH. You can also disable password authentication. So I'm just going to do Control L to clear the screen so that we can do those last two steps. Disable root user from logging in. So we'll just, for this, I'm using Vim. If you don't know how to use Vim, I do have a Vim tutorial here. There's also a video for it. You can watch the video to learn how to use Vim. So I will come here. I will open the SSH configuration file. So if I come back into my server where I'm logged into the server, paste in that, I need to enter the password for my sudo user. We want to edit two things. We want to change permit root login to no. If I want to search for this, if you come here under Vim, you can see all this search. You can do / plus the string you want to search. And then you can use N, capital N, or small n. So capital N is basically just Shift N to navigate up and down, and then press I to edit. We will search for permit root login. I'm already on the normal mode, so you want to go into normal mode. I'll just press escape to ensure that I'm in normal mode. And then once you're in normal mode, after pressing escape, make sure that you press / and then I will paste in the string that I want to search. Paste, and you can see it has found permit root login. So if I press enter, it's going to search for that. So I can go up and down using N. So I'm just pressing the small n, and you'll see that it can find permit root login. Yes, so it has found the permit root login that was added by Valtra. You can see there was one which was up there and it was commented out. So they've added this to allow root login. I don't think there's any other. Let me press N again. So if I press N, it goes to the first one. So just press N until you get to permit root login, the one that we want. Okay, so you can see we have permit root login down here. If I want to go to the end, enter the $. When I press the $, it takes me to the last character of this. So I'll just delete it. So I'm just pressing delete. If I want to undo anything I've done, I'll just press U. And when I press U, it's going to undo those changes that I've made. So let me press I to go into insert mode. If you're not in insert mode, you won't be able to enter anything. So you can see down there, it tells me it's in insert mode. I can just delete normally using the delete keys, and then I'll enter NO for no. And now if I want to exit Vim, I can do Shift ZZ, that is going to save, or I can do Shift ZQ, and that's going to omit any changes that I've made, and it's just going to close the file without saving anything. Or you can also do the : WQ, but I'm used to Shift ZZ. So if I come back here, what else did we need to change on this file? We've already changed permit root login to no, so root user will not be able to log in. The next thing that we need to change before we end the video will be password authentication. Now, before I save, let me do escape. We'll press escape so that I can go back to normal mode because I want to search again. So to search, I'll just do / and then I will paste using Shift Insert, and I will press enter. And then I can go up, and if I press N, it's going to show me all the occurrences for password authentication. So there it is. It was just there. I don't know why I didn't notice it. So password authentication, you can see there's a password authentication here, which is yes, but this one is commented out. So let's just go and edit the one that was already edited down here. So this one was probably added because you didn't use your SSH keys. You did not set an SSH key when you're deploying your Ubuntu server. So I'm going to press I to go into insert mode. So if you are finding this a bit tedious, what you can do is you can just use nano. Wherever there is VI, use nano. This will be no. Password authentication, no. Permit root login, no. So I'm going to do Shift ZZ to save, or if you want to save, you can also do :WQ. Okay, so this will be saving and quitting. If you don't want to save, you can do :Q!! So I want to do Shift ZZ to save and quit. Before I even do that, I need to go to escape mode. So I'm just going to press escape on my keyboard, and then I will do Shift ZZ to save and exit. All right, so the next thing, we need to reload SSH. You need to reload SSH. Password authentication has been saved. We need to do sudo service SSH restart to restart it. If you're Debian Ubuntu, use that. So now, if we try to log in as root, we should experience an error. Let me come and copy. Let me just copy the whole thing because I'm going to use it at some point. So if I come here, let's paste that in. I want to try to log in with root, so I'll do SSH. Enter. So this will refuse. We cannot log in via SSH using the root user. Now let's try to log in with a password without telling the system the location of our key. SSH. Paste. So this will assume that we want to log in with the key. So normally, if you don't disable password authentication, you'd be able to work with this even if you have an SSH key. But in this case, it won't work because we've disabled password authentication. So if I press enter, you can see permission denied. You cannot log in without the key. If you want to log in, you need to tell the system explicitly where your key is. So we're going to copy that. And we're going to try to log in. Enter the passphrase. And there you go, you're logged in. All right, that pretty much covers how to set up SSH key authentication on Ubuntu 22.04. I've tried this on Debian 11 and Debian 10, and it works. So you can follow along with Debian 10, Debian 11, and everything is going to work smoothly. What is the next step in our server setup? The next step is Ubuntu firewall setup. So I'm just going to brush up on this because normally, if you're going to install a control panel, setting up the firewall will probably be done by your control panel. If you're installing hestiaCP, then you can just leave that to hestiaCP. But it's important to install UFW because it will make your work very easy in setting up your firewall. Let's do that next. After setting up SSH key login for Ubuntu, let's move on to firewall. Let's see how we can set up Ubuntu 22.04 firewall. And we're going to use the uncomplicated firewall, which makes working with the Ubuntu firewall much easier. to get to this page, just go to bizanosa.com/ubuntu22 to follow along with this setup. So we've done all the above. Right now we are here, firewall setup. We're just moving down the line and we're going to move on until we finish everything on that list. First of all, you can just do UFW status to see if UFW is set up on your server. Sudo UFW status. So you can see it is active and we have these rules added onto our server. So we don't need to install it. If you are on Debian 11, you probably need to install it first of all before you can continue. By default, before you even do anything on your server, before you install anything, you just want to deny all outgoing traffic and deny all incoming traffic. By default, we want to allow outgoing traffic, and then we also want to deny incoming traffic. Deny incoming traffic. I don't really have a website. What are people coming to do? So I'm going to deny the traffic. So if there's any specific port that you need to allow, you can allow it, or any specific service that you need to allow, you can allow it. So like for instance, after doing that, let's do status again to see what is available for us. UFW status. Okay, we can see this one is still there, but what happens if I allow it again? What's going to happen? SSH. By default, SSH port is port 22. Let me just Control L. I will clear the screen. Paste. Sudo UFW allow SSH. Enter. So rule added. It was already there. What do you mean it has been added? So you've added it twice. Okay. So you can see this is there. That's not a problem. Just let that be like that. You can see it allows it for v6. If you scroll up, you'll see that it was allowed, but now it has allowed it again. If you want to delete it, you can delete it. You can do sudo UFW status numbered, enter, and this is going to give your rules numbers. So maybe you want to delete number 1. So let's delete number 1, the first one. If you want to delete it, if you come back, all these are available here, so you won't get lost. You can allow a port, and then you can delete, like in our case. Let's come back and delete UFW, delete number 1. You need to confirm it there. You can see it has been shown to you there, the rule. So you press Y to accept, or no to reject. So we can do numbered again, and you can see it is not available. So we also want to delete the one for v6, that is IPv6. So let's delete rule number 2. Allow TCP. Nope, I don't want to delete that. So I want to delete rule number 2. Enter. Proceed with operation Y. We're going to delete allow 22. Yes, delete that rule. Let me do Control L. Let me just go up. I'm sure I'm going to find it. There's no point in typing if I can find it. So we do have the rules that we've created. So we won't be locked out of our server. If you delete these two, you will be locked out of your server. We'll be allowing a port for our SSH once we change the port. Let me just, we'll do that when you get there. But you can allow a port like that. Maybe your Kubernetes, you're running Kubernetes, there are certain ports that need to be allowed. You can allow a port, you can allow a range of ports, certain HTTP non-protocols. You can allow them. You can allow HTTP and HTTPS. Of course, ours is enabled because we found when we ran status, it showed us the rules that we had. So we don't need to enable it. But if you run enable, you'll see what it will tell you. Firewall is active and enabled on startup. So if you do sudo status again, I'll just show you the rules that you have. If you add any more rules, you'll see them here. If you're unable to access maybe traffic, you create a website, you're unable to access it, come in here and enable the 2 ports that I've shown you, the 2 services for HTTP and HTTPS. They will enable the default port for this. If you want to use a different port for anything, make sure you explicitly enable that port. We will allow a different port when we get to this part. We're going to change the port and then we're going to allow that port. Let's continue with that next step where we'll change the SSH port and then we're going to allow it on our firewall. If you're installing something like Cyberpanel, hestiaCP, most of the times you'll find that these control panels will set up the firewall rules that you need because they have certain ports that they need to use. So in that case, you'll find that anything that you've set up in UFW, you'll find in your control panel, and you can use your control panel as well, especially hestiaCP. You can use that as well to add and remove or disable certain rules, certain ports just on the dashboard, on the hestiaCP dashboard. At the end of this, I'm going to install hestiaCP and you're going to see what I mean. So for now, let's continue with Ubuntu change SSH port. Let us change the Ubuntu 2204 SSH port. The default port is port 22. So the first thing I want to do is I want to allow this port in UFW. To allow the port in UFW, I'm just going to use this port as an example. So I'll copy that and I want to allow it on my firewall. First of all, I will do Control L to clear the screen and then I will do paste, enter. You need to be root, okay? I need to edit that, but I definitely need to add sudo, and it has added it. And if we do sudo UFW status, it's going to show us that our port has been added. So the next thing is for me to edit the SSH configuration file. And if you don't want to use Vim, you can always use Nano, okay? So in this case, let me just use Nano 2. Copy. We want to change the SSH port. Paste. Enter. I will come down here, port 22. Delete, and then I will add in the new port, which is 7059. And I'm just going to save. Control X and then Y, enter. And I will do SSH, not really SSH. I will do sudo service. Which service? SSH. What do we want to do with SSH? We want to restart SSH. Enter. There we go. So let's go and try to log in, and you're going to see you can't log in. Okay, so let me try to log in. And I'm going to log in like this without explicitly declaring the port that I want to use. Enter. So I'm logging in via the SSH keys that we set up. If you forgot how to set SSH key, just go back to that video or go back to that section on this post and you'll see how to set it up. We have to let the system know which port are we logging into. So I'm just going to do -p 7059. Enter the passphrase. So if anybody tries to log into your server using the default port, they're going to be surprised. They will never be able to access your server. And that's just one thing to help secure your server. Most people think that you get hacked by people sitting in front of computers. No, you're actually hacked by systems, robots, okay? People have bots, systems that scan IP addresses. They try to access using the default ports, default passwords, default usernames. So that's why you have to change your root user and you have to use SSH key. If you do that, your chances of being hacked just go down. It doesn't mean you're foolproof, but this will help you. You can see now if somebody tries to log in using the default port, there will be surprised. They will hit a wall. They will never go past that wall because they're unable to know your port. And this is good. So change the port. And you've seen how you can change your port. Let's see what's next. After we change the SSH ports, the next thing is create a swap file. Okay. We are now getting away from the security things. We are going to create a swap file. Everything that you've done so far, you can watch in any of the sections for the videos that we've done. In any of the different sections, you'll find all this. Right now, let's start creating a swap file. If you want to follow along, just go to bizanosa.com/ubuntu22, and that's going to redirect you to this page. Just click there on swap file, and we're going to see how you can create a swap file. The swap file is like a memory. My server comes with 2048 MB of RAM. So maybe your server is smaller than mine or bigger than mine. Either way, you still need to create a swap file so that when systems that are running on your VPS encounter lack of memory, what they'll do is they will move some items will be moved into the swap file, and you can use the swap file as memory. So that's what a swap file is used for. When your system runs out of memory, some items will be moved into the swap file, and then there will be some memory for the system that needs the RAM at the moment. Let's see how to create a swap file. We are going to start by creating a file, and it will be 2 GB. The file's name will be Ubuntu swap file. I'm just going to use this as it is, but you can change the name. You can even change the folder for where you're storing it. For me, I'm just going to store it in the root directory. So mine is 2 GB, but you can make yours more than 2 GB. So what is the rule? The rule usually is if you have memory that is 2 GB and below, create a swap file that is twice as much as your memory. So if you have 1 GB, create 2 GB. If you have like 2 GB, create 4 GB. If you have 4 GB and above, you can create half of it. Just create like 2 GB or half or similar. So if you have 4 GB, you can create 4 GB or 2 GB either. So for me, I'm going to, since I have 2 GB, I'm going to create mine for 4 GB. So I'm just going to come in here and I'm going to copy this. So what this does, it basically just creates a file and then allocates 2 GB to that file, and it will allocate the space from your SSD. So you're using NVMe SSD on Valtra. It's going to get the 2 GB from your disk space. I would need to change mine to 4 GB. There you go. The file has been created. We can go and look for it, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to change the permission for the file. I'll do Control L. Just remember, even if you Control L, you can always scroll up to see all the commands which are still there. So I'm going to paste. I will enter. The permissions have been changed. I don't need to see and confirm if they've been changed. The third thing is to convert the swap file. Now, the next thing, I will just copy that. Paste. Enter. So the swap for that has been turned on. Let's do free H. So you can see there was already 4 GB of swap that was created, and I've added another. So before you do this, you can always check the status just to see if there is any swap that is recognized by your system. Now that I've added it, let's just continue. I'm just going to add it into this file. Now, when you add it into the hestiaCP tab file, this file is a file that lets the system know all the memory locations. So that means that when you restart your system, it's going to know that there's a swap file that is my Ubuntu swap file. So let's go and open that file, and I'm going to edit it. And I'm editing it with Vim. So I'm going to do enter. And you can see there is already a swap file here called swap file swap defaults, right? So there's a swap file here. So we also need to add ours. We're just going to add the one we've created. So now you have 8 GB of swap memory. I mean, that's too much, but what the hell? You'll see what to do with all this swap memory. So I will come in here, and this is really nice. The fact that they're adding the swap file for you when you're deploying your server is a good thing, because some people never do this ever. I will do I to go into insert mode, and then I will enter You can use nano. If you don't want to use vim, just use nano, where it says sudo vi, use nano. Nano is much easier to use. So that is the location for our swap file. Swap defaults, everything will be 00. Then I'll just do Shift ZZ to save and exit. Oh, I need to go into escape mode. Escape mode first. Press on escape, and then I will do Shift ZZ, and that's going to save and close. And now, even if I restart the system, it's going to recognize our swap file. Sudo swap on. So if I do sudo swap on, I should have done this before you even start setting up your swap file. Make sure you do sudo swap on just to see if there's a swap file that's available. So you can see I have a swap file here that was created by Valtra, and I also have mine that I've created, right? Make sure you check if you already have a swap file by doing sudo swap on. So that is how to create a swap file on Ubuntu 22.04. What is the next process? The next step, we're going to change our server host name. So the next step, we're going to change the server host name. If you're on a different VPS, some VPSs like Contabo, even Hetzner, they usually don't change the host name for you when you're deploying the server. They don't give you that option. Hetzner to some extent, but there are some VPSs like Contabo, you'll get some weird name, host name. We're going to see how we can change the host name next. Let's continue. The next step, let's see how to change the server host name. If you're not already on this page, you can just go to bizanosa.com/Ubuntu22. So I'm going to change the server host name. Just click there. Hostname control, and then you can set the host name. Now this does a bunch of different things, but what you want to do with it is just to change the host name, and then you'll use the host name that you want to use there. So make sure you're using a fully qualified domain. A fully qualified domain could be a subdomain or a full domain. Like in this case, this is a subdomain. So let's say I want to change mine to that. I'll come back here and you can check your current host name on Ubuntu 22.04. Just type host name. I changed it to this. So let's see how we can change it to something else that is a fully qualified domain name. I can use this as my sample because I'm not using this server for anything, but make sure you're using a fully qualified domain name. So this part here, a fully qualified domain name is a domain that can be accessed. When you add DNS records, it can be accessed. So that's a fully qualified domain name. So instead of using example.com, let me just use bizanosa.com as an example. So I'll use this as an example. And when I do this, it's going to change my server host name. So right now the server host name has been changed. The next step is for you to add the host name onto your hosts file. Now the hosts file is this one here. It's found inside of etc hosts. Now this is like a DNS for your Linux server. Even Windows has a hosts file. This is something that just points an IP address to a host name. So that's what we want to do inside of this file. Let's go and see what we have inside of this file. So I'll open it with nano, and you can see that it's already telling me that this system is configured to use something different to change my host name. So even if I change this, it's not going to persist. But let me just tell you how to change it here, because maybe your VPS is different from mine. Mine is Valtra, and with Valtra, the new VPSs, if you change the hosts file, it usually will not register. It will not register. You have to change it somewhere there. So let me just tell you how you can change it here if your VPS is not like mine, and if you change it here, it will persist. If you change it here and it will persist, this is how you can change it on your VPS. So you can just leave the first two as they are, and then down here you can see I already tinkered with this file a bit, and I added this, my IP. So the next thing you want to add is your IP as well. And this is a host name, and this is just an alias for your host name. When you log in, that's what should be up there. The changes that I put here are not registering. And if I restart the server, any changes I make will just be overwritten. That's how you can change the host file. Just come in here, put your IP address, and if this localhost IPs don't have it, then you need to add the localhost IP with the host name and then the alias, and then do the same for your IP address. Just copy your IP address, paste it there, and then that is your host name, the one that you've changed to, and then that is the alias. So let me copy I'll just do Control X. I want to copy this. Copy. So let me show you how you can add it here. If you're to add it here, just come all the way down with your cursor and add it. Shift insert to paste. I will paste that there. So do the same for this one. But for now, even if I save this and I restart, the changes will not persist. But maybe on your VPS, they will persist. It depends on your VPS configuration. So like in this one, if I do sudo reboot, so if I was to go back into that file, you'll see that my changes have been overwritten. My changes were removed. Okay, so you can see they tell you if you want to make these changes, you can make the changes in the template file, or you can remove this value inside here. So even if you remove this value here, it's not there. So we're just going to do this the hard way, and the best way I can think of is just to copy this and to make those changes inside of this file. And we're just going to add the changes that we need inside of this file, and when it starts, it's going to copy those from this template file. So I'm just going to do Control X to get out of here, and then I will do sudo, and I will open it with nano, and you can see this is where it's getting the templates for your hosts file. So even if you put it in here, it is not a problem. Now the only issue that I found was that sometimes even when you change this, it's not going to register in the hosts file. So I found that the easiest way for me to deal with this was just to put the manual copy. So the easiest thing was just for me to put the manual host name and the fully qualified domain in there, instead of using the placeholders, instead of using the templates. You can just put this. So what I mean is, if we come back into the server and you scroll down here where it says fully qualified domain name and host name, you can just remove this. Shift insert to paste inside of Git bash. And then for this one as well, I'll just remove all this. So put your IP address down here so that your server can know that your host name is mapped to your IP address. So I'm going to do shift insert again. This will work with Valtra and a bunch of VPS providers that follow the same method. If yours is different, maybe the virtualization environment is different, then it may not work like this. I'm going to save, Control X, Y, enter. And let me just confirm if this is going to change it. If it doesn't change it, let's come back here. It's not going to change it yet until we reboot. But if it doesn't change it, we need to go inside of this file and change something from false to true. Control X. Let me reboot. Give it some time to start back up. So you just do Control L to clear the screen. So let's go back into that file. So let me just go into the file and see what the issue is. So you can see the problem is I used example and my hostname is that. So the issue is it was unable to resolve, and that's because that's not my hostname. My hostname is this. You remember I changed it. So if you're following along, you know exactly what the issue is, and I don't really have to explain this. So I'm just going to copy, and I will take it back into that file, the file that I was working with, back into the template file. So let's save that, Control X, and let's reboot. So you can see the error has gone away, and you can see your hostname has been saved as it should be. If you want the changes to persist, you can change them in the template directly. Now, if they don't change, you can also go into this file, copy. If you're unable to actually change the hostname itself, and that is by using the hostname ctl command, you can go into this file, mine is already changed to true. So if yours is not changing the hostname itself, even after you reboot, the hostname is not changing because you're unable to use the hostname set update command, then come here and change this to true. Mine is already changed to true. So this should help you change your server host name. So the next step in this setup is to set time zone. The next thing is to set time zone for your server. And that's very easy. You're just going to do that. If you don't have this, install it, sudo apt install that. If you're following along on Debian 11, you may need to install that. And then after that, we're going to go into setting up automatic update for Debian 11, and that will be the last thing that we need to do for our server in this Ubuntu 22.04 initial server setup. The next step, of course, you want your server to have the same time zone as you, where you are. Change your server time zone to that. And on Ubuntu and Debian, you can use tzdata to change that. This makes your work very easy. All you have to do is copy that and then choose your location. So come to this page, bizanosa.com/ubuntu22, and copy that. If tzdata is not installed, you can install it. On Debian, maybe it's not installed, just install it. And then paste, enter, and choose your continent. For me, I'm in Africa. So I'll choose Africa, enter, and then Nairobi. Just press N to go to your city. Press a letter for your city. For me, I'll press N, and that will take me back to Nairobi. I'll press N, and that should bring me to Nairobi. And then I'll press Tab to go to OK. Tab, and then enter. If I look at time, I mean date, enter, and it's going to give you your time zone. If you change it, enter, and then you do date again, it's going to change the time zone. All right, that's how to change the time zone on Ubuntu 22.04 server. The next thing, we're going to set up automatic updates on Ubuntu 22.04. And then after that, what remains? After that, we can install hestiaCP. So the next step, we're going to configure automatic updates on Ubuntu 22.04. So if you try to install anything on your new Vultr server and you get this error, let's come back here and we're going to do install sudo apt install tzdata, and you get this. Let's just try to run sudo dpkg, copy, paste, run that. Let's just try to install it again. And it's going to tell you that the package already exists. So when you get this error, and I'm using a Vultr server, just run sudo dpkg configure-a. That should fix it. So when you get this error, just run what it's telling you to run there, and the issue will be fixed. We are back, and the next thing we want to do is set up automatic updates on Ubuntu 22.04. If you're not already on this post, just go to bizanosa.com/ubuntu22, and then you can go to step 11, set up automatic updates. So let's get started with this. I'm going to log into my Vultr server. I'm already logged in. This is where we stopped. This is the last thing we did. So let me just do Control X to get out of this file. Control L. So just go to this post and then come to step 11. Let's just make sure that we don't have any updates. Okay, we don't have any updates. Control L to clear the screen, and then I will install an unattended upgrades package. Now this is the one that will help us to automatically update our Ubuntu server or Debian server. You can follow along with the Debian server as well. I'm going to paste that in there. We want to install this package. It's already installed. On Debian, probably not, but on Ubuntu, it's already installed. And then we need to enable automatic updates. So what this will do, it will enable automatic updates. Let's enable automatic updates. So this is just going to configure it with low priority. And then it will enable unattended upgrades. This is important because if you don't do this, there are certain files that you will not generate. Once you do this, it's going to generate certain files that will be edited later on, that can be edited later on if you so need to. This will turn on the automatic upgrade, dpkg started error. Okay, so this is a problem with my website, but don't worry. The issue is this priority. This has double hyphens. These are double hyphens. They're being merged into one, which shouldn't be the case. So when you get there, make sure you put 2 hyphens for priority. Enter. And that's going to ask you if you want to enable this. You can read that. If you want to automatically download and install stable updates, yes, press enter. That will enable the updates. So just remember, when you get here, these are 2 hyphens. On Debian, make sure you do that because there's a package that you'll try to install, but will not be there. And I also added that there for you if you're following along on Debian. And then the next thing, we need to confirm update notifier. Update notifier common. This will enable you to reboot. If you need the system to automatically reboot, you need this package. So let's see if it is still available on Ubuntu. Okay, on Ubuntu, it's already installed. On Debian, you're probably going to miss it, but they're going to give you another name that you can install. Just install the other one that they give you. The next step is to configure what you need updated. So this is a file that we need to go into. We're going to configure what you need updated. So let's just open this in. You can open it using Nano if you don't use Vim, just change Vim to Nano. If you're on Debian, make sure that you do sudo apt install Vim, because maybe it doesn't come with Vim, it comes with VI, but you want to use Vim. Best sudo VI. If you don't know how to use Vim, I do have a tutorial for that. Let's search on another window. You can just search for Vim. Just search for Vim on my website. You should find it. There's a video and you can follow the video while you read all this. Okay. So let's go back. This file is going to tell the system which packages to update or which specific items to update or what to do after updates. So unattended update, you can see it's going to update the distro, it's going to update security. If there's any security related items, it will update that. These are just comments, and then it will also update apps security. Those are for specific apps. And then you'll also update distro apps. If there's any kind of security that needs to be updated for specific packages, it will be done. And then of course you need to enable this. This is the one that will update your packages. So if you have any packages update installed on your Ubuntu, then enable this and it is going to automatically update those as well. And then this, you can ignore this too, unless you have specific packages that you want updated based on this, then you can check that out. If you don't know what this means, just Google them. By this, make sure you enable that, remove the comments. And then something else that is important, maybe you're running a certain PHP version and you don't want PHP to be updated. You can exclude certain packages. So inside of Vim, if you want to edit anything, you just press I. You're now in insert mode in Vim. You don't want to update certain packages. Maybe you don't want to update MariaDB. Add the quotation marks, add the double quotes for your packages. So maybe the next one you don't want to be updated. PHP. And then also you don't want a package that starts with ng, maybe something like that. Even PHP, maybe you want a package, you don't want to update any PHP packages, so maybe start with that, PHP and something like that. And then also you can also look at that, use to explicitly define the end of a package name without the dot. libc would match all of them. So you use this to explicitly define the end of a package name. So if the package name is MariaDB, maybe you can add the $. Add the $, to explicitly mark its end. That way it won't match anything else. Maybe MariaDB sub packages, other packages that start with MariaDB. So that's something that you can do here. You can blacklist certain packages so that they don't get updated. Or maybe you don't want packages that start with the Linux also to not be updated. You can change that. Of course, just like with everything else on this, make sure that you end it with a colon, with a semicolon. So ensure you end everything with a semicolon. Okay, let's scroll down and see what else is here. Unattended upgrade, dev release, auto. Now, if you want to automatically update the Ubuntu development release, of course, that's something that you should probably put at false on a production server. Put that at false. Let's see what else is here. Okay, now there are certain things here. If you want to receive emails, unattended upgrade mail, you can receive emails. So that one you've looked at, unattended autofix interrupt. Forget that. install updates, unattended upgrade, install on shutdown, false. So you can read that to see the options that you have. You can send email, so unattended upgrade mail, and then the email address. Let me just copy that from here. I know I must have an email address sample there. So unattended mail, you put the mail inside of the quotation marks there. So of course, first of all, you'd need to uncomment it, and then you put your mail there. So make sure this is a working mail, and your server needs to have a way for sending mail. So you need to have maybe Dovecot or Exim installed so that your server can send mail. You can use any address email there as long as your server can send mail. Then you can get the mail report here. If you want only to receive mail when there is an error or when there's an update, you can use only on error or only on change, or you can use always. Okay, so if anything happens, you'll receive the updates. That is with always. And then unattended upgrade, remove unused kernel packages there. So if you want to remove the packages that are outdated, the kernel versions that are updated, you can do that. You can set that to true, just uncomment it. The one that I'm looking for is automatically reboot, this one. So you can also set this on. If you want to reboot your server after these automatic updates, you can set that to false or true. The package that we installed is a package that will help us with this. So if you want to restart your server after the update, you can do that. Apt install update notifier. Yeah, I hope you installed that. If you don't install this, the reboot will not happen. So let's come back here, and I'm just going to do Control X. Control X. Oh, not Control X. We are not in Nano. We are in Vim. And then I'll press Escape, and then I'll do Shift ZZ to save on Vim. There. And let's just check. So if we receive a feedback, then it means that our automatic updates for Ubuntu are turned on. There you go. So unattended upgrade there, it will check it every day. If you want it for every 7 days, you can change that to 7. So that's pretty much how to enable automatic updates for Ubuntu 22.04. You can follow this to enable automatic updates for Debian 11 as well. Install. Now, if you want to use a control panel like Hestia, you can do that. Once you do all these steps, you can install your control panel. Just come here and go to the script generation page and then install it using that script. All right, so that's pretty much it for this Ubuntu 22.04 initial server setup. In this full video, I used Valtra. If you want to use a different VPS, you can do so. If you want to get $100 credit from Valtra or from Linode, the buttons are up here. That's pretty much it for this Ubuntu initial server setup. Make sure you watch all the sections and you follow along carefully. And if you do have any questions, just ask me and I will assist. We have set up our Ubuntu 22.04 server. In this video, let's see how we can install hestiaCP on Ubuntu 22.04. If you're going to run your website, then make sure you do this. You follow all these processes because these are very important in securing your server. As soon as you get your server, make sure you follow the Ubuntu 22.04 initial server post, and I will leave this link in the description. Down here, I want to go to here. I will click here on script generation. I want to generate the hestiaCP script. While that is happening, I want to restart my server. Sudo reboot, or you can also restart your server from this side, if you go into your instances, so this is on Valtra, you can restart your server. Server restart. I will restart it from this end. Okay, so it has restarted. But first of all, let me go and generate our script. So let's generate our installation script. And if you have a small server, 2 GB and below, I would suggest that you go with Nginx instead of Apache. So I will not install Apache. I will install PHP FPM, and I can install multiple PHP versions because I don't know what I will be running. And for FTP, I will install Pro FTP. Named, yeah, this is for DNS, MySQL. I don't want to install Postgres, so I'll leave that out. Exim, I will definitely leave Exim installed. Exim, of course, you need both Exim and Dovecot because this is for IMAP. This is the one that works with the mail clients, and this is the one that delivers the mail transfer protocol. This is the one that will transfer the mail. So you need both of them. This, I will not install that. Clamav, I will install that. Spam Assassin, I'll leave that. IP tables, of course. Fail to burn, definitely you need this. And then Quota, no, I don't need that. I'm just going to leave it out. You can activate the hestiaCP API. I will not activate it. Force, I want to force the installation. If there's any error, force the installation. Interactive, definitely ask me what I need. And then port, make sure you're using a Cloudflare port. So I'm going to choose 2053. Just go online and search for Cloudflare ports. And I will use port 2053. This way I will be able to use Cloudflare. There's a list of ports that is accepted on Cloudflare, is accepted through the Cloudflare network. Go online and look for them. Host name, of course. When we were setting up the server, we did set up a host name. I will use a different website here. I will not use bizanosa.com. Let me use bizanosa.club. And I will change the host name again to match that. And I will use that as my host name. And email, admin email, set up your admin email there. I can just use bizanosa@gmail. What else? Password, set up a password for your server. If you don't, you may need to reset the password, and you can reset it like this on Ubuntu or Debian. Password, let me just write a password here. And let me save it somewhere. Language, English with debs, not really. And then after that, I'm just going to click on proceed. I will copy that to run onto my server. So I need to log into the server. I know I'm definitely logged out because I restarted the server. So first I will log into the server. You can see I'm logging in via the SSH key that we set up for our server. Control L to clear the screen. And then I will download the package for installing hestiaCP. And then after we download that, let's copy the configurations that we want. So anyway, when I click on it, it copies. Okay. So let me come back. I will paste the script in there, press enter, enter my sudo password. And then this might take a while. So let's just be patient and wait. It's going to install Nginx, multiple PHP environments. It's going to install different PHP versions. It's going to install the DNS server, Exim for mail server, and then Dovecot. This is for mail clients, and then MariaDB, Pro FTP for the FTP server, and then it's going to install IP tables plus fail to burn. If that's what you want, you can enter Y, enter, and let it install what it needs. So just give it some time. I will come back in case it asks me to do anything. I will come back and resume recording. All right, The installation is complete. If we scroll up, you're going to see it has installed different versions of PHP here. Okay, now the installation is complete. Just press any key to continue. And if you scroll up, you will find your admin details. Make sure that you copy this. So by default, the username will be admin, but the password will be what you set. Or if you forgot to set a password, you can easily set up a password as I've shown you here. Log into SSH and you want to set a password for admin. You'll set your password there. Copy that, copy, and then I will save it somewhere. I will save it inside here, paste. And then I can come back and I can just press enter. And when you press enter, it's going to reboot your server. So let's give it time to reboot. And once it reboots, we are going to log into hestiaCP just to see what the panel looks like. So I can log into my server once again. But before I do that, just consider donating to this project. It's a good project. hestiaCP is a lightweight control panel that you can use to host your website for free, for absolutely free. So just go to this link and donate anything that you can to support the project. We want the project to succeed as much as possible. I'm going to do Control L to clear the screen. So I'm logging in with an SSH key. And I also changed the port. All these are in the Ubuntu 22.04 initial server setup post, which I've linked to. Okay, so I've logged into the server and you can see my memory usage has gone up because I've installed hestia. I don't know what's eating up my memory. Let me have a look. Control L and then I'll just do top. Okay, I'll do sudo top. So just press Q to get out of that, and then I can do sudo top. When you do sudo top, it brings you all the processes. And okay, that was just when it was starting up. That's why the memory usage was high. But you can see nothing is really taking much of my memory. Yeah, one thing that usually takes a lot of memory is MySQL. MySQL databases, they usually take a lot of memory. Nginx, not so much. If you had Apache, you would have seen Apache takes a lot of memory as well. That's why I'm telling you, if your VPS is 2 GB and below, just use Nginx and PHP FPM. So I'll press Q to get out of this, and then I'll just clear the screen with Control L. Now let's go and log into our panel. So I will copy the IP plus the port. So use the port that you chose. If you choose a different port, use that port there. So I'll copy that. So it tells you that there's a warning, potential risk ahead, and that is because you cannot add DNS records for the IP, so that you can make this a public SSL certificate. But what you can do is you can just click on advanced and then click on accept risk and continue. Username is admin, next. And then I will take the password from here, copy, paste, login. So there is your control panel. Just a quick overview. I just want to do a quick overview. We'll do more things, but for now, I will just come in here and show you what you have. This is where your websites will be. If you want to create a new website, you'll just come in here under web and click on add web, but you need to create a new account before you can add a website. Make sure that you go into users and then you add a new user, and the new user should be the user that you'll be using to create the websites. Don't use the admin user to create your websites. For security sake, use a different user. The DNS records will be there. I'll show you how you can set up DNS. And that's the next video that I think I should do, how to set up DNS. But before I do that, I'm going to do smaller videos just to make sure that I cover certain things about this control panel. Now DNS, we'll look at that. Mail, you can set up cron jobs. Your backups will be in there. And then you can come in here. If you're logged in as admin, you can come in here under settings. And here you'll find different things that you can do. You can look at all the services that are running. If any service is not running, you can just click on it and you can restart it. And if you want to edit any configuration files, you can do so by going there, or you can come here. I think it's under configure. You can come in here and you can configure different things for your web server, for your database. You want to set up the configuration files. You can choose to disable certain PHP versions. For me, I don't use any of this, so I'm going to disable them. But just in case you have a certain application that requires a specific PHP version, you can come in here and enable it. I'm going to save, and this usually takes a while, so just give it time to deactivate all the PHP versions there. There we go, after a while. So just wait a while and all the changes will be made. It will deactivate all these PHP versions. So if you want to set up anything here under updates, you can enable email notifications when an update is done on your server. Basic options, just come in here, change the time zone to match where you are. I'm in Nairobi City. I will choose Nairobi there. And appearance, you can change from dark theme, whichever you want to change there. You can change your entire control panel. Okay, so I prefer the dark theme. So I'm going to come back and I will use the dark theme. Save. You can also do this for users. If different users want different themes, they can do that. When they go to their user profile, they can change the theme there as well. Databases, you get the idea. If you want to change anything here, you can change that. Let's go to PHP. Back to PHP. I know you'll need to change certain things. If you need to edit PHP, you'll just come in here, click, let me open in a new tab. And then you can see that you can change various PHP configuration settings. You can change that there, or you can go to the advanced option and you can change that for your PHP. So you can see this is going to change in these files. So you can change the different things that you want to change. For your PHP, you can increase the memory limit there. Let's go back. Let's come back here. What else? Nginx. Maybe you want to edit certain things about Nginx. You can increase the send out time. You can increase the timeout time. All that you can change here for Nginx. If you want to make any other settings, you want to add any configurations, you can add those inside here. And then you save, and then you'll save, and then it will restart Nginx. What else? Let's go back. Let's come back here and you can look at the task monitor. The task monitor will just show you the tasks that are currently running and how much load they are consuming. So you can see right now, I don't really have much because my server is brand new. But you can always come back here after a while to see how your server is doing. If there are any spikes, you can investigate on your server to see what's happening. You can also view the advanced details of this just to look at the processes that are running. This is what we looked at in the dashboard. You can use sudo top. Back, you can look at the firewall. So when you come to settings, you can change the various firewall settings here. And as I was saying, if you listen to me in the Ubuntu server setup, I told you that these control panels will set up your firewall for you because they need certain tasks to be running. So that's what's happening here. They've added the ports that they need, including my port for hestiaCP. So one thing that you should always do if you're paranoid, you should always log into your server and disable the SSH port and FTP ports as well. If you need to log in, you can just come in and enable it again. So to suspend it, you can just click there and that will suspend FTP. So people won't be able to access your server via FTP. You can also do the same for SSH. So this means that if you want to access your server, you're going to have to come into your hestiaCP and then enable the ports that you've disabled. If you disable anything, yeah, of course, don't disable this, because for you to disable this, you have to log into SSH to enable it. You can add any rules here. If you want to add a rule, maybe you want to allow a new port, you can allow a new port. Maybe you want to allow port 3000. up to port 3400, and then the IP list. You can use, I should have copied it from the other end, but you can use 00 if you want to allow it. So you can block or allow. Let's say we want to allow these ports, optional. So I know it's probably not going to save because I don't have that. Yeah, IP address cannot be blank, so let's use for all traffic. So we'll save that, and if we go back, we'll see that did we block or allow? Okay, we allowed. Yeah, we've allowed this port. If you want to suspend it, you don't need it. You can delete it, or you can suspend it, or you can delete it. I will delete this. So that's pretty much it there. You can manage banned IPs. If any IPs have been banned, you can come in here and disable the banned IPs, or you can add an IP to your ban list and ban the IP. So you can ban an IP from accessing your SSH or whichever service you don't want to be accessed. So let's go back. So what else? Backups. I think I'm going to do a video of how to bring in your backup, how to import your backup into hestiaCP. I will do that video later on. So what else is here that is important? Okay, the file manager. I know people want to see the file manager. So I will click on the file manager. And with the file manager, you can upload and download different files into and out of your server, out of the different websites. So right now we don't have many websites, but if you go under web, this is where your websites will be in hestiaCP. And if you go there, we can upload different files, and the files for your website will be inside of public HTML. So if you come here, you can select everything and then zip them up. Maybe you're backing up your server and you can create that, and maybe you want to download that. You can come in here and download the backup for your website. That's how to use the file manager. You can even edit files in here. You can edit files, you can change different things, you can change the code for your files. I will click there to save, and if you want to edit anything, just click on it, edit it, and then save it. If you need to create a file inside here, you can click on plus and then add a file, or you can add a folder. So maybe you'll add a folder, and then inside of this folder, you can create your files. Create. And if you need to upload anything inside here, you can click on add file. You can upload that in there, or you can just drag in a file. Even if you drag in a file, it should be saved. I can just upload that for the sake of it. And you can see it has been added. So you can just drag in files. You can go back home. And if you want to go back to your control panel, all you have to do is just click here. And you can also look at the root of your file. If you want to look at the tree for your files, you can click here to look at the tree for your file, and you can go into any file that you want to go to. Right? So that is the file manager for hestiaCP. I'm just going to exit back into the control panel. We've said you can create a new user. Let's go here and see the settings that we have for the user. So you can edit your user settings here. You can change your email, you can change your password. And if you don't want to allow user to log into the control panel, you can do that. You can create new users who can add websites. Maybe you're hosting for your friends, family, or even hosting for people that pay. You can come in here and disable them from logging into the control panel. And then this is very important. As soon as you get you log into your server, make sure you enable two-factor authentication. So to enable this, just check that, how to enable. We're going to see in the next video how to do some of these things. So I'm just going to show you in the next video how to enable two-factor authentication. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Before I end, you can also change the appearance. You want a different view for your user, then you can change that there. So you can see hestiaCP is a very easy to use, lightweight control panel. And as I said, feel free to donate to this panel because it is a very reliable panel. You can use it to host your websites on production, not just testing websites, but production websites you can host using hestiaCP. So I think this is enough to get you excited about using Hestia control panel. Very easy to use. In the next video, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new user, and then we're going to see how to create two-factor authentication for the new user. This has been a video for how to install hestiaCP and a brief overview of the hestiaCP control panel. See you in the next one. The next thing, let us see how to create a new user. And then for the new user, we are going to set up two-factor authentication. So I'll just go back here into users. Make sure you're logged in as the admin user. And you can click there to add user, admin 2, because I want it to be easy to remember. I'll just give it a name of sysadmin. And then the email. Of course, give it a password. Oh, I can't generate a password, so let me just use the same password I used for admin. So just know by the time you're watching this video, I will have deleted this server. So I will put all that there. The password must have at least, so the password is weak. Okay. The password is weak. So what you can do, we can make this capital, and I'll just come back and save it. Do not allow a user. Of course, you want the user to log in. And then once we save it, we're going to see how we can set up two-factor authentication. You can email the login credentials. If you're creating this for someone else, then you can email the credentials to them so that they can have their credentials like passwords to log into the server. And then I will make this an administrator, not a user. If you're creating an account for someone so that they can just add a website, make sure you give them the user role. In my case, I'll make this an administrator. And then I'm going to save. So we've created the user. I can log in as the admin. Since I'm root, I can just come in here as a user. And if I go to admin, if I just click on admin, or I click on that, I can log in as admin. Just by clicking on that, I can log in as admin. And I can go to admin 2, admin 2. I can log in as admin 2, and then I can set up two-factor authentication for admin 2. So just click there on to set up two-factor authentication for admin 2. Just click there, or any user, just click there on enable two-factor authentication, and then click save. And then make sure you already have the Authenticator app installed on your phone. So for me, I do. I'm just going to go to Google Authenticator app, and then I'm going to scan. I'm going to click on the plus button and scan. So I'm going to scan this. And as soon as I scan it, it will be added to my Google Authenticator login list. As soon as I do that, I don't really have to do anything else. I can just click save, and Google Authentication, two-factor authentication will now be set up. And make sure you save your account recovery so that if you lose your phone, you can use this to log in. Make sure you copy this and you save it somewhere. Let's look at advanced options for your user. Setting up no login. This way they will not log into SSH. But if you want them to log in, you can just give them bash and they will be able to log in. PHP version, the default version you want for them, you can put that. So when they create a website, the PHP version will always default to that. And then of course you can add the DNS. I'm going to show you how to set up DNS on hestiaCP. I haven't done any DNS up to this point with this website. This is a real website. This is a real domain, but I haven't added any DNS settings for anything. So nothing will be accessible, but I'm going to show you how you can set up DNS for hestiaCP, and I'm going to show you two methods. The first method, I'm going to show you how you can use your own domain if you want to use your own domain. The second method, I'm going to show you how to use Cloudflare, which is the easier route. So I should probably start with that. If you're not going to host websites for people, then you should just use Cloudflare to handle your DNS, and don't bother with using your own website as your DNS records for your DNS records. And I'll show you how to do that as well. So I'm going to do both in one video. So the video might be long, but you'll just bear with me. That's the next thing we're going to do. So if you do have any questions, feel very free to let me know. Let's see how to set up DNS for hestiaCP. I'm going to show you two methods for setting up Hestia DNS. The first one, we're going to see how we can use Cloudflare to set up DNS on your hestiaCP panel. And then the second one, we're going to see how you can use your own domain as your DNS provider. So we'll have our name servers will be something like ns1.bizanosa.club or ns2.bizanosa.club. But first of all, let's see how we can do it using Cloudflare. So you'll come here under Cloudflare. Now, if you want to add a website, I've already added this, and this is the one we want to use. So if you want to add a website, just come in here, click add a website. I'll add example.com. Cannot be added, but what if we add example? That should be added. So it's not a registered domain. Let's find one that is registered. Now I can just use, I know this one is registered, so I'm just going to click there. Unfortunately, this I think is already added here. Let's find another one. Let's try to add this, even though it's already added on Cloudflare. You'll choose a plan. We are going to go with the free plan. Click there on get started with the free plan. It's going to scan your DNS and it will give you the name servers to add. So I don't want to go any further with this because this website is working. I can just go, let me just click to go back. And I can click on it again. I will see that I have this. So when you click continue, you'll get the Cloudflare name servers. So you'll find the name servers that you're currently using, and then you can replace them with the name servers that you've been given. So copy those name servers and put them on your domain provider. In this case, if you're on Namecheap, just go to Namecheap domain list, then go to change the name servers, and you can use a custom DNS like I'm doing here. And I will go back to the other website. Let me delete this website here, remove site from Cloudflare. I will go back to this. This is already connected to Cloudflare. Now that it's already connected, all you have to do is you have to come here under DNS. This is all you have to do to get your website to be working with your hestiaCP and your control panel. All you have to do is come in here under DNS, and then you add the A record, CNAME record. If you want to make your work even easier, the one thing that we did in the beginning was we installed the DNS provider for hestiaCP, the named service, which is the DNS provider for hestiaCP. That is the application that would handle DNS. So what you'll need to do is come in here and add the website. And when you add it, let's say we add it and you take that IP address, of course, create a DNS zone. Make sure you check this, create DNS zone. And what this will do is that it's going to generate the records that you need. And those records, just copy them and put them on Cloudflare, and your website will be up and running. So like in this case, let me just continue. So you can enable mail for this server. In my case, I won't really enable mail. I will save. I can enable mail later on. This is not the end. I can come back later on and enable mail. Right now, the website is on hestiaCP, but if we go to it, we won't be able to access it because we've not added the DNS records for this. If I want to set up the DNS records, I'll just come in here under DNS, and I will go to Bizanosa Club, and you can see all the DNS records have been generated here for me. So all I have to do is to just copy this over onto Cloudflare. So there's no way to import. Is there a way to import? No, there's no way to import this, but let's just click there to edit. You can edit the different records. Let's come back. Now, the most important ones that you want to start with to make sure that you can issue out SSL is the A record for the main domain and the A record for www. So what you're going to do is you're going to go into Cloudflare, just copy your IP address, copy, and then come back into Cloudflare, and then we will add an A record, add A record. So this already has an A record. I don't know where this goes to. I don't think this one really exists. This must be another tutorial I did. So I'm just going to paste in the other IP address there and save. And what's going to happen is that Cloudflare is going to propagate this, and after a while, you're going to find that your server now points to your hestiaCP server. So this might take a while. Sometimes it might take 10 minutes. Sometimes it might even take 24 hours. It depends on where you are. And the good thing with Cloudflare is that Cloudflare is pretty fast. So the propagation is going to happen fast. You can see in my case, I used a CNAME, but you can also use an A record for www. So if you want to set up SSL, you will have to have www and the main domain set up. So you don't have to use A record for www. Like in my case here, you can see it is a CNAME, but the point is that if anyone goes to www, there will be something there to find, because it says that it is a CNAME of this, which is also an alias of that. So a CNAME is just an alias. So you can use www with an A record, just create another A record and then add www and then add the IP address, or you can just do it like this, like I did with the CNAME. It doesn't really matter. And then copy all these other records because they are important. Like that will be for mail, and then SMTP, all this. Just copy them one at a time. You can go the other side and then you can add all this. You can see all these are A records. So if you come in here and you click on add a record, you can see you can add all the different records. Let's choose one as an example. Let's say we want to add txt. No, let's add one of these A records, and I'll just choose FTP. So if I come here and I choose FTP, this is A record, right? So this is where you put your subdomain, FTP or whatever. This is www mail. So you can put all this. These are all subdomains, okay? So all these subdomains, FTP, and then you'll add your IP address there. I will add that. Let's do another example. Mail. Let's just create one for mail. This one is important. This one you must have. So you're going to add record, and then you're going to, it's still an A record. So we're just going to add mail, and then paste, and then save. So if you come here, add record, we don't have any MX. Oh yeah, we do have an MX here. And the MX goes to mail.bizanosa.com. Make sure you take the dot at the end. That's also important. So I'm going to come in here and we're going to create an MX record. MX. And the MX record is just the domain name. So @ simply means the domain name. So it's going to replace the @ with your domain name. And the mail server, we'll just add in that as our mail server. And what is the TTT? The time to life on this side is 14,400. The time to life on the other end is 1400. How many is that? 1 hour? I mean TTL here. Priority. We'll just leave that at 10. I think it's 10, right? Priority, you can just leave it at default. So time to life, if you come here, you can even put an hour, okay?